Molweni. Good morning. Molweni, sanbonani, dumelang, absheni, goeiemorgen. My name is Brightness Mangoloti. I will be the chair for the next two sessions. It gives me pleasure to welcome the choir to entertain us. I'm told they're supposed to sing here at the front, so let us wait. And as soon as they step in, we can give them a round of applause and welcome us to serenade us with some great music. And to all the women in the room, happy International Women's Day. Whilst we wait, we are cognizant of the time, and we are all aware that there is load shedding. Hence, there are challenges with getting people into this venue. But also, we are cognizant of the fact that should we reshuffle the schedule, it will interrupt with the whole program. So we have decided that we'll stick with the schedule as is so that whoever is going to join us, they will find us busy with the program. I'll hand off over to the choir conductor if he's here. Another round of applause for our choir, please. Thank you very much to our choir for that warm welcome, but the official welcome has to be done by our Vice Chancellor. Before inviting the Chancellor to welcome us, I'd like to invite our guest speaker, the Vice Chancellor, Ntombombiya, the poet, to all come to the fore. Nduna? Professor Nhlapo, if you can come and join us on stage. Ntombombiya, is she here?
I'm Chris Nhlapo, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, the Western Cape, South Africa. I'm exalted by this initiative of the Central SRC in conjunction with Snake Nations to address issues of gender-based violence and raise awareness as well. This is also endorsed by the entire Executive Management Committee of the institution, including, of course, the governance as well as leadership. The rationale here is to tap into technology and raise awareness around the scourge and combat sexual and gender-based violence. That is actually a big challenge facing this country. And this is also in support of our initiative as an institution, particularly Vision 2030, that is talking about smartness, how we can actually use technology to address some of the issues of vaccination, as well as oneness to build coherence within the Cape Peninsula University of Technology staff and students. It is also supporting some of the initiatives, particularly the program that we're involved with the NPA, the Sexual Offense and Community Affairs of a National Prosecuting Authority, to train our staff and students around some of the dangers of gender-based violence and how we can ensure that our policies are in line with the national policies when it comes to addressing the scourge. And of course, it also buttressing the high-level committee of gender-based violence that is having 6 pillars that all the executive are part and parcel of to ensure that we kick gender-based violence anywhere within the Cape Peninsula University community. So far, we've seen a myriad of activities, and I've seen from the proposal from Central SRC and Snake Nation that there are a number of online activities that are going to assist us to achieve this objective. Some of them include the issues of gender-based violence coupled with mental health, which is one of the big problems in the country as well, and of course across the globe. The creative economy as well, which is part and parcel of the online activities that I've seen that are very enticing, the women in technology, and of course accelerating the progress as far as the transformation is concerned, and of course the hackathon and innovation entrepreneurship. These are some of the exciting bouquet in the basket of activities that are lined up by Snake Nation to assist our students to ensure that they can actually use technology and address issues and also foster transformation in South Africa. From my office and my entire executive team, we are fully behind the initiative. I thank you.
Thank you to our IT guys. With that said, colleagues, I'd like to welcome Professor Nhlapo, the man who needs no introduction. We all know him, but we know that there are people from outside CPUT, and it's only proper to echo that Professor Nhlapo is the Vice Chancellor of the university. He also acted as a VC before stepping into this role. He was also a DVC, and I must also echo that Professor Nhlapo continues to participate in international and national discourse with regards to economic competitiveness of South Africa versus developmental state, technology transfer, and innovation in comparison with other OECD countries. But it also needs to be noted that Professor Nhlapo places a strong emphasis on the strength of CPUT as the University of Technology, the opportunities presented by the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution in developing the youth of South Africa, and the important role that CPUT is playing. And I must say, as a stakeholder, also as Heze say, I've seen how instrumental CPUT and the role that it has played in advancing technology in South Africa, and also making strategic collaborations under the leadership of Professor Nhlapo. And only appropriate that today we celebrate Women International Day, and I know for sure he doesn't just talk, but he also walks the talks. He advocates for gender transformation, and we have seen that in his involvement in multiple engagement in some of the initiative also started by the Transformation Office. Without any further ado, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University to do the official warm welcoming. Over to you, Professor Nhlapo.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Brightness Mangolotti, for the very kind introduction. I'm still moved by the wonderful rendition by CPUT Choir. I have had the opportunity over this past weekend of being with the Cape Philharmonic Orchestra, and I was actually with the maestro there, and I'm happy that we have our own maestro here. So we have our maestro here. So that is something very interesting, and I nearly packed my bag and go back home to say we have arrived as an institution. And indeed, we are on the right path. And I think, colleagues, this is something that all of us, we must actually be proud of as an institution, that we have to work hard and we are starting to see the results, all of us collectively. Program Director, Ms. Brightness Mangolotti, with your gracious permission, let me stand on established protocols of the House. And firstly, greeting to all of you colleagues gathered here, and some of colleagues on the platform. You are welcome to the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a couple of ideas with you. Molweni mawetu. Molweni. Ninjani. Sikhona. Goeiemôre dames en here. Hoe gaan dit? Ons kan nie kla nie, dankie. Dames en here, baie dankie vir hierdie ongelooflike geleentheid om enkele gedagtes met u te wissel. Dit is vir my 'n groot voorreg. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister in absentia, we are going to welcome the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, the Honorable Buti Manamela, external partners here, the NPA, HSSA, HSRC, Commission for Gender Equality. They have been with us when we started this journey, and we are still together because we haven't really won the battle. All keynote speakers here present, CPUT community at large, Happy International Women's Day, Happy International Women's Month, and as I see it from my crystal ball, the future is female. I'm Vice Chancellor Professor Chris Nhlapo. I've had the privilege of being with CPUT for well over a decade,
I now call this wonderful institution my home. So a warm welcome home. Welcome to the opening day of the Gender-Based Violence Research Indaba, which by design and certainly not by default is on International Women's Day, to mark and commemorate this important day in the history of the women's struggle. The purpose of the Indaba is to share lessons, strategies, intervention, practices, and research agenda on a myriad of issues. Some of the issues are really on the strategies around how can we integrate, how can we, as multiple stakeholders, coordinate our effort and collaborate accordingly to deal with scourge, as well as empower women in higher education, all in the effort to combat GBV in higher education. I think we have had, right at the beginning of this year, we've heard from TUT the brutal killing or murder of Ntokozo Qaba, 23-year-old, right on campus. Kolile Mbata, MUT, we can talk about Forte again, and many other institutions. The picture is scary, and I think we have to find a solution, a sustainable solution to deal with scourge. And I'm sure the research Indaba is also going to deal with how can we deal with social norms and drive interventions, and of course deal with what are the key drivers of this gender-based violence. And how can we deal with that? And how can we enhance sustainable and survivor-centered response, care and support services for students and staff? And how can we use evidence-based research and integration of the research focus area? And how can we evaluate our efforts just to ascertain whether we are making a dent as far as SGBV and GBV is concerned? And as South African, we always say, which is actually our South African proverb, you strike a woman, you strike a rock. What tinta bafazi, what tinti bogot. So we really need to ensure that we don't touch our beautiful woman. And I'm sure in the deliberation today, we are going to hear about women who changed the world. We are going to hear about research outcomes on gender studies and what can be gleaned from all of that. Program Director, every year when I welcome first-year students, I always say to the parents, which is a commitment, I quote, "We believe in the principle of in loco parentis, hold us accountable, show an interest in the progress of your child, and contact us if you have any concerns. Together we can achieve success. Thank you once again for attending the ceremony today and entrusting your children with us," close quote. I always say that to parents. But that commitment is actually a very difficult commitment. That's why we are calling all colleagues, all the partners, to assist us to ensure that we meet that commitment, because we are indeed parents, and this place should be a home away from home. The doctrine of in loco parentis is something that we firmly believe in as an institution. And I must say that I'm actually happy so far in terms of our efforts and all the manner of support that we are getting from the partners. Program Director, all this is said in the spirit and the letter of our progressive constitution, which envisions, I quote, "a South African society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. However, all progressive indicators, or indicators that matter, they are indicating that we are embarrassingly far from this ideal. That is actually what our Constitution behooves us. Our constitutional commitment to social justice is not something that is negotiable. Our Constitution as a blueprint to transform social relations towards egalitarianism and social democracy. Those are the calls that are there in our Constitution. The International Women's Day is celebrated on March 8 every year. In 1975, the United Nations began to celebrate International Women's Day, and in 1977, the UN General Assembly declared 8 March as International Women's Day in support of women's rights and global peace. Program Director, esteemed guests, on the 24th of July 2022, I happened to have been in the south of France at a town called Montpellier. It was at a time when the right to abortion in the US were under threat at the federal level by ideologically right-wing dominated Supreme Court, the so-called Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization decision stripped the right of bodily autonomy from women and other people that could get pregnant. The streets of Montpellier were abuzz with anger, indicative of the fact that as a society, we have crossed the Rubicon on social justice. However, I must say, when I was looking at the numbers, there were few men among a group of women that were protesting with anger. So that means that as men, we still need to cross the proverbial Rubicon in support of our women. In my experience, women in leadership positions are more likely to advocate for the interests of the disenfranchised. The Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation has developed a policy framework for addressing gender-based violence in the post-schooling education and training. To give effect to this policy, CPUT has put in place a high-level gender-based violence committee approved by the executive management and chaired by the Vice-Chancellor. This is to steer the strategy and implementation of the policy framework within CPUT. As an institution, we maintain a zero tolerance on GBV or SGBV. That's why we roll out institutional gender-based violence committee across the university, with each pillar led by an executive to enhance better coordination. These pillars that we always receive report, in fact, we had a meeting last week. It's 1, accountability, coordination, and leadership. Pillar 2, prevention, rebuilding, and social cohesion. Pillar 3, justice, safety, and protection. Pillar 4, economic empowerment. And Pillar 5, research and information management. Women's Day events should, in whatever form, entertain and empower. We should engage, enjoy, and reflect on how we can improve our present and our future. As an institution, we keep on creating futures. That's our motto. We keep on creating futures. So the future must be better for our women. As I always say, as the future ripens in the past, so the past wrought in the future a terrible festival of dead leaf. That's Anna Akhmatova. At CPUT, we are paying more than lip service to this ambition. For example, the Vice-Chancellor's prestigious award spends millions to fund masters and doctoral females who are excelling academically and demonstrating good graduate attributes. Our intention is to develop the next generation of academics, but also behoove us to respond to the transformation imperative of the country and indeed of the continent. We are excited about the successes in the Future Professors Program, which intend to build a future South African professoriate. As an institution, we have done well in this particular space. And majority of our future professors are female, and very young females. A typical example is Dr. Ngediwe Ndube Tsolekile. And it is a national collaborative initiative aimed at developing the qualities of academic excellence and leadership in university scholarship to contribute to the development of a future South African professoriate. Congratulations also to Dr. Sisanda Nkwala for being shortlisted for the 8th Annual Humanities and Social Sciences Book, Creative Collection, and Digital Contribution Awards for 2023. Here's to these strong women. These are just examples, but there are many. Here's to these strong women at CPUT. We know that this change does not lie outside of all of us. It lies within all of us. And as I always say, any change follows what is called a sigmoidal curve. It is hard at first, it is terrible in the middle, but it's gorgeous at the end. So that is the end point, something that is gorgeous at the end. Any change, hard at the beginning, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. So we are looking at that gorgeousness because the end product is necessity to give birth to something new. When you have all those challenges in the middle of the sigmoidal curve, you are dealing with the necessity to give birth to something new. So all our efforts that we're actually doing now at CPUT is actually meant towards creating a new institution, a new smart university that is actually placing people at the center of all its activities. Lastly, Program Director, let me salute women from war-torn areas of Russia and Ukraine to the earthquake-struck Turkey and Syria. Advocating for the rights of women does not come at the expense of men. Rather, it allows the greater progress for all and the upliftment of the future generation. Let us look around ourselves in our personal and professional capacities and always ask a difficult and coherent question to say where women are underrepresented and how can we improve the situation in our own spaces. Program Director, this day is dedicated to celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women, as well as raising awareness of the ongoing struggle for gender equality. While March 8th is a global day celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievement of women, it is also a day that marks a call to action for accelerating gender parity. We need to add impetus. We need to move with speed. Significant activities is witnessed worldwide as groups come together to celebrate women's achievement or rally for women's equality. In conclusion, let me welcome you once more at Cape Peninsula University of Technology and enjoy your time with us. To our partners, Sithi Nangomso, Likamuso. We have partners here, Sexual Offenses Community of NPA, where when they were starting their very first trainings, the majority of our CPUT staff, CPS staff attended. We are now at 99.99% in terms of the training offered by NPA as part of partnership. Let me also acknowledge Thuthuzela Care Center for always being part and parcel of this institution, holding hands together to deal with Behemoth, to deal with this monster. Family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses of SAPS. I've seen them outside here, the Kales River branch. We acknowledge your presence at this institution. And thank always coming to our call when we're actually looking for support. The Department of Social Development, the Department of Health, USAF through Higher Health, they are always there to support this institution. And I know I've seen a number of booklets as well as journal outside that talk about women's struggle in South Africa, and I will urge my students that grab one, or buy one for that matter, so that you can learn about rethinking state and gender in South Africa, the maids and madams, the study of political exploitation in South Africa, and how we can, for example, restore women to history. Because women have been excluded in history. How can we patch them back in history? Those are the things that I wanted you to help yourself with literature outside. I know that it is a difficult time for women in South Africa, difficult for young female students at universities. But you must know that you have support of the executive management and the entire community of CPUT. It's not easy. As I always say, it is not amara dulce. It is not amor et mele et fele es fecundissimus. It is a challenge. But we all know nothing happened ex nihilo. There's hard work all the time. Ex nihilo nihil fit. Nothing comes out of nothing. Out of nothing, nothing comes. So a bit of sacrifice will propel this institution to this smart university that you are thinking about. Enjoy your day further and welcome. And of course, let me declare this research Indaba open. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the VC. Whilst we're waiting for the IT specialist to assist with the setup for our guest speaker, I just want to reiterate what the VC said to us. He reminded us to ask new questions, which is very critical for us to solve this beast, or this second pandemic that has been declared by the president of the country. He also echoed that a multi-stakeholder engagement is critical. And I think that's the reason why we are here and why we are having this collaboration between HESSA and the HSRC. The call is to advance gender, the call is to deal with this GBV that is affecting. Bear in mind, when we talk about GBV, it's not about women. It's also about all genders. But importantly is that those that are hard hit are women in South Africa. It's an interesting morning. Thank you. I think we're getting into the roll of things. Our system is up. With that said, allow me to invite our guest speaker. She needs no introduction. A very vibrant speaker, passionate about issues of GBV, none other than Professor Mzikazi Nduna. Professor Mzikazi Nduna is also our HESSA alumni. So she also works in the space of advancing women in the higher education space. Professor Mzilikazi Nduna has 27 years of her career centered on transdisciplinary scholarship, including research, teaching, and community engagement in advancing information, knowledge, rights, and accountability in the field of sexual and reproductive health and rights. If we talk about collaboration, if you talk about the passion for teaching and learning, if you talk about engagement, you're talking about Professor Mzilikazi. And I'm sure most of you have seen her on TV, and she has just recently been appointed as the Dean at the Fort Hare University. I'm so much looking forward to her talk. And without any further ado, over to you, Professor Nduna.
Thank you very much, Program Director. To the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nhlapo, the Deputy Vice Chancellors and Senior Management of the University, CPUT, staff, students, guests, and each and every one of you who is here this morning physically and joining us virtually. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be standing here this morning to join the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in the conversation around gender-based violence and institutions of higher learning. Thank you very much, Brightness Mangoloti, for that introduction. Brightness mentions a few things that I've been afforded the opportunities to do. So I'm not sure if I got the brief incorrect for this morning, whether I should come and teach, or come and mentor, or come and collaborate, or come and do all the things that Brightness has mentioned that I do. But if I got the brief wrong, colleagues and students, please do pardon me. I'm going to try and satisfy the invitation to come and speak, and I was given the topic to speak on sustainable development goals and gender-based violence and locate institutions of higher learning in this conversation. And the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nhlapo, has already spoken about the importance of this work that we do in relation to what we are trying to achieve for our society. So I'm going to tell you what happened a few minutes ago. Sorry, I was putting the water away. So a few minutes ago, I just arrived and I was sitting here and the video started to play, and that was the video of the Vice Chancellor, and I realized that we're about to start. And I thought, before we start, let me do the right thing, find a bathroom so that I do all the physiological job and then relax for the rest of the day. So I asked the person who was seated next to me about the location of the tools for that purpose. And clearly she also is not a CPUT person, so she didn't know where it was. And she then knows the person who's seated in front of us, so she asks the person who is seated in front of us about the location of these tools, and the person seated in front of us looks like the person that you would normally address as the gentleman. And so I'm going to say the gentleman when I speak about this person. So the gentleman said, the bathrooms, if you go through this door, like this door, right? And then you go left, you will find the bathroom on your left. Like you just go through here, then left, then you can do that exercise, you will find the bathroom. The bathroom is there. So I did that. I followed the instruction like the good student that I was many, many years ago. I found the door, that was the bathroom. I walked into the bathroom, and I walked into the bathroom. I then saw an unfamiliar sight. I know the sight, but it's unfamiliar, right? Because generally, when you walk into that space, and you are a person that the society has created and crafted as a woman, you don't normally see what I saw when I walked into that bathroom, right? So then I took reverse very, very quick. I realized that, should not have seen what I saw. And then as I walked out of that room, one of the staff members saw that I looked a bit confused. And she came, she said, "Mzia, are you okay?" I said, "Yes, sure, I'm fine. And thank you for having me at CPUT. I was just looking for a bathroom." And she said, "Oh, it's fine. Just walk around the building, the auditorium. You will see there's the bathroom this side." And then I went to that side, and indeed I found the bathroom that looked very familiar for me. And there were no shocking sights, and everything was in order. And I was on time. We are 7 years into achieving what we call the sustainable development. I'm going to come back to this story, don't worry. It's an unfinished story. So we are 7 years to the sustainable development goals, which are goals that all the members of the United Nations have agreed they will work and strive towards. If you're hearing about the sustainable development goals for the first time today, please, when you go home this evening, do yourself a favor, switch on your data, or if you have fiber, go to Google and Google the Sustainable Development Goals and learn about them. Briefly, I'm going to go through what we talk about when we talk about these Sustainable Development Goals, and there's 17 of them, and it's very important when we do work around gender-based violence and femicide, we always keep this in mind. We always keep the future, and I think the Vice-Chancellor spoke about the future. Where are we going? We are committed, and we committed ourselves as member states to consuming the world, to consuming in our society, to consuming the earth in a way that is responsible and that will allow us to be able to reproduce everything, to even reproduce ourselves, right? So we want to reproduce ourselves. We want to create more professors like Mzinduna. But if we do not live the earth in a responsible way, we will not be able to reproduce the goodness of the earth. Thank you to the University of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. For the first time, I got to sleep at a hotel, which is the only one in Africa which is built on sustainability, which is the Verde Hotel there by the airport. So you really live the values that you espouse. Everything at the Verde Hotel is about sustainability. You know, when you walk into the hotel, they've got energies, sources, they've got water sources, they've got, live plants, like they live. The goal that we all strive for, there's recycling. It's the first time ever in my life I see in a bedroom a trash bin that separates the cans from the bottles and the general trash at a hotel. At a hotel, you usually get those round ones, right? With a plastic. You put everything there, paper, plastic, blah, blah, blah. And you're not sure when they do the trash if they sort it, but you can only hope that they sort. But this hotel, it sorts from the source, yeah? I can give you many, many examples of how important it is that life on the land should be preserved, that life under the water should be preserved. When we do not preserve life under the water, we see what we start to see in... So because this is a research in Indaba, I'm not going to give a research paper, but I am going to mention to you some of the things that as researchers we already know from evidence. We know from evidence, for example, that we are running out of fish, right? You probably know that because you're from the Western Cape, and the shameful thing about the Western Cape is that the fish that we eat most of the time does not even come from our seas now. It comes from Namibia. We import the fish. It comes from elsewhere. I'm not sure if you knew that. If you go and buy and you think you were buying fish from our own, waters, think again and actually ask, where does this fish come from? And they will tell you where it comes from. Because we're not preserving life under the water, there is research evidence that with the conflict over resources, because they are getting smaller and smaller, there is emerging transactional sex along the coastal cities in Africa. And that transactional sex has put a lot of women who are involved in the fishery industry at risk of HIV/AIDS. It has put a lot of women who work in the fishery industry at risk of gender-based violence. By its nature, transactional sex that is not voluntarily sex work is a concept that is embedded in structural violence. So to address issues of violence against women in the context of transactional sex and risk for exposure to HIV/AIDS, we need to preserve life under the waters. We need to make sure that we bring alternative energies. We're thankful that we now have at least 2 days a Minister of Electricity, and some of us are hoping that instead of fixing what is happening at ESCOM, the Minister of Electricity will actually steer us towards affordable, clean energy sources, because the affordable and clean energy sources will change the lives of women. It is women who suffer the most when there's problems with electricity, with sources of energy and sources of power. And there are many examples that I can give, but the most relatable that we all live with every day is knowing that women use energy in the domestic space more than men, because it is women who wake up in the morning, most of the homes, earlier than anybody else, and want to switch on the light. So load shedding is felt by women. It is women who need to warm the water, to wash the kids, for the kids to go to school. It is women who warm the water, to prepare the water for their partners to be able to go to work. Men complain about power outages when they get to the robots, like when they get out of the house, right? Because now the public space is their space. Now they start to be irritated, and then until they get to work, and then they start to be irritated. But to a very large extent, most of the women who don't work and are left behind, and they have to cook, and they have to clean, they have to do washing, and they have to do ironing, are the ones who feel the pinch of not having power in their house. And if we address the Sustainable Development Goal number 7 around clean and affordable energy, we will be able to address this for many women who continue to use paraffin and coal and wood, who continue to not have access to cheap and affordable sources of energy. We need to address clean water and sanitation, because again, women are grossly overrepresented in both professions, but also unpaid work that we could resolve if everyone had access to clean water and sanitation. We just came out from an epidemic that could largely, its infection and rate of infection could largely be prevented through making sure that everyone has access to clean water and sanitation. But because not everyone has the access to clean water and sanitation, we saw a lot of people being infected with COVID-19, but we need to think about who the carer is, who cares for the sick. In our society, it is most of the time women who care for the sick. So it was women who were affected mostly by the epidemic that ran through our country for 2 years. Not only in the domestic sphere as mothers or guardians or partners, but also in the professional sphere. We know that nursing is a highly feminized profession. So actually it was women who were caring both at home and at the institutions of care, which are hospitals and clinics. And we saw the rise in the number of healthcare workers who were dying from HIV/AIDS. And most of those were nurses, and most of them are women. And so if we do not address issues of clean water and sanitation, we're putting women at risk. And yes, we are addressing all of these today in the context of climate change, because climate change is creating a lot of changes to the ways in which we live. But even if climate change was there or was not there, all of these are goals that we still need to work towards achieving. As institutions of higher learning, we produce graduates who are going to hopefully go out to our society and create industries, contribute to innovation and infrastructure. It is exactly for that reason that as institutions of higher learning, we need to address the question of gender. Because if we address the question of gender in institutions of higher learning, in university technologies, then we would have architects who design bathrooms in a way that avoids the confusion that happened this morning. So I told you I was going to come back to that story, right? So if we address gender across our curriculum, architects, because they think that addressing gender is a social humanities health issue, right? That it does not fit with engineering. And yet it is them who design binary bathrooms. It is them who design the men and the women's bathroom. And if they had designed gender neutral and gender inclusive bathrooms, we would not be working today in wrong bathrooms. everybody would walk into a bathroom and it's a right bathroom for everyone. So it's very important that we address the issues of gender across the curriculum and across all spheres. We are hoping that as institutions of higher learning, we're contributing to decent work and economic growth, and through our curriculum, both the curriculum in the classroom and outside the classroom, we are hoping that our young people, when they graduate, they will be able to contribute to that. And if we did that, then we would all see the sustainable cities and communities. Our communities are not sustainable if we still continue to see some people, mostly women and gender non-conforming persons. And in gender non-conforming persons, I include all people who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer, because their gender presentation into the society is questioned, right? So if you look like you are a boy and you're presenting in ways that the society thinks ways of walking and dressing and talking and doing that are associated with being a woman, then your presentation into the community is gender non-conforming. It doesn't conform to the expectations of a person of your gender, right? So I include all of them when I talk about that. So when we talk now, and the VC has already mentioned a few names of young people who have been victims of femicide on our campuses, that means that our communities are not safe. And most of the time when we talk about gender-based violence, victims are predominantly women, followed by gender non-conforming persons and men. But there are different types of violence that hopefully we will touch on. When we create sustainable communities and cities, we also promote peace, justice, and we create strong institutions. As institutions of higher learning, we are tasked with the mandate to provide good quality education. And as member states to the United Nations, we have committed to this. And we are hopeful that there is an association between good quality education and eradicating poverty in our communities. Remember, if we create sustainable cities and communities, we're also dealing with issues of poverty. If we deal with poverty, we're reducing hunger in our communities. And when we deal with poverty and hunger and all the other goals that I have mentioned, we are implementing strategies that are going to result in us achieving goal number 3, which is the goal for good health and well-being for all. We are tasked with also addressing all of these so that we reduce inequalities. These are not only gender inequalities, because there are a number of factors at different levels for different communities that result in inequalities in our society, and we need to address these. And goal number 5 specifically speaks to eradicating gender inequality and promoting gender equality through strategies that are aimed at fostering equity in our institutions. And the last one, which is also why some people from Forte are at CPUT today, is to make sure that we always create partnerships, because it is these partnerships that help us to work together, to learn from each other, to strengthen the response for gender-based violence and femicide. I'm going to talk briefly about some of these that we need to enhance. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Nhlapo, has already mentioned that as the country, we do have the National Policy for Gender-Based Violence, and I'm glad that the Deputy Minister for Higher Education is not here today, because I hear that they are absent, and I hope no one represents them. I know they don't have time to watch our work when they have missed the events. So I can say what I was not going to say in their presence. So we do have this policy, which is the policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system, and it's got these 6 pillars: accountability, coordination, prevention, rebuilding, justice, safety, research, information, economic power, response, care, and support. We welcome these pillars. We think that this is a very good move, and we all welcomed the policy when the policy was launched. I think it was in 2019. We welcome this because our education is aimed at nation building. And so the Department of Health, Higher Education and Training recognizes the importance of the third curriculum and makes a number of suggestions in this policy for evidence-based interventions for the post-secondary education and training sector. So by having this national policy, DHET fosters convergence of shared goals and values in the higher education space. But there is a book that, if they were here, and again, since they could not make it, it gives CPUT an opportunity to buy them their gift and to send it to them. Please send them that gift. That is a book that has been released on gender-based violence and the experience. It's written by a man, Professor Ntlapo, and I heard you decrying the absence of men in the space that advocates for women's rights. And this book is written by a man who is a graduate of a university in South Africa, who gives accounts of what he has witnessed as gender-based violence against women in the higher education sector. And so please do send them the book, and if you've read it, also send them questions that they need to answer based on this book when they've read it. We live in a multicultural society, and that means that we need to create environments that uphold respect for cultural diversity and ensure safety for all. But we also know that notoriously so, culture and tradition are used to justify certain practices. And some of these practices that we use to justify on the basis of culture and tradition, they border on harassment and violence. And violence here is not only interpersonal violence, which is the violence that occurs between two people, but it is actually mostly structural violence, the violence that is created by systems, the violence that is created by institutions, the violence that is created by practices in our institutions that are entrenched and that are not easy to change because they are based on either a policy that exists or a policy lacuna. And when there is a policy gap, then that gives an opportunity for people to say, no, but at CPUT we do not do that. At CPUT we've never done that. At CPUT we don't do things that way. And when people ask, but why don't we do it? Because there is no policy on it, right? So if there is no policy on it, then that situation allows us to continue to perpetuate a system that might violate women. I'll give you an example, and I will ask you if at CPUT, and there's all sorts of instruments that come from the national and international community that are helping us, as Prof was mentioning, to propel women to participate in this and that, futures, professors and others. If you're participating in those and you are an academic and you then become pregnant and you have a child and you need to go to a future professor's workshop, which is happening at the University of Stellenbosch, do they pay for your childminder? Why don't they pay? Because there's no policy, right? So no manager wants to sign that we should pay for your childminder, because then they will be seen to have acted against a policy. But why is it that there is no policy that says anyone who works at this institution in the first 6 months of having a baby, they are allowed to continue to attend conferences, and the employer will pay the flight ticket for the childminder? You've got a childminder at home, right? You're breastfeeding. You're not going to leave your child for 3 days to go to Johannesburg, but you want to go to the writing workshop because it is an opportunity for you to move to the next chapter in terms of your PhD. But you can't go. So now women are made to choose between their reproductive rights and bodily integrity and their academic careers. And that is the kind of a choice that men will never need to make in life, right? I'm talking about the first 6 months. For a man, even in the first 5 days, if he's got a conference and he's an academic, he can go and attend the conference. But a woman would not be able to do that. But we don't think about that as violence because it is not interpersonal violence. But in fact, the absence of policies in our, that's why I said the policy from national is okay, we welcome it, but it doesn't articulate this. It doesn't give a directive to the vice chancellors to say, dear vice chancellors, in this policy, we expect you to now go back to your institution and institute a specific policy that will protect the rights of women who are lactating, the rights of women with small babies, the rights of women, and I can go on and on about many examples of things that women will have to forego just by being women, that men will never need to forego. And so when we talk about the gender pay gap, for example, the easiest thing to do when we respond to the question about the gender pay gap is to show people our salary scales. And it's easy. At universities, there's a band. If you are a lecturer, you fall in this salary scale. If you are a senior lecturer, in this scale. If you are an ASPRO here, full prof here. Transparency, it is neat, it is clean. No one is discriminated, right? At a face value, that looks very correct. But for a lecturer who came here 12 years ago and had 3 babies, there is no such thing as pay equality, because they are not paid for their contribution. They are being punished for their choices that made them take 2 or 3 maternity leave in the space of 12 years when they've worked here. So if we appoint a young person at the age of 25, we expect that by the age of 37, they will not have made babies and had families and husbands if they want to be full professors one day, right? They will just have to wait, because should they take maternity leave every other 2 or 3 years, first they delay finishing their PhD, and it becomes their problem because it is them who have delayed to finish their PhD. And then they delay publishing, because again, if you've got a small baby and you get comments from the editor on the paper you submitted, it will wait another 4 or 6 months before you are able to address those comments. But your male colleague, they address them in the same week that they came, right? And then the male colleague moves up the ladder whilst you are providing the unpaid services to the society. Then it does look like we did not discriminate and disadvantage people on the basis of gender, because the salary scale is clear and you just move up the ladder based on your achievements. So now they become your individual achievements and they become your individual responsibility, even in the absence of a policy that would propel a group of people called women to be able to have what we call equal opportunity. Because that is not equal opportunity. To give everybody sabbatical every 6 years is not equal opportunity in a space where there is a group of people who will take responsibility leave, whether this responsibility leave is for maternity, is for a sick child, is for death in the family, or but we know that women will majority take that. We should do an analysis of our responsibility leave and submit it every end of the year to the MECs of our universities. We need them to know who takes responsibility leave more than the other. We know that it is by gender and age. The older you get, the more responsibility leave you need to take, even if it is for your grandchildren. But your grandchildren may not count, because responsibility leave is for the death of your mother, your father, your spouse, or your child. But at the age of 50, you've got grandkids, and if they die, they are your responsibility. But because, again, I'm talking about multiculturalism, we live in a context where we've got to consider the different ways of living of different people. And what looks like it's a neat policy on responsibility leave that says, if your mother, father, husband, wife, and kid and child or children die, you are entitled to 3 days of responsibility leave, right? It's very clear and neat. And yet there's a plethora of evidence in this society, not only in South Africa, that tells us that in some provinces, up to 50% of children do not live with their biological parents. So who's taking responsibility leave for them? Because they don't, like, there's a fact that they don't live with their biological parents. Surely you are taking responsibility leave for them, but are they counted as your children? No. So you take the time off from yours, and then we still say it's your choice. And then on the other platform, we would then say all men should be fathers to all the children who don't have fathers. You don't need to have your own biological father. You can be okay, your pastor at church, your community leader, your uncle, you know, your so-and-so, the man in the neighborhood is also your father. But that man in the neighborhood is not allowed to take responsibility leave for the child that comes from next door. So that are the kind of things that we're talking about when we're talking about we need to think through culture, multiculturalism, and issues of gender. And where culture and tradition threatens safety, health, well-being, and life, we know that its continuous goes against the sustainable development goals for health and well-being for all. We need to talk about our experiences in the higher education space, because our experiences should afford everyone an opportunity to emancipate themselves from the toxic culture cultures and practices that we have grown up with. So the beauty of education is that it acknowledges cultural diversity and allows for the retention and development of one's own culture and achieving greater understanding and respect for others' culture. Because we live in a global village, so cultural exclusiveness hinders the development of social cohesion. We need to prepare ourselves and the young people who study in our institutions for a society, as South Africa, which is a single society. And we know that we have a very big role as institutions of higher learning because we select from our grade 12s, from our 17 and 18-year-olds, and then we prepare these young people for futures in the occupational, social, and political hierarchies of the society. So all our young people, 17 and 8-year-old, 4 or 5 years later, they will compete in the same marketplace for jobs. It doesn't matter if they started at CPUT or if they started at UCT or at UWC or at Northlink College, right? They will all compete for the same marketplace when they leave the institutions. And so we need to realize and fix this because it is an unjust system of education that we use. Remember, as institutions of learning that are public, we use public funds, we use tax money. So it's unjust for us to use the public funds that we have access to advance interest of particular groups. We cannot build a nation where one group of institutions have policies and resources and the other lacks, and we see that a lot in this country, where mostly your traditional comprehensive, they call themselves research intensive, right? Your research intensive universities would be advanced in terms of resources, policies, interventions, the offices, and the staffing of those offices compared to the universities of technology and compared to the TVETs. So TVETs are the worst off. But like I say, the 17 and the 18-year-olds were in the same class at the high school at Bella. But just because after the high school at Bella, one went to Northlink, one went to UCT, and one went to CPUT, exposure to gender values becomes different. The emphasis on the importance of fighting gender-based violence between universities and colleges is different. Even within universities, there are universities that are calling themselves research-intensive universities. There are universities that when there's university rankings that are published, we see them appearing in the list with 3 digits when we appear with 4 digits. So those universities are the ones that tend to have the resources most of the time. And for us to advance good quality education, we need to make sure that we address all of this. The post-education sector, through the education sector policy framework on gender-based violence and femicide optimizes values of gender-based violence-free society. So we need to make sure that following that policy, we have the same instruments all across institutions that fall under the Ministry of Higher Education. It is not going to be to help for CPUT to have a good policy while Stellenbosch does not have a good policy. We need to make sure that all of these policies are based on the national policy, that all institutions have adequate resources to implement GBV interventions, that all our graduates have been exposed to the same values in relation to gender equity, equality, and gender-based violence, because they are all going to go to the same marketplace for jobs. We need to always bear in mind the intersectionality when we talk about gender-based violence. I think my examples earlier showed this, because some universities have adopted these policies whilst others have not. So students come to our universities, I'm left with 1 minute, I'm told. Students come to our universities from far, and they come with different cultures and social norms. These are entrenched. And some people think that this will just disintegrate if we just do the right thing. But evidence shows us that we need to have interventions. People are not going to just let go of the entrenched values if we do not have interventions that are focused on these. Social norms that students bring to our campuses are reproduced through our own events, through the ways in which we organize orientation, we organize, societies. They are entrenched through our policies, and they are also contagious. People can pick them up from their peers, and I'm not only talking about young people here, even with staff members as well. So we need to think through this and differentiate between justice and law, because that's one of the things that as universities we miss. We've got our own discipline disciplinary hearings for misconduct. And we do a disciplinary hearing for a misconduct that even by law is actually considered a crime. So if there is a suspect for rape, what is that person doing at a disciplinary hearing and they are not in court, right? Because it is defined as crime. So we need to be able to differentiate between administration of justice by universities and administration of law by the courts of law. And in the last 1 minute, we need to make sure that we harmonize the policies across the institutions of higher learning. And I want to talk lastly, because I'm running out of time, about the last one, which spoke to the last sustainable goal about partnerships. One of the challenges that we have is because we promote internationalization and we want to, and it's a good thing. Higher education has frameworks for it. All our institutions have it, and we even have targets for international students and international staff. We infused, we nice. It is a bigger circle, and the bigger the circle, the better. However, we all come from countries. This is the last one. Promise you, program director. We all come from countries that have different legal frameworks on these matters. Some of us come from countries where violence against women is tolerated. There are no laws, there are no policies on gender-based violence. It is permissible. There are restrictions for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex people. There are restrictions on abortion. There are stringent restrictions on sex work. Though it is not decriminalized in South Africa, we're happy that at least it is on the table and being discussed now. So because we all come from these environments, we've adopted these, these social norms and practices towards each other as men and women. And what we have found is when international staff and students, especially staff on contract or students, commit, I'm going to call it a crime, commit a crime or a misconduct, then they finish in their third year. And we know how our matters in universities drag on for longer. Because remember, we're not courts, so in our universities, justice delayed is not justice denied, because we're not at court. So they go on and on. Then they finish their last year, they go back to their countries. What do you do? Then they respond when you invite them to the hearing, and they say they don't have money to travel. So should we pay for them to come back to the hearing of their own bad behavior? So that's why it's very important that we think about these things. Once they don't have money to come back to the hearing, you see them at the graduation with their parents. So all of a sudden, they've got money to come and graduate. So these are the things that we need to look at. We need to look into withholding a certificate of a person who's got a hearing that is still going on, so that they are not able to graduate and live a free life when the victim and the complainant is still out there. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for... Sorry, I went over.
Another round of applause, please. Good people, we're running out of time. But with that said, let me allow me to say thank you to our speaker. There is a token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think a lot has been shared and said by Prof, and we'll have an opportunity to engage with her on some of the issues that she has raised. Once more, thank you very much, Professor Nduna. With that said, I'm going to invite a GBV poem to mark the International Women's Day. That will be done by Nombo Mbiya, the poet. She is a CPUT alumnus. Over to you, Nombo Mbiya.
Thank you. uze undikhumbule wakufika ebukumkanini bukaThixo. Uze undivulele inhliziyo undamkele. Kaloku kwabubomsendanele. Awamamandla mna oyisakele. Andisakwazi usilwele kodwa uze undikhumbule wakufika ebukumkanini bukaThixo. You are my heart. You are my strength. You are my hope. Igama lamakhosikazi linxebe lingapholiyo. Igama labafazi sisithuko esikhathazayo. Bendingumakhi womuntu, umbumbi wobomi, umkhathaleli, umondli, umnakekeli. Uqale kum ukuze ube khona. Kodwa namhlanje indlela ngicekisa ngayo ayinakubangwa nakubani na. Isidima sami ekuhlaleni asibonakala. Uba ngitshadanga ndiyondo. Uba nanzala ndiyondo. Kaloku mna indoda yandixela uba ndingubani. Igama lasekhaya lawuthabalala uba mna andendanga. Ndibukwa ngaye. Ndaziwa ngaye. Ndibonwa ngaye. Ndichazwa ngaye. Ndilibalekile uba mna umsebenzi wami emhlabeni yintoni. Uba umsebenzi wami ubungekho apha ngengazange ndidale kwasekuqaleni. U-Adam ngewayezimele benguye yedwa onyathela lamagada lomhlaba. Kodwa ngoba indoda iyonto umfazi engekho ecangkwayo. Kaloku nayo indoda iqala emfazini ukuze ibe kanti ngumntu. Uhayi imfundiswa ngumfazi. Ukuzinxibisa ikufundiswa ngumfazi. Kodwa xa sewungandiboni uba ndingubani uthi mandithini. Xa sewubukho bam ungasabazi uba yintoni ndagqiba ukonhla uthi mandithini. You are my heart. You are my hope, my strength. You are my identity. In this world, they have painted me enough to be labeled by your second name. Your last name is my identity. The painting on that wall belongs to your family because I am nothing if you are not in my certificate. Igama ngu-Uyande Home Affairs. Kodwa namhlanje ndimi apha ndinguNombombiya the poet. You are my heart. You are my strength. You are my hope. Kanbuke. Kaundazi kanchaze. Kancacisa ubukhoma bayintoni apha emhlabeni. Kawuphakamisa ilizwi lakho. Unibange. Uvuselela isidima sami kuba ngalokhu uba uyandiyekelela ndawo amacala. Uba wena uphakami. Uba khumbuza uba ndingubani lapha emhlabeni. Uba wena uphakami. Unikhusele nami ndibonakale. Ndikhumbuze abangasandaziyo uba ndingubani la. Uba igama lami ndingubani. Ndingumfazi xa bendisa. Ndiyintokazi ebafaneni. Ndingumdlezana kwabadala. Kodwa namhlanje undazi ndingubani. Namhlanje undazi ndisisiciko sephi nimbisa. Uthi mandithini. Uthi mandenze ntoni. Mandikhumbuze kanjani mandicenge ndithini. Ndikubekile esifubeni wandicela. Ndakubeka eceleni kwam wandonyanya. Ndikukhuphile phakathi kwam. Kodwa namhlanje undazi ndisisiciko sephi nimbisa. Igama ngu-Uyandakhiva. Kodwa namhlanje ndinguNombombiya the poet. Enkosi.
Wow. Thank you very much, Nombombia, our poet, importantly a CPUT alumnus, reminding us about the curse called GBV, reminding us about who we are as women and how we give birth to the sons and the men who unfortunately later on dominate us and forget that we have given birth to them. Who am I? That's the question that she's asking. She also echoes that she has lost her identity. She has been labeled, she has been called so many names, only because there are expectations from society. Some of the expectation is that as a woman you must be married. And if you are not married, then you are not a woman enough. So does that mean as women our existence is dependent on others? Or by being, which we are human beings, we are supposed to be? Despite the fact that we are interdependent, we need others. But what is important that we interconnect, but without losing our identity. With that said, once more, a round of applause to our poet. We had a rough sailing in the morning. There were some ups and downs. We missed the toilets. A friendly reminder also that on this other side, it's a men's toilet. On the other side, it's a women's toilet. And then also to echo that with our tea, just want to get to the message. So there are 4 points for tea and coffee. There will be 2 here in the auditorium and 2 in the sports hall, the other side, just across where the lunch will be served, which is the sport wall. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I am officially closing the first session. We're moving to our second session. I must say, thought-provoking engagement from the VC and also from our guest speaker. I was tempted to give her more time, but we know we are dictated by the program. We are already a bit late, but I've been made aware that Mr. Ndivuo Muchekwa unfortunately won't be joining us, which gives us some time, also some leeway to play around with time. So the only speaker that we will be having for this second session is none other than Professor Drick Hayes-Swemmer. And after her engagement with us, then I will open the floor so that we can engage and maybe also unpack more issues that have been presented by both the VC and also our guest speaker, including also that of Professor Drick Hayes-Swemmer. I must say it is an honor to be introducing our next speaker. Professor Drick Hayes-Swemmer, I see your details are not added here. She is our executive director in the Office of the Vice Chancellor, CPUT. She is also our alumni as HESSA. Many of you might not know who HESSA is. HESSA is responsible for development of women leaders in higher education, advancing research, advancing or advocating for women leaders within the space of higher education, and also forming strategic collaboration so that we can advance the issue of gender transformation within the space of higher education. And I must say it's quite an honor and privilege. This is one lady who does not talk about gender transformation. She has advanced gender transformation in different spaces, different roles that she has held. And I know a number of people who have approached me and say, hey, Brightness, we know Prof. Hayes-Swemmer, please salute her when she does her talk, and I'm doing that, and I hope I am on record. They can hear me saying that. With that said, I'd like to call you, Prof, to do your talk. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Brightness, for the kind introduction. We'll just get my presentation on the screen. I must say I was so moved by our poet, Numbia the poet, and it made me to realize all the painful experiences of women across the world. Recently, we've all heard also on the TV and in the newspapers what's happening in Afghanistan, that girls will not be allowed to complete secondary school education. And that's so sad. Let me see what's happening here. Just want to open here. No, that's not this. No, this is. Will you just quickly come and help me here? I don't think mine was loaded up. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was asked to talk about, if you look at the program, enhancing girls' economic empowerment to eradicate GBV, and then also specifically focus on CPUT's flagship program, its STEM Schools project. So if you look at the title given to me, there are a couple of definitions and notions in that specific title, which speaks on the one hand about girls' economic empowerment as well as eradication of GBV, and then specifically looking at the STEM project. And I think when I prepared for this few minutes, I thought it's very important for me to try to make the links between those three concepts. So, but before I start, I would just also like to say, you've heard our VC speaking this morning about his philosophy, his intent about GBV, and also to be with his executive team sitting here in front, not only talkers about dealing with it, but also to be living testimonies thereof. And for that, I really want to thank the VC for walking the talk in that regard. And while I'm saying this, because the flagship program of the university is centered in the Office of the Vice-Chancellor. It's also known as the Vice-Chancellor's prestigious STEM Schools project. But it goes beyond only the VC's office, and I will give you some examples of that as well. So I think it's very important also, before I share with you some other facts, to mention that CPUT as an aspiring, actually we're not aspiring anymore. We have almost arrived, as the VC said. He wanted to pack his bags over the weekend and thought that he has achieved quite a lot. But we, as a University of Technology, we obviously need school leavers coming into the system that are well acquainted in subjects such as maths, science, physics, chemistry, and technology. And this project is giving impetus to our vision of being one smart university. Because what we are saying is that we want to embrace technology, science, engineering, maths, for the purpose of becoming a university known for creating better prosperity and lives, and for human condition, to create a better humanity through embracing technology. But we cannot do that if we don't invest in projects specifically assisting our learners, our schools, to develop excellence in science, maths, engineering, and technology teaching. However, this project is also standing on the shoulders of people that have played a big role in this regard. And here I'm thinking of the people like Ms. Jackie Skeepers, Dr. Francois Weavers, and then also the deans of specifically the faculties of engineering, applied sciences, and then also education, which is also playing their role in this regard. But let us talk about what's happening. If we look at the whole issue of STEM education, and I'm going to focus a lot on girls and women in this regard, we all know that there is indeed almost a crisis in South African schooling system when it comes to maths and science education. Why am I saying this? I'll come back to this and give you some figures, but it is indeed true that fewer children, learners are taking maths, so-called academic maths, as opposed to maths literacy. And unfortunately, you cannot build the future scientists' careers or all the economic injections and needs of this country if you don't have graduates with a very solid base in those specific subjects. But it's also about, when I've spoken to the VC, when we started this project, we said we need to start to demystify the maths to a big extent. It's always this belief that women cannot do science and maths. It's only men that can do that. And then there's also, on top of that, also a cultural notion or biases that only certain people and racial groups can exceed in maths, which is absolutely so far from the truth, because we have seen across the world and in South Africa brilliant black female scientists. But however, we need to do much more, starting actually preschool, right through primary school, secondary school, high school, etc. And then there's also the gender stereotyping. I've mentioned the fact that sometimes it's being said that women are less intellectually or intellectual than men. And sometimes we believe that is said about women, which is not true. And to make it even worse, we start to believe it in such a way that we refrain from taking up the roles and positions and qualifications that we would actually be able to excel in. Our problem is deeply rooted in the education system. If we think back of what apartheid education system did to all groups in this country, where especially black children were exposed to poor teaching quality because our teachers didn't have the same privileges to be trained. And that cycle was actually being kept in place. If we think that only 12% of grade 1 learners entering the school eventually will reach matric, and then I'm not even talking about how many of them will really take maths and STEM-related subjects, neither the ratio between boys and girls. Sadly, we have indeed experienced the dropping pass rates and the uptake of maths, chemistry, and physics in this country. So currently, what does a pass mean? in math subjects, the minimum score for a mathematics passing grade is 30%. Now, I ask the question, what about the other 70%? Would you like to undergo surgery with a doctor that only passed 30% of his or her degree, operating on your brain, or a pilot that only obtained 30% in his exam? What about the other 70% that's missing? So, participants, colleagues, this is not good enough. Obviously, often when he speaks to us, to colleagues, to the SRC students, he said, we need to restore black excellence in everything that we do. There's no reason to think that we should be happy with a 30% pass rate. What do we expect? How do we perceive our learners if we say we think 30% is okay? I really think it's an injustice that we are doing to our next generations. So I refer to the fact that there's a drop in the enrollments of maths. And if we look here, in 2021, roughly 250,000 matric students enrolled for maths for the 2021 exam, more than 11,000 fewer than in the previous year, 2020. And if we look at the mathematics literacy enrollments for the same period, there was an increase of more than 9,000 learners taking that. And we know that it does not give them entrance into STEM-related qualifications and careers. So if we look at girls globally, and this brings me to where I want to go to with this presentation, worldwide there's only an uptake of 30 to 38% of girls in STEM-related subjects. Those who are there, they do actually exceptionally well. For instance, they are, when you look at the graduate outputs, the graduates that pass with extinctions or cum laude, many more than men. But going back to where their careers end, and we've heard our keynote speaker also mentioning the same trends, they don't reach the tops in senior management positions, especially in STEM-related careers and professions, for some other reason. And what is that reason? It's so many systemic related problems that hinder them and impact negatively on them, that they don't even reach, in some instance, middle management positions. The hard truth is indeed that even if women are graduated in STEM-related subjects, they are often paid less while they work much harder, because we believe that we need to prove ourselves all the time to justify our positions. And therefore, we quite often work so much harder that it leads to burnout and other emotional trauma. In fact, worldwide, on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that men earn. I'm sorry if some of the men feel here offended this morning, but this is what the stats are telling us. But what does it say to our, I just want to say, just touch upon those two other issues as well. There are indeed more hungry women that are illiterate and who never ever will earn any property. And it's those issues that lead to GBV, because they don't have the agency to be assertive enough and to stand on their own feet. And therefore, there's a vicious cycle that we keep in society. So we really hope that conferences like what we're having here today will once again draw the sensitivity to those matters that is really needed. But what does it do to the psyche of women? Having said less girls in those subjects, the fact that there are still inequalities in terms of salaries and positions for women, it sometimes implies that we as women become less assertive. We feel sorry for ourselves. This morning I listened to, when I was driving to work, a conversation between Advocate Modonsela and Advocate Dali Mpofu, where it was mentioned that some senior people in the country said that they don't like her features. And a whole conversation about that. And the moment when she started to be assertive, it was said, go and take a deep breath and come back. And that is what often happens when women, we are different from men. Sometimes we do get a bit more excited about things. Then we are told, no, relax, don't get so excited about this and that. So the gender stereotyping is something that still lives with us. So if you can't be assertive, what happens? Your self-esteem drops and you start to believe, but you cannot do it. And it often leads to gender identity crisis, sexual identity crisis. If you are too assertive, then people feel threatened by you. They think you are just climbing the ladder and you're selfish. So it's all those contradictions sometimes that we are battling with. And as I've said, it's that whole feeling of, I'm not okay. Others are okay, but I'm not okay. So what did CPUT did in acknowledging all of those matters? Because we had various seminars and occasions where, with the leadership of the Vice-Chancellor, we discussed those issues. And one of the things that we decided that we can do is really to reconceptualize where we want to go with STEM and how can we contribute by empowering teachers and learners, specifically female learners, so that they can be in a position to qualify for STEM-related careers and qualifications so that they can earn more, so that they can be empowered and not be victims of GBV because they are dependent on others to look for them and provide for them. So there are a couple of projects that we have started, and I just want to say that over the last 2 years, VC, we have succeeded in attracting, it's now close to 6 million rand for what we call the VC's prestigious STEM school project. We also work with the schools in the surrounding to make this a reality. But if we look at, and I'm just going to mention a few, there is, for instance, the energy efficiency project with rural communities that we are running. There's the so-called grade 12 revision or second chance matric, which the intent is for learners, and we really appeal to girls to make use of this opportunity to better their matric results, to be allowed into STEM subjects or courses at CPUT. And this is also funded by the CETA and especially the ETDP CETA. Then we have the so-called National Science Week every year for grade 10 and to 12 learners. And our footprint is actually broadening in this regard. We have centers in Beaufort West, Laingsburg, George, sponsored by the Department of Science and Technology, where we have expos and workshops and talk to learners, questions, their concerns, their excitement about science, and give them that space to interact with knowledgeable colleagues of the university. Then the VC already mentioned his prestigious postgraduate project, and what we have seen there is indeed that the females are doing exceptionally well. they really also complete their PhD studies within the time frames. Lately, we have also been asked by MTN, and it's a very exciting project. They came to us as the first and the only university currently in South Africa, if not on the African continent, where they are going to look at our final year female graduates in the faculties of engineering and applied sciences, to mentor them and to make sure that they are groomed for the industry and especially ready to take up more senior positions, because they have a problem. They don't see senior black women coming through and take up those specific positions. I've spoken about most of them. The other one that is also very exciting is the project. It's normally happening over Saturdays, and there are more than 1,300 learners in that project from our immediate catchment area. And our students from the chemistry department, they act as tutors also for those learners. And this project has also been expanded to very poor communities and schools in the Philippi, Crossroads, just to mention but a few of the areas that we really try to make a difference. And the Saturday classes, what is beautiful about the project is quite often in some of our schools, learners are being taught science subjects of chemistry and physics, but they are not exposed to the practical part of laboratory work and hardly ever have the opportunity to see it in real action. And they have access to our laboratories that they can come and see and experience. And the feedback is just amazing to hear what those learners have to say. Then the education faculty also has a project for especially novice teachers in STEM-related subjects. And that project goes into Malmesbury, the West Coast, Cederberge, and Vredenburg. That is where the footprint is. We also have, and this is one of the last projects that I will be focusing on, in Koffingwaba. We got a wonderful project going there with a school that is doing exceptionally well and funded by CETA in robotics and programming. And once again, we focus specifically on the girls, not that we are neglecting the boys, but we want to make sure that we develop that kind of pipeline that will be ready, will have the confidence to enroll for such qualifications. So how will this help us empowering our girls economically to stand up against GBV? We hope that this project will give them agency. All the tools on which level, cognitive, psychosocial, to take responsibility for their own life, that they realize and understand. I'm not a victim of any circumstances. I am enough, as what we've heard here this morning. That freedom, that I can move on, I can move out of where I'm currently sort of caught in. It will bring a better balance in society, and women will become better role models for their children, whether they have their own children or their teachers or educators. And, very important, not see themselves as only a sex object and not having a say about their future and destination. With that, I want to thank you, Nkosi Bayadanki. I hope that you will all be ambassadors to empower girls and women to take up their role in the STEM space, and because that will be a game changer for our society. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Prof. Hayes Swimmer. I must say it's commendable the work that you are doing in advancing STEM, in advancing and ensuring that we have equality when it comes to representation of women or girl child in a space of STEMI. Thank you very much, Prof. In fact, as you were presenting, a part of me was asking myself, why should we just have professors in universities? Can't we have professors in schools? I was asking, how do you begin to instill and inculcate that passion about science, because they only get exposure to this only later on. But also I had an answer to say the systems that we have created unfortunately reproduce, as they try to come up with solutions, they reproduce the inequalities. Because if you look at the salary of a teacher and a salary of a professor in a university, it's two different things. So that goes back to what Professor Nhlapo said. We must be asking new questions. Because it seems the questions that we have been asking are not giving us resolutions and solutions on what we need to achieve. Importantly, also taking us back to goal 4, which is about the education per se. Unfortunately, also as we engage with goal 4, we normally focus on access to education. And rarely do we engage on success in education. And access, it's not just about access for scholars, access for students in universities. It inculcates or includes also access of women in education. Success also of women in education. At the core of our problems is the education systems that we are having. You've echoed, and I'm also trying to figure out where is the other 70%. And if CPUT is talking about the 4th industrial revolution or the 5th industrial revolution, how are we going to do this revolution without scientists which are advancing that? So that means we will remain as followers as South Africa, and that's not the sustainable way of achieving what we want to achieve, to be recognized as a first world country. I'd like to also invite Professor Nhlapo to come on stage so that we can start with the engagement. And I'm going to open the floor. I'm not sure, Tumisho, do you have roving mics? Thank you. Interesting morning, thought-provoking presentation. Professor Nduna reminding us that GBV is not about just sexual harassment. It's very broad. And it intersects with a number of things. And also reminding us to just look at gender. As we engage with gender-based violence, we are limiting ourselves. But we also need to engage on the intersecting identities. Because by virtue of being a woman, by virtue of being young, by virtue of being a non-South African citizen, you might be exposed to more GBV in comparison to other people. With that said, I'm going to open the floor for engagement. I'm going to take the first 3 hands, and after that, I'm going to pass it back to the respondents, and after that, depending on the time that we have, I will open the floor again. Can we have the questions, the roving mics, where are they? So we have the first person over there, second, third person? Just 2? Okay. Please proceed with your question. Can I please ask you to use a mic, because also for our online.
I tried, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, should I go?
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, MZ, for outlining the systemic violence and also focusing on maternity. Maternity is actually a barrier to career development for women, and that needs to be addressed urgently. Maternity leave in itself has been misconstrued as a benefit. It's not. It's modern day slavery. Because when women are on maternity leave, it is not a statutory requirement for them to be paid. The question you should be asking is why? In this country, we have a framework for gender equality in the workplace that was promulgated in 2002. We also have a Basic Conditions of Employment Act, but women are still suffering. As women, we can no longer afford to actually put our lives in the hands of men who are policy developers. We have to be game changers. What is entailed in the Basic Conditions of Employment Act is actually the basics. Nothing stops us as women in strategic conversations to take these conversations forward. I know of academic institutions where, for instance, the family responsibility leave is 25 days. If those two institutions are able to do it, why can't we do it as other institutions? Secondly, who decided on the 4 months maternity leave? Pregnancies are unique. They are never the same. We need to engage obstetricians in that process to make sure that the women are healthy. But definitely 4 months is not on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the input. Over to you, sir.
Enkosi kakhulu igama lam ndinguludo. Mandithathe lithuba kuqala ndibulele ngethuba endilifumeneyo. Uxolo ndizawuthetha ilanguage yam. Thathe lithuba ndibulele ngelithuba silifumeneyo nangokutya besandukutya apha ekuseni basingabanye siyagqibelisa ukutya khona. Okwesibini futhi elithuba lihle that imanagement yesikolo nenqununu lapha phambi kwethu ba masiraise ezi zinto. Bendicinga ngelixesha achazayo nge-institutions nabantwana that were violated. I-recent student ebesiviolatiwe in one of our residences at D6 that the managers never exposed the person owayiviolate student wasidlwengula akathetha kalinto njenge-university engathi aphi aba bazwa kakhulu bangabani yayilwa i-GBV but abakathethi into bangabana benze intoni ngaloo mntana baze forward ukuthi eyaququzelwa sithi nafuthi. Second thing to that, as I think Prof Nduna ethetha kakuhle bangabana women needs to be empowered and stuff. Sithetha nawe njengoku in April i-date isiphumile. Students sigqibile ukufunda bezingalala ubusuku bonke. Azizufumana certificate zihambe ziyofumana umsebenzi. Bazokondla imilomo eyi-15 back home because of intoni bayatyala amatyala athile apha esikolweni. So zinkalo ezo funeka sizivalele nanjengoko umama besandothetha ngoku ngento edibene ne-systematic because that is a financial exclusion ebangela uba makubekho lo issue njengangoku. And mna ndinguludwe neqembu lankanye neqala abanye abafundi abakhoyo apha phakathi kwethu apha esi-PUT sinabantwana ebesibondla thina ngemali zethu sisenza unako uba bane-shelter under their own heads. Institution nenqununu yesikolo engakwaziyo ukubanika indawo zokulala kufuneka thina sibakhusela abantwana ukwenzela okokuba ngabana bangabikho exposed kwi-GBV. Zizinto ke zifama zibhintsiswe apha ngaphambili zithethwe sixoxe ngazo ngoba zizinto zenzeka imini nobusuku benza izinto ucala abangasi-include ze ekugqibeleni bona abantwana baphuhla amehlo bajonga apha kuba thina masibancede. Thina ke siwillinge futhi ubanceda abantwana but bendifuna uba ngabana mna inqununu yesikolo iqinisekisa uba ngabana nyani ayithethwa only lento ezincwadini ithethwa kwi-platform ezimile kubunje kodwa yena uyakwazi ukuya ojoga and assess i-situation enzekayo kwezi ndawo abantwana abahlala kuzo. Ndigqibile enkosi okwangoku.
Enkosi kakhulu, is there any question before I ask the VC to respond? Can you please wait for the mic?
Thank you. Just one thing came up for me when you spoke about the issue of professors and teachers being paid radically different figures. What I'm wondering is, do you think it's possible to actually change this within a capitalist framework where we're motivated by profits over planet and people, or do we really need to start revisiting how we structure our economy to solve some of these problems? Thank you.
I hope that question is not directed at me, ne? I'm just an MC, ne? Thank you for the question. I'm going to hand over to the VC to engage because the question was directed to Ingununu on the student question that he posed. I don't think I need to translate. The VC will engage further. And then the last question that has been asked, I'm going to pass it to all the panelists to actually respond. Over to you, VC.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me attempt the questions that were actually directed towards me. I think the question was actually under financial exclusion. As an institution, there is a standing council resolution around the whole question of exclusion. No student who is academically progressing will be excluded at CPUT. I think we should actually look at that in line with the whole question of academically progressing. And unfortunately, the challenge that you have is that you have some students who are not academically progressing. You have students who have been here for 8 years. He has not mastered first year. And that becomes a problem because we do have other first entering students coming from matric that need to be accommodated. But all in all, if you look at facts and figures, and you look at our enrollment, we have actually over 100%. Yesterday when I checked, we are at around 108 in terms of returning students, in terms of first entering students. So all in all, we got numbers. I think the very small grouping that you can talk about, that of course they are actually trying to see how they can screen and help. That grouping, in many cases, are students who are not really qualifying at all, particularly on the issue of having been here for a number of years and the progress not being satisfactory. If we have been here for 2 years, but in the 2 years we haven't passed a single module, that is a problem. The second question that I wanted to talk about is the whole question of fundraising. As a chief fundraiser of the institution, I can safely say that when you look at the missing middle, as an institution, we have raised over 150 million to assist students. In fact, even yesterday I was signing some to assist students who are academically progressing, and of course, we are not saying people who are getting distinction, but there should be a progress of some sort, and we are assisting those students. And this, I must actually say, if there is a list that is being mentioned, can be forwarded to my office, and we'll look at it from that particular creed to say, are you academically progressing? If you are not, if you are, then of course, even if you're owing the institution, there is a standing council resolution that matter. The other aspect that I wanted to talk about is that the issue of residences is very, very close to us. In fact, in council itself, we had a fiscal planning committee, we also have a subcommittee, but we also have a management committee that is looking at the whole question of residences. And we always say, and I always say to my executive, that's the acid test. If your son or your daughter cannot stay in this res, don't expect anybody else's child to. And I think this is in line with the doctrine of in loco parentis that I was talking about in the morning. And I must say that each and every senior manager at CPUT, they have adopted residence. I have what's called Adopt a Residence program. You should know exactly what is happening in the residences. People like Dr. Pau here, they have adopted two postgraduate residences, and it's their business to report to management about the going-ons. What happened over the weekend in that particular residence? There are issues that are on my table. Are you aware of those particular issues? Is learning still taking place because residences are now a learning site? Is that still continuing? Is the environment conducive for learning to take place in that particular site? So those are the issues that I wanted to comment about. Let me, before I pass the mic, also comment about the whole question of our national system of innovation, in particular around the issues of women and their progress, particularly around the NRF rating and the others. I used to work for the NRF, and I remember at the time we used to have Women in Research program. And Women in Research program, which was part of Tutuga as a program, of which I was a manager, we used to take those peculiar circumstances that inhibit female from progressing into account. When I arrived at this institution, we started the same, which was called Women in Research Association. And at the time, there were two universities that I'm saying we learn a lot from. So it was us as well as Rhodes. Because Rhodes at the time was actually having that organization of women who were supporting each other in terms of their research. And I can tell you all of them today are professors, some of them are vice chancellors. But this was a group of very strong women who were supporting each other in terms of actually applying for grants and also writing research proposals. I used to go straight to Rhodes to go and actually help them. When I was appointed here, I started the same, and the rest is history. If you can talk about people who are DVC at other institutions, who were deans here, when I arrived here, they were not even having a rating, but it was that particular seed that was actually planted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof?
Program Director, I would like to respond to the question about professors in the school system. I think we know it's very difficult to answer that question in terms of money, but what I do believe, and I've seen this in specifically in Japan, where what they do is that they will take really good professors, senior lecturers, and go and teach occasionally in these schools. So for me, that's a very innovative way that learners are exposed to first of all the role models, and secondly also to hear a good lecturer, teacher explaining science, maths, chemistry to them. I think that is indeed something that we should aspire to do. Same with our first year students. We have a system where the professors, they must do research and write articles, but hardly ever some of them teach first year courses because they only want to teach postgrads. While we need actually the best lecturers to teach first year students. So I think that is something how we can assist in really making that true, your suggestion, Brightness, but maybe in a different format. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Nduna?
Thank you very much. So I'm going to comment on two of the conversations. The one is on what is happening in our institutions. We need to imagine that our institutions are microcosms of the macrocosm. So what is happening in our institutions of higher learning is actually influenced by what is happening outside of our institutions. So the challenge that all our institutions, I want us to imagine that it is actually all institutions that have a problem with accommodation on campus. And they are experiencing this problem because of poor planning. And this lack of planning results from not paying attention to evidence. researchers have told this country and other countries that there is coming what they called a youth bulge. It's something that demographers have presented to the policymakers, that because of the ways in which reproduction rates happen in Africa, we're going to have a lot of young people during this time. We knew it long time ago. 50 years ago, they knew that there will be more young people than older people. And when the HIV pandemic started, again, they reprofiled. The demographers told us the same thing, that because of the impact of HIV/AIDS on the parents, we will have more young people who don't have parents, who are not supported, where there is not enough cash for them. But because of the demographics and more young people, planners failed to plan for our institutions and build residencies. All of them. In this country right now, the Forte Alice campus is the only campus in the whole country of the 26 universities that can accommodate 80% of its students on campus. So why is that the case? Why is it only one? And don't talk about what is happening in East London. It's a different story. We don't even have a res in East London. But 80% of the students who are registered at Forte in the Alice offerings, in the faculties in Alice, can stay at res. There is no other university in this country that can do that. So it's not a problem of CPUT alone. So what it means is we need to go back to proper planning, because there is a higher demand for access to education, to institutions of higher learning. We see it not only with res, we see it also with tuition. There's a higher demand for access to programs, but there are no classrooms. So in January, in all the universities, students are sitting on the floor, all of them, not only CPUT, right? So this is a national crisis. It needs to be dealt with at a national level. Because otherwise, if we try to deal with it in our institutions, we are not going to make much progress. Also because the way we have set up our institutions from a fiscal point of view, they are not allowed to make profit. And by that I mean they are not allowed to keep money and use this money to make more money so that they have money to build their own infrastructure. Right? So we function on an annual budget with grants that need to be spent and finished. So again, it's a national thing. They are promoting a system where universities live from hand to mouth, because you can't use this money to keep it and make more money. Because otherwise you saw, I think it was Northlink that invested money that they got, and they were in the news for misconduct, like they are being penalized and charged for doing what you and I would think, but it's a sensible thing. It's a right thing. Take the money, buy shares, make more money, build residents. That's not how the government thinks. The government thinks, take the money, spend it, finish it, give us a report, right? So we need to think about the things that are beyond the control of the managers of our institutions and address these at that level, where actually these policies that bind the vice chancellors and the councils of our universities from doing what you and I think it's a sensible and right thing to do. So again, that is a conversation that I think needs to happen between the universities, the senior managers, and the student leadership, because more often than not, student leadership come and goes. And so those who understand what has happened this year, 2 years later, they are raising the same issues because this conversation was not part of, they were not part of when it happened. So those are some of the things that I was thinking.
I'm going to give you 1 minute. We're competing with tea.
Because on the motherhood penalty. So it is true that we do have this issue on the motherhood penalty. One of the things that I suggested in my presentation is that to follow up on the national policy, we need to have national instruments that apply to all the universities. I'll give you an example. We just appointed a senior secretary in my faculty. The senior secretary came from another university, and when she started in our faculty, she was pregnant and she was going to need to go on leave in 2 months' time. Now, our university policy says you should have been employed here for 6 months to be eligible for paid maternity leave. So we are penalizing this staff member for taking a better opportunity. So she should have stayed in that university where she was, because there she was going to qualify for maternity. By making the choice to take up this position, which is senior, she's now losing on the benefit. And yet, if we had one maternity policy for all the universities, you move with your leave from the different universities. You don't have to, to juggle and debate whether I should leave CPUT in November or wait for my maternity leave and then leave in March when I've already exhausted my maternity leave here. Because that time, the position is leaving at 40, we're giving it to somebody else, right? And yet, if we had one policy that applies to all, when you apply to another university, when you get there, we recognize the leave accumulation from the university that you are coming from, and we credit you for that. You come here today, tomorrow you go on maternity leave, we'll see you in 4 months' time with paid leave.
Thank you, Professor Nduna. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We've reached the end of our second session. Tea will be served. As stated earlier, there are 4 points. For tea, 2 will be at the wings, 2 wings of the auditorium, and then the other one will be served at the sports hall. Please, let's come again in this venue at 11:40. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, professors.
Back on track with time.
Yes, we are.
Testing 1, 2. I am audible and everyone is moving into their seats and coming inside. Yeah, he is here. He spoke to us. He forgot his presentation, but I told him what to speak about. I gave him some notes, so he is present. Right, colleagues, I think I am going to start. My OCD will get the better of me if we do not adhere to our very strict program that we have this morning and going into the afternoon. Again, I would like to say greetings, goeiemorgen, good morning, Molweni and Sawubona to everyone, and especially to our esteemed guest, our Vice Chancellor, all the institutional managers, our keynote speakers, and all scholars, colleagues, academics, and researchers here this morning. I am Clive Brown, and I'm based within the Faculty of Education on the Mowbray campus, and my job is simply I teach teachers how to teach, if I have to introduce myself. We are now going to move into the second session, everyone, the third session that speaks to gender-based violence interventions and intersectionality through cross-sectional voices, meaning that a dialogical engagement will be happening, and we will have 3 sets of speakers talking to us about the different studies happening. And I am going to hand over firstly to our very first speaker, Mr. Kgotatso Mapha-Hlele from the University of Limpopo. Where is our speaker? If I could ask him to please come on stage. And the title of the presentation, before he goes into the presentation, he will just briefly give a bio of who he is and a bit about the University of Limpopo, but the title of this specific presentation is Lived Experiences on Discriminations and Hate Crimes, a study of gays and lesbian students from a South African university. Very insightful. Mr. Kgotatso, to the stage. A round of applause, everyone.
Thank you very much, Clive. Maybe if I may reintroduce myself. My name is Kgotatso Mapha-Hlele. My affiliation is with the University of Limpopo. My preoccupation at the moment is looking at representation and how it influences public perceptions, especially when it relates to violence. And in response to the theme of this conference, of this Indaba, if I may say. The title of our study is, or so to say, the scope of our study is looking at the experiences of specifically the gay and lesbian students at the University of Limpopo. It's a manifestation of gender violence that happens within the institutions that we find ourselves in as policymakers, as scholars, and as activists. As indicated earlier in the previous dialogues on perhaps the state of the universities as they are and the society, they very much mirror the society we live in. They are, so to say, the microcosms of the society. And South Africa as a country, we understand we're buried canons and canons of violence that goes over centuries, which were perhaps never adequately addressed, and the violence continues to manifest to this day. And in research undertakings that we've been engaged in, we do find how violence continues to find expression, especially in universities. And in our undertaking, we do find that specifically or collectively the LGBTIQ community is one identity that cuts across various intersections of identity and violence. That is, through the identity, violence is thrown to particular bodies. And in this intervention, our study is continuous, as an ongoing study. First set of study was completed in 2018. And when the call for more voices on the condition of the academy came, we went on again to do more interviews with students within the university. And up to so far, the study has engaged with a total number of 12 students who identify either as gay or as lesbian. And in our findings on the interactions we've been having with students is that there seems to be a consistency in the patterns that we're dealing with across various institutions. When the first study was concluded, we did pay notice to this very same institution's position on the gender neutrality pronouns of students who are affiliated with university and perhaps maybe members of the academy. And just a few minutes ago, I was in conversations with Musa, asking if what we have paid notice of as a step in the right direction by this Cape Peninsula University of Technology is not only something that sticks in paper and policy, but that is practicalized. And I'm not sure if I did receive a positive comment to that, to say it is a practical reality in the institution. But other findings indicate that in as much as students are a migrant community, the condition of university residences, in as much as they become spaces where violent find expressions, remains even when generations and generations come in and out of the academy. And perhaps there is a need as institutions to look at the policies in which govern the residences of various campuses. And in doing so, perhaps we need to pay notice to the second aspect that comes or moves with the need for paying attention to what we do in our residences, and that comes to issue of securitization and policing. To say, in our findings, some students do have, difficulties in terms of access to their residences. This is because sometimes the officials who are placed as security officers in university residences need perhaps to be trained on how we relate with a diverse university community and the different kind of communities that exist within and outside of the academy. And again, to reiterate on the condition of securitization of the university community, what we've also observed is, while the intention might be for security purposes, the consistent trend is that the policing is more directed towards policing political mobilization and student movement around campus. And honestly, the livelihood of students do not come as a primary condition in most cases. And this securitization makes it difficult for political mobilization in universities because the mobilization must happen under particular guarded circumstances. And therefore, any kind of political mobilization against a particular phenomenon is regulated in particular ways that often restrict the full commitment to a struggle. We're therefore bound to find ourselves in institutions that continue to take the form and character that brings us here, calls us to this kind of dialogues. And perhaps if maybe we could look into how we police and how we administer the securitization and movement of peoples and persons within the university so that they do not hinder in any movement that seeks to move towards liberation. Some of our findings was that most institutions do not have designated offices that will say perhaps your gender equity unit or your gender desk, which are put in place specifically to look into any questions that might relate to gender-based violence in universities. So, and that also, brings into light the shortfalls in terms of policy, and also the shortfall of policy itself in regulating behavior. So the condition we're also dealing with is the condition of behavior of individuals who, with or without policy, would come with their own prejudice into institutions, as with the nature of prejudice. And now the difficulty with regulating behavior then makes it difficult to really guarantee the safety of students in university campuses, and especially in the case of our exploration of gay and lesbian students in university campuses. And in trying to find a way forward and trying to craft new patterns of engaging the question of gender-based violence in universities, we do reiterate that institutions which do not have in place structures and policies which address and speak to the question of violence as a challenge that seeks to continue to find expression in institutions. We need to perhaps also find examples of how other interventions are coming from, particularly in our exploration, we understand that our scope is coming from a historically black institution. And the impression is that what happens in historically black institutions often is not what happens in a historically white institution. And therefore, if there could be an institutional exchange of ways and forms of doing things, perhaps we could work towards finding better alternatives to gendered violence in institutions of higher education and training. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a seat here, please? Have a seat. We actually still had 4 minutes left. Colleagues, that was a presentation. Well done to Mr. Khotatso, right? I quickly want to do a review of what was spoken about. The title of the presentation is Lived Experiences, Meaning Phenomenology on Discriminations and Hate Crimes, a study of gays and lesbian students from a South African university. And if I briefly reflect on his presentation, he spoke about the public's perception about the site where learning takes place. Gender-based violence in university, and this one university. He spoke about the microcosm of society, not really or readily prepared for what is called diversity when coming into a higher education space of learning. The participants in the study were 12 students, and there's findings, consistency, and patterns across HEIs. The matter of pronouns came up. Historical trends remain the same. A review of policy needs to take place within the institution. Professional development by managers is needed, using formal curriculum to construct dialogue on matters such as GBV. And the findings also indicates that institutional centers or spaces of learning to aid to cases of GBV is non-existent. And then lastly, a review of the learning environment, which is the historically black institutions and white institutions, that needs to look at, are we addressing matters of this nature where GBV is concerned? So thank you very much to you. We are now going to move straight ahead on this train, and we're going to go straight into the second presentation that speaks to gender-based violence against men and boys, a hidden problem. Also from one of our colleagues at the University of Limpopo, Mr. Mandlonkosi Mbateni. Mandlonkosi, welcome to CPUT, and a warm welcome to him, everyone.
Thank you. Let's put in the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Bantabatili Toba, this will sell to Okona. As I've just been introduced, my name is Mandlenkosi, surname Mpateni. I've written a number of papers on this issue of gender-based violence, particularly on the child sexual offenses. Even my PhD, which I just submitted, is based on the child sexual offenses. I've presented some papers nationally and internationally. So today, I will be talking to gender-based violence against men and boys. Okay, before I can go to that, there is this clip I just want to play. Sorry, can you please help me with playing this?
So what happens is?
I need to move it. Okay, I want to move it.
This one?
Yes, okay, this is one, but I just want to move it to these seconds.
This one?
Yeah, I want to move it to, okay, I'm just going to tell you.
Is it this one?
Yes, it's this one, no, this one. I want to move it into 7:30 to 9.
Okay, so there's a video that needs to play. Let me just see. Eugene, can you move the video to?
Gonna move. the video. What is happening here, I just wanted to portray you some of the cases, because there are some stories that you are not aware. There are cases that are taking place whereby the men or the females, so the males are suffering the abuse at the hands of their female partners. So I just wanted to play a few clips based on that, so that we can see that these are some of the issues that men outside are dealing with them. So that was the first case. Then the second case, we also have a case whereby we have a second case whereby a male person took his partner to the university, paid his tuition, and also borrowed the brother-in-law about 10,000 rand. Then after the partner has finished or almost done with the course, then left the guy. And the guy. So what happened with the guy? Because the guy met this person, they were both, they didn't have parents both, so I would say they were both orphans when they met. So then the guy realized that, you know what, if you still are interested to continue to pursue your studies, you can continue to study, then I'll make arrangement so that I can pay you fees. So because both of them, did not have parents. So what happened now? This guy, after the lady just left him, the impact that has done with him, it left him in a way, in a manner that at some point he was suicidal, and at some point he bought petrol and went to the house wanting to burn the family of the girl. But because it came to his mind that no, there are people who are innocent there. There are people who did not hurt him, so that wouldn't be doing justice if he continues with that. But again, we do not know with other people. We don't know with other men who might have suffered some abuse through their partners, what they would have done. So some men will continue burning the house, which would resulting in burning everybody who were innocent. So in some cases, we see men physically abusing their partners because of the abuse that they suffer themselves under these female partners of them. So these are just one of the stories that I wanted to portray with this video. Unfortunately, we are having some technical problems with that. Then when I was coming here, on my way coming here, I was reading a newspaper. In this newspaper, there were these two children from KZN. So they were going towards the United Nations, I think it's at the US, where they were presenting their what happened, they invented a watch and a necklace. So in this watch, that watch, it has got a panic button. Then the necklace has got a video where it videoizes everything that is happening on. So I want us to commend those two students. That is a good initiative where we use technology in order to deal with GBV. We understand what's going on now. In particular, we know that in our country it is not safe, in particular for female children. It is not safe. Now having that watch, if we know that if there's a problem called a panic button that we can press, then it takes that information to police. So that is a commendable action that we need to applaud. Now coming to my presentation, an untold suffering of male abuse in the hands of female. So we understand that the GBV against women and girls is commonly known as the most visible manifestation of inequality based on the gender. The contestation of this study is that gender inequality in which women have more harmful power over men is not widely known or researched. So according to Costa, according to all these authors that I've cited here, 19 studies highlighted that 1 in 5 men were victims of intimate partner violence. So also, Kumar 2012 predicted that GBV perpetrated by women against men would have far-reaching consequences for society and relationship between men and women. So I believe that if we were to deal with the GBV, in particular gender-based violence against women and female children, we need to deal with it at the grassroots. We need to understand the onset of it. We need to understand the causes of it. Otherwise, if we don't understand the causes of it, if we don't understand the onset of it, we won't win against this battle. In order for us to win this battle, we need to ask ourselves questions. We need to probe ourselves. At some point, we are going to have to talk about topics that we don't want to talk about them. There are issues that we wouldn't want to accept them, but we need to talk about these issues if we really want to end this GBV scourge. Okay, thank you. I'll pay later on. Thank you. So these are some of the cases of the GBV against men. Well, these studies were done in English-speaking countries. They were not done here in South Africa, which I would say we still need to have some studies that are done within the South African context. So in these cases that I just portrayed here, these are some of the cases of the research that have been done by others in the English-speaking countries. So we have this case here. She was trying to break the restraining order, and the police just told me, "Oh, man up," or "Who are you? You are so pathetic that you cannot protect yourself against a girl." They described how gender bias provided their partners with an opportunity to use the law of services against them as a weapon, and that this continued after the relationship. This is the second story. She caught on really quickly that the cops were here early, that even if I called them, she could use them, and who they were there to serve her interest and not mine. So these are some of the cases that men suffer here. Because if the male victims of GBV, they are not attended to, this could have an everlasting impact on themselves, which would end up making them behaving in a manner that they would not have behaved should they have been dealt with when they were reporting these cases. So what happens here now? We need to have an organization where it deals, when we deal with gender-based violence, we shouldn't deal, I understand that mostly females are the victims. However, when we deal with this issue, we need to be very careful and understand that also men are affected. So when we are having institutions that addresses this issue, they must also be trained on how they deal with men. So if a man is reporting this case at police station, the police officers must be well trained to know how do they handle it. If there are institutions that deals with victims of GBV, those institutions must also be trained in a way that they will also be able to address if a male person also comes with this similar issue that a female person would also have. So female violence to men. According to Bandeli and Bandeli 2017, divorced women use children to subjugate fathers in order to maintain power over their ex-husband. He goes on to say that men are subjected to psychological, physical, and in some cases, sexual violences by women. So, these authors acknowledge that while sexual violence is most committed by men against women, there is a substantial evidence that members of both genders can be perpetrators or victims of sexual violence. So now looking at the perceptions of violence, so Walker and others state that society's perception of violence, victimization as a female issue has resulted in the development of research perspectives, tools, and methodologies that fail to capture the holistic scope of male victimization. Now, if we're going to look at the GBV as a female issue only, that is why today we are struggling, or we do not have much research on the gender-based violence against men. So the tools that we are having now, the methodologies that we are using now, are only skewed in a way that they look at the issues that affect only females, which fails now to address the issues that face the male people also. So males are subjected to a variety of forms of direct abusive behavior, including physical, sexual, and verbal abuse, coercive control, domination, and manipulation. Hines and Douglas, 2010, described male victims as experiencing extensive, ongoing abuse, spanning psychological, physical, and legal aggression. Now, looking at what happened when men seek assistance, male victims described their experiences with disclosing abuse to disclose family and or friends, or they explained why they did not disclose the abuse. Disclosure from family and friends, including support, surprise, disbelief, victim blaming. So these are some of the issues that they've come across or that they face when they disclose these issues. The male victims who do not report GBV are heavily influenced by societal perceptions that it is something that only happens to women. So these are some of the reasons why males find out that they do not report these issues, because they know that if they report it, they'll be told that, no, these issues only affect women. So if you report this issue, you'll say that you are not a man enough. So they are worried of the stigmatization that they will receive from the society. So because of this societal perception, victims of abuse were hesitant to disclose their abuse. Furthermore, males have have been found to have difficulty articulating abusive behavior against them. Now, looking at the context enabling GBV, the gender-based violence, as it is commonly known, is rooted in previously unequal power relations between men and women. So thus, violence against women and girls is the result of a power imbalance between men and women. Those literature and statistics show that men are primarily the perpetrators of GBV against women. On many counts, men have found themselves victimized the same way as women by their female counterparts. So the studies that resolved that men could be victims of sexual violence and rape, the findings were that 64.5% males who participated were exposed to sexual violence associated with conflict, and 20.2% of male participants reported rape. So most incidents of abuse of men are disregarded. In several cases in South Africa, men are mistreated by their female counterparts. Globally, cases of gender-based violence against men are gradually proliferating. So looking at the trapped in violent relationship, Hines and Douglas discovered that some men are trapped in violent relationship, even though the relationship is dominated by several mental and physical harm. The study also found that these men's first reaction is a desire to leave the relationship, but they are prevented from doing so by their violent partners. The blockade is either physical or, in most cases, psychologically and emotionally tied to their partners, particularly their children. So, however, there are also studies that disagree with this one. There are studies that say that when a man is exposed into GBV, it's easier for them to leave the relationship, even because they have got financial power. Whereas women, when they are exposed to GBV, it's not easier for them to leave the relationship. So they are disagreeing findings on this issue. So coming to the methodology of the study, because this is still an ongoing study, it is still an ongoing study. I'm still working on it. I'm using a systematic review to the study. I'm looking at the studies that have been done by previous researchers. So I'm looking at from the data from 2010 up to 2023. Thank you. That's where the presentation will end.
Thank you very much, Mandla Nkosi. Please have a seat. Do you want to speak with me? I have to speak with you. Okay. Just a second. Colleagues, just give me a second, please. Okay, colleagues, there's a bit of a change to the program, and I will get into it immediately. Mr. Mandla Nkosi, thank you very much for your insightful presentation that speaks to the topic of gender-based violence against men and boys, a hidden problem. I will go into a reflective report as to what Mr. Mandla Nkosi spoke about. We have our Honorable Deputy Minister Buti Manamela, who has joined us here this afternoon. Can you believe we're already in the afternoon slot? And I will hand over to the Honorable Deputy, and then thereafter we will have our third speaker, Mrs. Delisha De Vos. Honorable Deputy, please come to the podium. Thank you. Round of applause. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me firstly extend my greetings to the Vice Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Professor Chris Nhlapo, and also to the academics from various institutions, students also from various institutions. We were fist bumping with the SRC president as I was walking in, and I think it's good to see that we have the student leadership also part of this seminar. But also to the various speakers, guest speakers, distinguished guests.
I'd really like to appreciate this honor and privilege to be part of this research Indaba on gender-based violence. And I've been asked to speak to you under the auspices of the theme marking International Women's Day, with a special focus on eradicating gender-based violence in higher education institutions. And so it's probably important for me to start by stating that International Women's Day has its genesis in the struggle of women for gender equality, reproductive rights, and against violence and abuse. The women's movement that helped originate this day understood that while issues of women are unique to the lived reality of women, they nevertheless emanate from the nature of the societies and the world women live in. And so for this reason, the question of the violence that women are subjected to and the dignity of their bodies is better understood when examined in the context of nature of the societies and world women live in. And I'll try and speak more on this point a bit later on. According to the World Health Organization, over a quarter of women aged between 15 and 49 years who have been in a relationship have been subjected to physical and or sexual violence by their intimate partner at least once in their lifetime since age 15. The prevalence estimates of lifetime intimate partner violence range from 20% in Western Pacific, 22% in high-income countries and Europe, and 25% in the World Health Organization regions of the Americas, to 33% in the World Health Organization Africa region, 31% in Eastern Mediterranean region, and 33% in the Southeast Asia region that are monitored by the World Health Organization. And so if you look at Africa, which is at 31%, the Americas at 33%, and the Southeast Mediterranean at 33%, these are the high numbers. And of course, it does not mean that we understate the 20% in Western Pacific and 22% in high-income countries in Europe and 25% in the Americas. But I thought I should amplify the point of the relationship between gender-based violence and the regions that the World Health Organization has been monitoring. And so they also observe that globally as many as 38% of all murders of women are committed by intimate partners. And so this is actually very, very scary. And in addition to intimate partner violence, globally 6% of women report having been sexually assaulted by someone other than a partner. And although data of non-partner sexual violence are more limited, intimate partner and sexual violence are mostly perpetrated by men against women. It further observes that lockdowns during the COVID-19 pandemic and its social and economic impact have increased the exposure of women to abusive partners and known risk factors, while limiting their access to services. Situations of humanitarian crisis and displacement may exacerbate existing violence, such as by intimate partners as well as non-partner sexual violence, and may also lead to new forms of violence against women. And so that's the international picture. In our country, and I must really applaud you for organizing this seminar, because in my view, I think we really need to look at the numbers and the evidence so that we're able to zoom in areas where we believe the problem is or has become a pandemic, as the president has said. As a country, we're now used to waking up to screaming media headlines, giving blood-curdling details about how the body of a woman has been cut to pieces by an intimate partner and how this body was put in a refrigerator or a luggage bag or dumped in a field. For decades, girls and women in South Africa have endured the risk, violence, and brutality of gender-based violence. The lifetime risk of experiencing gender-based violence is 45.6% for South African women. This is well above the global average of 35%. Sexual gender-based violence and intimate partner violence are amongst the most prevalent forms of gender-based violence in young women aged 16 to 25 years. Our post-school education and training sector has been deeply affected by the scourge of gender-based violence. One such recent case, which we may have read about or seen in television, because I think we need to give an identity to those who are murdered beyond the statistics. And so one recent case is that of a student at Tshwane University of Technology in Ntokozo Xaba who was allegedly stabbed to death by her ex-boyfriend. Like others, the senseless murder of Ntokozo is deeply concerning because our post-school education and training sector is home to more than 2.5 million young people, with 51% of whom are female. It disturbs us that 10% of all reported rape cases originate from young women in the higher education sector. So of all the cases that we know of, 10% of these comes from our universities, from our TVET colleges, and also from our community colleges. And these are not necessarily only young women. They affect academics, they affect laborers, they affect almost everyone who is in our campuses. But what's even more disturbing is observation that only 1 in 10 women report a rape case. And so in furtherance of our country's national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, as a department, we regard gender-based violence as a national emergency. Together with our entity Higher Health over the years, we've made a number of policy, institutional, and programmatic interventions, all of which are intended to create a safe and secure environment for students and staff in the PSET sector. And as part of our policy interventions, in 2020, we launched the Department of Higher Education and Training policy framework to address gender-based violence in PSET and related training sectors. And our gender-based violence policy framework hinges on 3 strategic goals. 1, creating an enabling environment through the development of implementation guidelines, protocols, minimum standards, including capacity development for gender-based programming in PSET institutions. Because if we do not create this environment, we will not have young women or women in general reporting these cases. And if we also do not create this environment, we will not build the confidence that institutions of higher learning, in as much as they are not judicial institutions or criminal institutions or institutions that deals with crime, they ought to give confidence to women in particular, but also men who are victims of some form of gender-based violence. If we do not give them that confidence that our institutions are able to listen to them, but also to provide them with the support that they need, therefore, the battle against gender-based violence cannot be won. But secondly, prevention and awareness through promoting the safety of students and staff by putting in place comprehensive awareness and prevention programs intended to raise awareness of policies and services addressing gender-based violence. And of course, there was a bit of resistance in some of our institutions decrying the fact that they do not have the capacity to do so. But we believe that if we invest resources, it shows commitment that we are headed towards the right direction in dealing with issues of gender-based violence. But thirdly, that we have to support and assist through putting in place supporting and reparative procedures for complainants and or survivors. In support of students, we have developed guidelines and protocols to manage the following: sexual and gender-related misconduct, which set out the procedures for reporting and handling complaints, issues of anonymity and confidentiality, as well as to guide implementation and compliance at institutions. Secondly, we have also, the guidelines also present supportive and protective measures that the institutional responsibility or the institutionally responsible office must implement from the moment a complaint is received and guide on informal and formal procedures available to the complainant. Rape and sexual assault, which guides the institution through the steps required to offer support to victims of rape and sexual assault. And then there's the Code of Ethics, which details what the responsibilities of student leaders and staff are, and how to ensure that contractors and third parties adhere to the gender-based violence guidelines, campus safety, protection on outreach fields, field visit, whistleblowing, staff-student relationships, and the drugs and alcohol policy. There are various practices which we all know, and which we all should speak out against. Some practices include during the reopening of our campuses, wherein student and staff would ask for sexual favors for new students in exchange for accommodation. Some of the practices include, and I know in one of the universities, I wouldn't name the name now, where the entire SRC leadership has been suspended because they were demanding money in exchange for places, for study places. But even more, that this also extends to exchange for accommodation in these institutions. And in some instances, yes, we've had challenges with accommodation at our universities and universities of technologies and TVET colleges. But in other instances, it is because the lack of information and ignorance of new students, fresher, that they're taken advantage of. And I think we need to speak out and deal with those kind of practices. And so these 5 protocols are the following 5 protocols are in development stage and will be released later this year. This includes campus safety and security minimum standards, safety in private accommodation, safety in residences, staff-student relationships, where staff offer marks in exchange for sexual favors. And I think that practice we probably almost all of us are aware of, and I think we need to deal with that. We need to speak out against those kind of relationships. And also is the procedure on the statement of complaint. I had a conversation, Vice Chancellor, with the CEO of Higher Health, and they did a trial at one of the universities to test as to how quickly it is for a student to have access to illegal drugs outside of the campus. 10 minutes for them to have access to drugs that are declared as illegal. And I'm not even talking about alcohol, I'm not even talking about any other form of drugs that are legal. I'm talking about illegal drugs. And this have shown, the accessibility of drugs have been shown to also exacerbate sexual violence or gender-based violence in many of the instances. Because if you investigate some of the cases that have occurred in some of our universities and TVET colleges, drugs and alcohol abuse have been involved. And so I'm not on a moral charade to suggest that students shouldn't drink alcohol or shouldn't smoke cigarettes or use any form or another substances. But of course, we shouldn't abuse those substances. All of you who are students who are here above the age of 18, you can legally do that. But I think it's about us not abusing these substances because they lead to, in one way or another, sexually related violences that occur on our campuses. So I think we need to remind ourselves of that. As it relates to the programmatic interventions, we're implementing various programs and support structures for students and frontline staff at institutions of higher learning. The programs are offered on 420 campuses across the country. A big part of our strategy against gender-based violence involves forging strategic partnerships together with the QCTO and Health and Welfare SETA. Higher Health will offer a certification at NQ5 level 5 upon completion of the 6 models. And I want to encourage students, student leaders, and everyone to avail themselves as peer educators, because what we found out is that if a vice chancellor or deputy minister comes and speak to students about issues related to gender-based violence, sexuality, and all of that, you just see some old men there talking about old people stuff that you do not understand. And so therefore, if engagement is amongst peers, it becomes even much better. And so we provide training through Higher Health for peer educators to provide support to students in general on our campuses so that we're able to create that platform amongst peers to have conversations on issues of sexuality and any other related matter. From 2022, our interventions have yielded the following results. 700,000 students are linked to health, wellness, and psychosocial support and care services through Higher Health's 24/7 toll-free crisis helpline. Most of these students have taken the Higher Health self-administered risk assessment that point to conditions that place some of them in greater danger of gender-based violence. 10,000 Higher Health peer educators, 15 students per campus volunteer to help fellow students be protected from HIV, gender-based violence, and other medical and social challenges. This model of participatory pedagogy enables and empowers educated young South Africans in the PSAT system to reach 10 out of school unemployed young people as well as community members. In 2022, 8,700 frontline staff were capacitated to deal with gender-based violence on campuses. Together with Higher Health, we have also developed a user-friendly gender-based violence self-risk assessment tool that can help to open doors to professional care for vulnerable students. First-year students especially are encouraged to access the self-risk assessment through Higher Health extramural curriculum, dialogues and interventions, and use it as a checklist to identify risk factors. And from an initial 100, we now have more than 6,200 individuals who reported incidents of gender-based harassment, intimate partner violence, and gender-based violence across our campuses, which is a positive sign and bodes well for breaking the silence. But importantly, if we do not deal with the root causes of what leads to gender-based violence and femicide, it generally means that women and men would live under constant fear that at any given moment they may be raped, whether corrective rape, they may be violated because of their sexuality, they may be killed in some instances. And so, these interventions do not remove the element of fear that women and men live with around our campuses. And I was reminded of this element of men also being abused as I was sitting there listening to the latter part of the presentation that just came before. Because in some instances, gay men are harassed. Some of them are violated sexually or physically as a way in which the intention is supposedly to correct their sexuality. And so those are some of the things that we need to confront that we can have these policies, we can have these interventions, we can strengthen security on campuses, we can collaborate with the South African Police Services as we're doing, but the fear element will almost always, until such time we deal with certain root causes that lead to gender-based violence and femicide, that this fear factor will always live with us. And I want to address some elements that addresses exactly what I believe are the root causes of gender-based violence, at least more towards my conclusion. We recognize that there is a big risk if our anti-gender-based violence interventions do not have deliberate focus on ensuring that we instill in young boys the appropriate values that will result in them adopting behavior patterns that respects the bodies of women and the sanctity of their lives. We therefore intend to design programs that will address the issues of toxic masculinity, patriarchy, misogyny, and related problematic social attitudes. And through this, we intend to build our next generation of young men and boys who can become catalysts in the building of a society that respects the bodies of women and values their lives. The religious practices, cultural and traditional practices that enforces, for instance, toxic masculinity. Yes, those traditional practices should be preserved, should be protected, but I think it is important and timeous, particularly as young people, that we speak out against elements of these traditional practices that reinforces toxic masculinity. If a young man goes to the mountain, which is an important traditional practice, of what use and value that practice would be if its intention is to instill in those young men that they are entitled to women bodies, that they have the authority over women, even women who are even much older than them. And this is not only about traditional practices, it also has to do with some of the religious practices, and a whole range of other social attitudes that have been embedded in society and of almost being accepted as truth. But it's also not only about changing the attitudes of young men, it's also about telling young women that you have to stand up for yourself. I've had stories. I was in Mangosuthu University of Technology and various other universities where stories of how gender roles have entrenched themselves on campuses, that young women go there and form part of these relationships, and they essentially assume gender roles that traditionally have been assigned to women. They cook for their university boyfriends. They do the dishes for their university boyfriends. They do laundry for their university boyfriends. And the boyfriend will be chilling there playing Pokemon on his cell phone, you know. And if the girlfriend doesn't want to do those things, she'll either be dumped or she'll be beaten, or any of those. And so these practices also come outside of campuses, of course, that we mimic what happens outside of our campuses. You've come here to study. If you have a boyfriend, he must cook for himself. Okay? If you have a boyfriend, they must do their own laundry. Okay? All right? And if anyone who says to you that they're not going to be dating you, they're going to be dumping you and getting the next one, let him go. All right? And so in as much as research and evidence-based problem solving on this question is important, I also think that we need to deal with the basics. Because it is these basics that will help us to ensure that women do not live in fear. And so, one of the elements which I hope, Prof, that will also help to explore, probably not now, but probably in future, of these Indabas, is the whole question of gender, the gender spectrum, and how our institutions should expressly in their policies, yes, in most it is done, but also in the way within which we organize our institutions, that we need to respect the fact that we have a gender spectrum and that people's sexuality are their choices, and that we should adopt a zero tolerance against those who want to abuse, physically or otherwise, people on the basis of the choice of their sexuality. Why does it interfere with you? What does it have to do with you that I'm gay, I'm lesbian, I'm transsexual, or I am in whatever way in which I wish to be identified? And I think it's important that university and TVET college spaces begin to open up and be owned by all of us who are studying in these institutions, who are working in these institutions, without fear of physical harm, without any fear of violence, or even people losing their lives. And as I indicated in the beginning, I just want to expand on the relationship between the nature of our society and the violence that women are subjected to. We're unfortunately a very violent society, and it's embedded in our history, but hopefully as we move forward into the future, we'll be able to challenge and hopefully deal with the violent nature within which we believe conflicts should be resolved. And you can see it in a whole range of other facets of life. If there's a difference within the family, almost, in many instances, we resort to violence. And I think we need to really deal with that. But my particular focus is violence that women are being subjected to. And so while it is necessary for us to make these policies institutional and programmatic interventions, we're mindful of the fact that the patriarchy and misogyny that pervades our academic institutions has its genesis in the nature of the society that these institutions exist, and not necessarily in the academic institutions themselves. So we're reflecting what happens out there. And to make this point, it's not just the academic institutions that cannot adopt institutional cultures that sustains or normalize the oppression of women or even racism. In South African context, patriarchy and misogyny are interwoven with such grand narratives as racism and the kind of society and economic system that exists. And if we wish to fundamentally change gender relations in society, we must locate the fight against gender-based violence within the broader context to fundamentally alter power relations within South African society. And so those who own the economy, those who bring the money, and I think we may have had that, at least in my generation, men were given the respect and dignity only if they worked, and women had to subject themselves to their husbands. And it's not only a traditional thing, it's also a biblical thing. Women had to subject themselves to their husbands because their husbands are the ones who brings in an income. And so if we alter that, the so-called breadwinner mentality, I'm the breadwinner, so Kaspedi bare sieta holla saka. I'm in charge here because I bring the bread to the table with complete disregard with the kind of work that women are doing that's unpaid. And so we really have to also look into that issue. So the question of gender-based violence should not be an isolated question from the broader economic issues that I believe reinforces some of the practices around gender-based violence. But this is my view, and I hope it helps to contribute in the discussion that you will have. And the outcomes of this Indaba hopefully will help have an impact on zero gender-based violence and femicide, not only in our institutions, but broadly in society. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Colleagues, that was quite an insightful presentation.
Maybe if you understand. Maybe if you have seen my image, if you have heard my cry, I wouldn't be this person. Maybe if you have gave me time to understand myself and understand my duties in this society, I wouldn't be so selfish. But I'm a man, I can't cry. I can't be vulnerable. I can't come out to society and be so much of a crybaby. I am underestimated. My abilities are questioned. Every time I step out, I have to create this image of being a strong man, keep a straight face. But who takes care of my feelings? Who nurtures me while I walk out there in that society that is very ruthless? It owns so much of my emotions. I have to keep up to this fake image. Kaloku indoda ayikhali. Ndingubani mna xa nina ningandiboni. Kaloku mna from ekukhuleni kwam ndibonwa ndingulaa mntu funeka abemisa ikhaya, funeka ndiqinise ingqondo, utata ndikhule ngekho, kodwa funeka ndiyazi indoda mele yenze ntoni, kodwa ndikhuliswe ngumfazi, ndizawuyazi njani loo nto. Amakhaya amanintsi aqhekekile, ootata abekho, abondli kaloku ngamagwala othatha irresponsibility. Kodwa namhlanje ndibekwe phambili esichengeni, nondizinikele ngomzimba wam, ndakhe ikhaya endilazi njani, isitena ndisazi uba simiswa njani. But you are very fast to judge. My actions are very questionable because I do not know a responsibility of a man and a woman must tell me what to do. The pressure in society tells me I cannot be controlled by a woman. So my slap sounds better than my words. I would rather see her bleed than to see her telling me what to do because I have to answer last. Isidima sami ebuhlanti ngumnqwazi yidyasi. Nokuba yena akakwazi utheka ukwenza nantoni na ecang'kwami kwami. I am so forced to take so much responsibility that is so heavy and weighing so hard on me because this society has a lot of expectations. The friends I have need to be so influential that everywhere I go, I'm identified by them. I couldn't go to school, my mom did not work. When I asked to look for my father, they told me, Injaleyo. So I took that identity because that's what I knew. Maybe xa nomsila bazondibuza into eninzi kuba ndizawuqhosha xa ndithanda. But man beyindoda. They took me to the initiation school. They told me how to be strong, how to stand up for myself, but they didn't tell me how to treat them at home. So I came back and became so defensive about who I am. And I forgot that they have feelings too. So I can't be questioned. What I say goes. I am now superior than her, even though she gave birth to me. But ndiyindoda. Sonke uxolwa ngumfazi. Kanbuku unika isipili. Uthi mandizijonge i-identity yam ngamazwi wakho. Ndingulwada. Wathi kwekwe yinja. Khandivumele ke ndivukuvukuza apha ezitratweni zengingqi. Mandingena isango naliphi na umzi kuba lokhu ndingena naphi na. Ayibizwanga invite. Xa ndingena ekhaya ndibhozoma ndifuna ukutya kwam. Zizenzo zenu nithenda inhloko yekhaya. Ndima namhlanje into endiyaziyo ukuphakamisa isandla kuba kaloku indlela endiyifundisiwe uba mandizidifendele kwasekukhuleni kwam ekhaya bendisixa ndenza into erong mama ndibethe. Ndikhule ndityholwa, ndikhule ndisola ekhaya ekufuneke ndimele endizalwa nabo. Kaloku intombazana apha endlini imelwa ndim esitratweni. Ndiba makahloko mayolwa phandle, i-violence ndiyifundiswe nguwe nje, ithe ndiyoyika namhlanje. Ndikhule nditshotsha namanye amakhwenkwe ngaphandle, induku bendiyiphakamisa ndiyilahle, duma lihlale entloko mntasekhaya, namhlanje ndiyayenza loo nto, uthe ndinengxaki. My image is defined by you. You chose the color, you painted the walls, why can't you stay in them? You made the bed, so lie in it. Igama lam ndingu-Uyanda Khive, Home Affairs, Nombombi, poet.
Thank you very much. You see, sometimes if you do not understand the language, when somebody gives a rendition, the art speaks for itself. And so I can hear it in your voice. I am quickly, if you will allow me, Deputy Minister, just to give a brief overview of what you spoke about, because here, your entire speech spoke about the intervention programs that we need to construct here at CPUT. And we do not want you to exit here thinking that we do not have some of these programs. Could I just ask you just to have a seat for 2 minutes, max? Colleagues, so the Deputy Minister spoke about a quantitative insight into gender-based violence. He spoke about the statistics. He referred to international literature on the theme gender-based violence, made reference of mass media, and the narrative was portrayed. And he also spoke about a scary statistic of 1 in 10 women not reporting a case of rape. It says institutions to teach students to do right, to report cases, so it means building on their confidence. Intervention programs that he spoke about should be structured within HEIs. And within our institution at CPUT, we have within each one of the faculties, we have a faculty transformation committee. We have gender-based violence champions, and these committees, forums, they report at the institutional transformation forum to Prof. Green. Procedures to formally managing GBV through guidelines must be transparent and available to all, to lecturers and to students. A code of ethics for students, the SRC, and staff should be put in place. Eradicating practices of a demand for sex to obtain university accommodation was addressed. Students first year to receive the necessary information. Now here I just want to pause. Within each one of the faculties, we have a robust FYE program that explains to our first year students the kind of culture that we embrace here at CPUT. Minister spoke about the ways drugs and alcohol is being used in and around universities and contributing to the element of GBV cases. He also spoke about the intervention of the peer educators program to support the learning of students. And here we have the head of the HIV and AIDS unit at CPUT as well, Mrs. Melanie Swanson, who oversees the peer educators program that we have here at CPU in place. And then also the minister went on to address the root causes of GBV. That says teaching respect for one's body and others, talking about toxic masculinity, a culture and traditional practices must be addressed. And then the minister ended off concluding that it all boils down to having respect for one another. And yet again, the minister addressed our policy Vision 2030, which is embracing 2 dimensions. The one speaks about human centricity, the respect between humans and humankind, and the other one that talks about putting our students as they exit here as graduates in the forefront where technology is concerned. So what the minister brought across to us, we can say, Vice Chancellor and managers, that we are putting the necessary intervention measures in place for our students before they exit here at CPUT. Minister, I'll hand over to you briefly.
Thank you, Prof. I was quite inspired, so I wanted to read out something from just to follow up on, where's the young lady? Oh, okay. Thank you so much. This is not part of the speech, so it's not policy. There's magic in her anger. It illuminates the room and announces that something is not right. Her anger commands stillness, and she plays around it and wills it. She gives it such power, it feels like the erupting volcano of 1 billion silenced women. Anger. This preserve of masculinity, it served as a delicacy to women. If they claim it just as men do on a daily basis, they're labeled feminist, feisty, or scorned. But she ignores all the labels. If anger can be legitimized as authoritative, and the recipients of this anger deserving, then patriarchy needs to reset its biases. It has to be on its knees. If she's expected to be smiley, prim, soft, and therefore girly, she should also wear her anger just like anyone should, and she does. Oh no, she's not violent. In word or in act, she doesn't use this anger like those men who unleashes it in luxury. She doesn't target it against the weak or vulnerable. She doesn't use it to unleash her venom on undeserving victims. It's a shield. Yes, it's a shield. She senses danger because her purity has been taken away. Her purity has been taken before, her purity has been taken before without her say so. She's not paranoid. If you walk in a path in a forest in the dark and get spooked on, you have every reason to suspect that this may happen again. She has been beat, she has been raped, she has been starved, she has crawled through the scorching desert knowing that she could not die. She cannot yield to defeat. She has been tossed around like a lesser human merely because she has a vagina. What reason does she have not to suspect that this can happen again? That those who've been allowed to brandish their anger so easily as a means to fulfill their unhappiness may not do it again. Her anger is her armor, her cape. It comes out to protect and not harm. Is that not what we are taught? Fire with fire, anger with anger. This is not an eye for an eye. This is because your anger is displeased by her happiness. And you're making her angry. And maybe this is just about time, like her, that she liberates her anger. She lets it knock on every door that brought her misery and confront it with the energy it deserves. And like happiness, like love, anger is but what she is. She will not let anyone intimidate her because she's angry. You call me a boy just because you want to monopolize the right to be the angry one. Not a chance. Thank you so much.
It is not every day when you have a deputy minister who sets out to come and read a poem to you. We are blessed. Brightness, are we adapting our program so that we include lunch? Because I don't want anyone to attack me outside because of lunch not being on time. We still have one presenter, and then we were going to do a wrap-up. Or how are we going to work it? Should we go to lunch and then we take it from there? Please update me. Okay, so we're going to move over to the presenter, everyone. She has been waiting. I'm going to hand over to Mrs. Delicia De Vos. Mrs. Delicia, you may come to the podium. And Mrs. Delicia will be speaking on the topic of GBV and disability. If we can give her the time. Colleagues, thank you. Round of applause. Okay. Eugene, come please. Right.
Thanks. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you on the issue of gender-based violence and disability. So, my name is Delicia De Vos. I represent CPUT, I represent the Division of Student Affairs, and I represent the Disability Unit. But I also represent women, and I also represent people with disabilities. So some of the facts in terms of disability. The worldwide disability prevalence is greater than previous years due to population aging that we heard about earlier, and the increased spread of chronic diseases such as obesity and diabetes, as well as improvements in the methodologies used to identify and diagnose disabilities. 15% of the world's population lives with disabilities. People with disabilities are 3 times more likely to experience physical, sexual, and emotional violence than those without. Girls and women with disabilities face up to 10 times more violent crimes than those without. Gender discrimination for girls with disabilities start very early. Boys and men with disabilities boys and men with disabilities are twice more likely to be sexually abused than those without. Then there's the triple burden of the intersection between gender, disability, and poverty. Women and young people with disabilities face the same form of GBV as others, plus unique forms of GBV because of their disabilities. As a person living with disabilities, I have heard of some of these, I have witnessed some of these, and I can unfortunately also say that I have experienced some of these. Disability-specific gender-based violence, sexual abuse by caregivers, teachers, and other professionals, but also by partners, which in some cases may very well also be a person with a disability. Withholding of medication or assistive devices, corporal discipline, bullying, denial of necessities such as food, the use of the toilet or grooming, control of sensory devices, for somebody who's hearing impaired, maybe withholding the hearing aids, financial control, restriction of communication devices, virgin rape, early or forced marriages, forced or coerced medical procedures, for example, hysterectomy or abortion, denial of contraceptives or forced use of contraceptives. Some of the myths and misperceptions around people with disabilities. People with disabilities are asexual, meaning they don't have any sexual desires, or the other extreme, that they are overly sexually stimulated. Having a disability is a curse on the person and the family. People with disability cannot marry or have children. They cannot contribute to society in a meaningful way, so in other words, they are seen as worthless. They are a burden, financial, physical, and emotional, to those who are caring for them. In some instances, the body parts or hair is seen as having special powers. They are virgins. So there's the erroneous belief that having sex with somebody with a disability because they are a virgin is a cure for HIV. Why are these things happening? Because of stigma, discrimination, lack of support, lack of knowledge about disabilities on the part of the perpetrators, lack of knowledge, for example, people with intellectual and other disabilities, a lack of information, and they are easy targets. So in that instance, just imagine if you are hearing impaired or deaf, you can't hear somebody attacking you from behind. If you are blind, you can't see when you go to the police station to make a claim, you can't give a description of the perpetrator. When you're in a wheelchair, you can't run away even if you see the danger in front of you. Where am I now? This one. Okay. People with disabilities are more likely to be isolated and easy targets, as I said. They have increased vulnerability due to personal care needs and dependency. They have lower self-confidence and fewer assertiveness skills. They are less likely to disclose because of communication barriers, lack of rights, awareness, lack of knowledge, lack of sexual vocabulary, and difficulty in accessing services. So as I said, imagine a woman with, who's hearing impaired or deaf. If she has to go to the police station and there isn't a sign language interpreter, who's going to know what happened to this woman? How do we affect change? By raising awareness, by educating people, by doing research. So thank you to our colleagues at the Transformation Office for organizing this event. Policy changes, we've heard about that today, including disability issues in the general agenda. Dispel myths and misperceptions. Reporting of these acts and consequent management, for example, prosecution of the perpetrators, because that often doesn't happen. And then including people with disabilities in all GBV processes, policies and laws. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. De Vos. Okay. There we go. I'm quickly going to give a synopsis of what our speakers spoke about. People, you must excuse me, I'm a novice researcher, so I cannot sit and just, listen. I listen and I write. That's what I do. So Mrs. De Vos spoke about GBV and the disability unit where she stems from and gave a quantitative statistic analysis. 50% of those living with disability in the world spoke about an intersection of gender, disability, and poverty. She gave a lived experience account of issues faced by those experiencing a form of disability. She went on to explain the myths about living with disabilities and exposing it. She also spoke about the challenges faced by people with disabilities when embarking on registering cases to the SAPS. There's a lack of resources to support people with disabilities, and the intervention measures that should be looked at is including the voices of people with disabilities into all GBV platforms. So thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to all three of our speakers? Colleagues, I don't know where is brightness at the moment, but I think are you sure? Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we are quickly going to have comments and questions for our speakers before we embark on lunch. Do we have questions and comments? We have a hand raised, a gentleman on that side. So speakers, this is your opportunity now.
Thank you. I just want to pose a question to Mr. Mpatheni. Your research or your presentation on gender-based violence against men and boys. If you could please just indicate exactly what is the gap that gave rise to your research, and especially the extent to which you were addressing the changes in cultural and social perceptions pertaining to gender-based violence against men and boys. And then you used a very complicated term. You said forced rape of men. I was wondering whether there's a rape by consent. If you could perhaps just explain that to us.
Do you have a mic? Yes. Switch it on.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I'm not sure if I'm getting corrected. The last question you said, forced rape. Well, actually, I had a very extensive debate with my students regarding that one, where others wonder whether a man can be raped or not. Well, actually, with that debate that I had with my students, at the end of the day, we concluded, we tried to look at the rest aspect physically. So, Prof from health science might be able to answer us on that regard. Even though as criminologists, we struggle to respond in that regard because they will answer like, can a man be turned on if he doesn't want? But then again, the conclusion was that a man can be raped. The conclusion was that a man can be raped. So what I want to say, with the differences that I came across with, actually, the gender-based violence against men and the gender-based violence against women, it happens more likely the same. The way it happens the same. Men also experiences the GPV as same way as women experiences GPV. It's just that there are forms of GPV that are more common to men, whilst there are the forms of GPV that are more common to females. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. We have another hand raised at the back and one in the center as well.
Greetings. My name is Khatlego. I have a question to Ms. Delicia. She spoke about the fact that, in fact, she mentioned factors that actually contribute to the violation of people with disabilities and women in particular. But I have a question with regards to her as an employee of CPUT within the disability unit. From my understanding, we have two disability units, one which is based in District 6 campus, the other one is based in Belleville campus in the IT center. Now, I want to talk about accessibility to both those centers. The one in IT center is not accessible to people who are with wheelchairs. So what are they doing as a unit to try and, move that unit from the IT center, which is on 3rd floor and there are no lifts, to a much more accessible space? But secondary to that, I want to know, why is the disability unit at District 6 campus non-operational? The VC spoke about, when asked by Ludwe in terms of financial exclusion, he spoke about the fact that students who are doing well, who are progressing, are usually led back into the system on the basis that they are doing well and still cannot afford to pay the fees. Now, I just want to know, what are the intervention measures to those students who are not doing well? Now, Mrs. Delicia also spoke about hinders or things that are hinders to people with disabilities. So let's just say you find a student who's not doing well and disabled. Is the university providing aids in order to help those students do well academically? What is the university actually doing in terms of that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Are we going to ask Ms. Delicia to respond to those two questions? I think the one question is actually posed for the VC that speaks about the intervention measures for students who are not doing well. So when he comes back into the room, we can present him with that question. I think the question that you could answer is about the non-operation of the one unit in D6. Go ahead.
I am not sure where the person was that asked the question, but the disability unit on the Belleville campus is not on the 3rd floor. It's actually on the ground floor in the IT center, and it is quite accessible. And then in terms to people in wheelchairs. And then in terms of the disability unit on the D6 campus, I am from the disability unit on the D6 campus. I also have to say that we don't work as separate entities. We work as the disability unit of CPUT. We just happen to have an office on the D6 campus and an office on the on the Belleville campus. So we are operational. You are very, very welcome to visit us at any time, to come and see what it is that we do. And we do have assistive devices, we do have assistive software that we provide to all students who indicate their disability, depending on what their disability is and depending on what their needs are. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. DeFos.
But I would also really, really like to invite you to visit our offices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeFos. We're going to open up for that one more question, then we're going to end that before 12:30 for our half-an-hour lunch slot. Right, there's a hand in the center, the last question. Because of time. Okay, we'll just check. We want to end before past, okay? Nice and loud, please.
Yeah. I wanted to know that since some of us have been exposed to gender-based violence while at home, while we were still young, and then when we're here, we have been victims of gender-based violence. So now we have succumbed to that thing, Uguti. Like we are victims. So now, what happens? How does CPUT or like an individual can help victims who have been suffering gender-based violence or have suffered it before?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to write down that question. There's one more question right here. So does the kind of support that CPUT presents their students, those who are victims of GBV? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, of the session. First and foremost, I would like to commend or appreciate the presentation by Mr. Mpahlele regarding whereby he speak about the life experiences within the institution among the gays and lesbians community. And also, secondly, I wanted to impose a question on the VC regarding the issue of segregation, which is currently happening in residencies, whereby male students, if a res, for instance, if a res accommodate females and males, why there is a segregation in residencies whereby all female students will be placed on the same block, and all male students will be placed on the second block. Because of, if you can look in universities like,
thank you,
in universities like UCT and Bush, you will find there in their residences, it's not a weird thing to be placed next to a female residency. It's not a weird experience whereby a female student will be placed next to a male student, because of even you can look or based on stories or things you read on newspapers or social media, you will find in whereby students are placed compared females and there are no segregation. You will find that there are limited cases of gender-based violences, because of it's more like you can stay, man, or you are used to living with a female next to you because of, and also if you can look at CPUT, most of the time maybe whereby students who are living in those residences that accommodate females only and males only, you will find when they are on campus or when there's a female who's visiting one of their peers there, you will find that they are reacting in a barbaric manner, or they become rebellious when they see women because of they are not used to living with females. I think it's one of the things that lead to gender-based violences. Yeah. Okay. And also, I wanted to impose on the VC on the issue of Vision 2030. I mean.
2030.
2030. Yes. Yeah. Does the university have in their vision? Does the university have plans and measures in place to make sure that we have Faculty of Humanities at CPUT? Because I believe humanities it plays a significant role in making sure that students are well thought about human. Yeah, I'll stop there, man. That's
okay,
fine.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, so the two questions that the gentleman posed was, what literature or what data informs the current framework at CPUT for the placements of students within residences? That's the one. And the other one is, does the Vision Policy 2030 Will it include a Faculty of Humanities to address some of the issues being faced within the university? I'm just going to comment on this one question, and we're going to keep that for the VC, which I am not. The GBV CPUT support, is there support for the victims? And I think I want to hand over to the HIV and AIDS unit head of department. Melanie, if you would.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I just wanted to respond. It doesn't matter when you experience gender-based violence, whether it happened at home or in your days when you were a child, wherever it happened, CPUT does provide support. You can actually visit student counseling department, make an appointment with them, and they will attend to that. If it's a situation where you've maybe experienced gender-based violence by a perpetrator at home, the university obviously can't discipline that perpetrator because he's not a CPUT student, but they can advise you, campus protection services will be able to advise you where to actually seek the services and actually how to go about. If someone's been raped and you inform us at the university about the rape incident, even if the perpetrator was not a CPUT student, we will still be able to guide you. In other words, we will make sure that you go to Zela Care Center. We will give you all the support you need. And normally, if somebody was raped, there's three important things that especially it's aligned to timelines. And that is, firstly, you will need to take the morning after pill to prevent you from falling pregnant by the alleged perpetrator. In other words, the next morning we can assist with the morning after pill. The next thing that must happen is we need to put you on sexually transmitted infection treatment to prevent an STI. And thirdly, very important, to prevent you from contracting HIV, within 72 hours, you need to be put on antiretroviral treatment to prevent HIV transmission. So that's the first important thing to do. But at the same time, we will also refer the student to Zela Care Center. And obviously very important is not to ask, if you know of somebody that was a rape victim, not to ask them, please tell me your story. Because it's like repeat rape, you keep going through the same experience. In other words, first stop is to Zela Care Center. When you're there, they will attend to get all the forensics, and very, very important, I have to mention this. If somebody experienced rape, the first thing that you want to do is you want to go wash yourself, rinse your mouth and whatever. But it's so important not to wash away the evidence. In other words, the first thing you do is you take off all the clothes that you wore, you put it in a newspaper, wrap it in a newspaper, then in a plastic bag, not straight into a plastic bag, because that is how we will preserve the evidence. And then, of course, straight to Zela Care Center, the first thing they will do is they will collect all the forensic evidence. In other words, do mouth swabs, vaginal or anal swabs, and then they will, once they have all of that, you can then immediately take a good bath. And then, of course, once you are settled in, they will get the police, they will take one statement from you, not a repeat of the same story, and affecting you in a bad way. So that is what the type of the support that we provide as an institution. And I wonder if I could maybe just respond regarding the residence sharing with our male. I think it's important, as a mother myself, I would not want my daughter to be in a residence with males. Firstly, number one. Secondly, there's enough evidence that it's not safe for a girl to be with a male student in a residence. Imagine you come out of the bathroom with your towel wrapped around you and there's a few males there. Their residence is a house, it's a home for you. So you should experience that same safety in your home, in your residence as in your home. In other words, as I said, I can't think of any mother that would want a daughter to be in a residence with other males. I think it's important to keep in mind there's so many incidents that occurred already. So it is not safe for our girls to share a room to share a floor with our males. Our males need to learn to behave themselves and not perpetrate and make girls feel unsafe. If we come to a stage where it's starting to be safe, then we might consider that. And also, we can't compare ourselves with other universities. Each university and environment has a different culture, and we need to make sure that we have a responsibility to keep our universities safe for all our students, including our students with disability, including our male counterparts, especially the issue of that males can be raped as well. We can't put our males at risk as well. So I think that is something that we really need to keep in mind. Our males should be used to, because they have sisters, they have aunts, so they can't say we are not used. They were born from a woman, so they've been nurtured by a woman, so how can they say they're not used to being with women? It's something that we need to learn and to become socially responsible in terms of our behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, for that detailed response. Colleagues, it is now 25 to 2. It will be lunch now, and we will all resume here at 2 o'clock on the dot. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can I ask you to please settle down? Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session. My name is Lucina Reddy, and I'm part of the Human Capital Department within CPUT, and I have the privilege today of introducing a colleague. So our session for this afternoon is really focusing around GBV monitoring and evaluation, including women empowerment. And you will all agree with me that once we have interventions in place, it's equally important to evaluate and understand their implementation, the challenges we face in terms of implementation, as well as any new recommendations that come out of the process. And really, it's about a process that we continue to monitor and evaluate. So for this afternoon session, I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Nelisiwe Maleka and her co-presenter, who is not going to be presenting, but co-author on this article, Mr. Tumiso Mfisa. And their project is around women empowerment, a proposal for conducting monitoring and evaluation of the mentorship program at a higher education institution. Please help me welcome Dr. Maleka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nelisiwe Malika, and my co-author is Tumiso Mfisa, as Lucina has indicated. My topic that I'm going to present today is Women Empowerment, a proposal for conducting monitoring and evaluation of the mentorship program at a higher education institution. So the outline of our presentation, I'm going to provide the context, method, summary of publications and reports that we have reviewed and lesson learned. So in the realization of the SDGs agenda to achieve gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls, a need exists for holistic ways to strengthen policy programs and initiatives for women empowerment and prevention of GBV. And there are several studies that have viewed mentorship as another approach that positively influences women empowerment in education and socio-economic development, and thus reduces the risk of GBV. And in general, mentorship is the learning process between the mentor and the mentee, where they exchange knowledge and skills that influence positive development, self-esteem, confidence. And mentorship is also done in workplace and universities, and also in high school. So the recent policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system emphasized the importance of effective implementation of policy and programs through attention to budgeting. So it's important that we use monitoring and evaluation so that we can actually monitor and allocate the resources that we have, because there's limited funding at the moment. And also for monitoring, as we all know, is ongoing assessment and collection of data to actually monitor whether the planned activities are being achieved and the targets, and reporting. When we do that, we go back and report, and also we don't report only on what went well, we also report on the gaps. And the most important thing is to ensure that when we do monitoring, you also actually address those gaps and make sure that you implement, so that you can be able to achieve the goal of your project. And evaluation normally is done maybe after 3 years. It's a long-term process, but through monitoring, you are able to do evaluation at the end. And also, it's important that we actually build systems of accountability. So that's according to the Department of Higher Education and Training 2020, the policy that has been actually published. And I've just talked about monitoring and evaluation. So actually got the theories, the definition of the theories of change from Mason and Burns as it is. So theories of change are important in monitoring and evaluation. So they defined it as the mental representation and theoretical assumption that explain how and why activities of an initiative, e.g. programs and interventions or organizations generate particular change that they desire to see. Sometimes it can be unintended outcomes. And it also specifies activities and pathways that lead to intended outcomes and impacts. That's according to the author And the study, this is an ongoing study. So the study aimed to identify and analyze the concept of the theory of change and the approaches recommended for its use in monitoring and evaluation of GBV programming for women empowerment and prevention activities, and also to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework and indicators to assess the progress of the mentorship program for empowering young women and girls at a higher education institution. And as I mentioned, that the study is ongoing, so myself and my colleague Tumiso, we use the database Google Scholar, PubMed, and Global Health, where we search for the publication and grey literature like reports on monitoring and evaluation and or effectiveness of programs focusing on GBV prevention and women empowerment for the period 2018 and 22 worldwide. We thought it's important that we focus on the 5-year because things are evolving. So the inclusion criteria were published studies and reports that were written in English. And the two authors, myself and my colleague Tumiso Mfisa, we independently reviewed the 20 publications and reports obtained from research, and then we removed the publication and reports that did not meet the inclusion criteria and where it was not possible to locate full text version required for the analysis. And the decision on disagreements were made through a joint review process. And for the purpose of this presentation, we only focus on the 3 research publications and 2 reports that we purposefully selected and analyzed so that we can see what are the lessons learned in terms of monitoring and evaluation of GBV prevention programs and women empowerment. So the summary of the publication and reports that we reviewed, on the first column we have the study, and on the second column we have the outcomes and impact. So as you can see, I'm not going to read through, but the studies were focusing on gender-based violence among adolescents and young adults, lessons learned from a 25 years of program, development of evaluation, and also the other one that we thought it was important for the context of the research in Indaba, it was Mentors in Violence Prevention program across Merseyside. It was a report, and also we look at the supporting female survivors of gender-based violence and the impact of adolescents and girls. So what we learned from this study, so we actually extracted the outcomes, like whether it was the outcomes and impact. So as we can see, there was effective strategies for universal prevention of dating violence in high school settings and effective bystanders intervention on university and college campuses. However, at the same time, because they were doing evaluation, they were able to see that at the same time, through the evidence about school and college-based intervention has grown, there are significant gaps in the knowledge of effective prevention among marginalized groups. So it's something that we can pick up and actually do more interventions on it. And then I'm actually not going to go through all the studies as you can see, but there's one study that I'm going to show that we thought is very important to actually mention on what happened in the impact. So the study, it was done it is a girl empower impact evaluation, mentoring, and cash transfer intervention to promote adolescent well-being in Liberia. And it involved a lot of different set of skills, like skills and knowledge. So the Girl Empower program aimed to equip adolescent girls with the skills and experiences necessary to make healthy strategic life choices and to stay safe from sexual violence. But they found that there was an impact in all the other other indicators. But for sexual violence, they found that there was no impact on the skills and knowledge that they taught the girls. And then they were doing comparison between the GE and the GE plus. So they had to do a comparison study. So the reason we highlighted the sexual violence where they indicated that there was no impact, we thought it's important for for the context of the research in Indaba, that we also look at the prevention and awareness about sexual violence, where we actually encourage the survivors to go and report and to make sure that they have access to the facilities and offices where they can report sexual violence. So that's the reason we've highlighted this study. So, and it's important to have the monitoring and evaluation tools, data collection tools, and in all this, ethics and confidentiality must be kept at all times, because we have to be very careful when we are dealing with gender-based violence, not only gender-based violence, in all the research that we conduct. So the lesson that we learned that from the reviewed publication that I just showed, we learned that through monitoring and evaluation, organization or an individual or universities or government or non-governmental organization can be able to measure the outcomes and impact of the programs, including identification of what works and also areas of improvement. As I have indicated before, once you identify the areas of improvement, it's important to go back with the team and strategize on how you are going to rectify, so that you are able to achieve the intended outcomes and the goal of the program and the objectives. Therefore, a need exists to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation of programs focusing on GBV prevention and empowerment of women. I said women on purpose, young women and girls, and all human beings, actually. And logical frameworks that integrates the theory of change, so that you can be able to identify the pathways where the change has happened. And that can be done by including all stakeholders from the beginning of the inception of the program, and also the beneficiaries. You can do this like a reverse way, where you start looking at you look at your goal, and then you look at your impact, and then you go and look what can be your outcome, and then you go what can be your output, and then what can be your actual activities that you need to do. And when you do that, you must also have assumption of what you need in order for the outcomes or outputs to happen. So you must assume. Sometimes things don't go the way we planned, but it's important to go back and replan like a project cycle. You can go back and replan again. And also, it's important to actually develop smart objectives, like which are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timeline, so that and indicators to measure the outputs. And when you do the indicators, you have to make sure that they are relevant, they are economic, they are transferable, and someone else can be able to use those indicators. They are adaptable. So it can be generic indicators. So like I said, that the study is just the preliminary study. We haven't gone far and actually look at the indicators, because we only focus on only 5 studies for now. And it should be clear. And then you must also be able to do the outcome evaluation and impact evaluation, and continue to have alongside their indicators and then it should be clear developed all this. The logical framework should be done in consultation with all stakeholders involved in the program, project, and intervention, including the beneficiaries, like I explained. So this is the monitoring and framework is from CUSEC and Risk. It's an old book that is done in 2004 by the World Bank. So like logical framework are different, so it depends on the context of the project. It varies, but for the purpose of the study, we thought integrating the theory of change is important, although we didn't go into details in that. And then the indicators, like I said, so you must be able to, for each objective, you must be able to have an indicator and the value of selected indicator to say why that indicator is important for that objective. And also you must be able to identify the person who are responsible to collect the data that you need for that indicator. And also it's important to have a dissemination plan, so that when you have done your monitoring or your evaluation, you must be able to go back and actually disseminate the findings of your M&E. So you must clearly identify your communication strategy, whether you are going to do it through presentation, workshops, monthly meetings, or mid-year or quarterly, and who will be the responsible person to do that, whether it's a manager or a director, or is a M&E director or implementation manager collaboratively. And then you must also identify your target audience. Who are you going to actually disseminate those M&E findings? And what information are you going to actually disseminate and when? So it can be quarterly, it can be monthly, it can be mid-year, depends on the intervention. And in conclusion, more in-depth analysis of other publications will be conducted as the study is ongoing. So we are hoping to continue reviewing the literature, and probably if we can get maybe 20 studies, and then also look at what the indicators they have used, and also develop a monitoring and evaluation framework for each GBV programming prevention program, and also mentorship for girls, and be specific on what objectives, and then we develop each indicators that are generic, that can be used by any programs that are using, that are actually implementing women empowerment and GBV programs. I would like to acknowledge my co-author, Mr. Dumisa Mfisa, for his assistance throughout the research. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Dr. Maleka for that presentation. It really highlighted very important things that we need to take into consideration in the development work that we're doing. So she spoke about the need for strengthening mentorship programs, and the need to ensure that the mentor and the mentee have a two-way learning. And I think that that's a really fundamental, interesting concept, because we often see it as a one-way relationship, and that was something that was really important, that stood out for me. We also need to think about the monitoring of the appropriate use of funding. We implement programs, we have funding available, but do we really monitor how we use it, and is the usage effective? She talked about the development of a monitoring framework for GBV interventions. And she talked about the gaps in marginalized groups, specifically when they were in the studies that they were looking at, where there was gaps in marginalizing groups around program interventions around GBV. She also spoke about the integration of the theory of change when the development of a program is in place, and the importance of ensuring that all stakeholders are incorporated at the very start, at the very vision of a project, and also as the project is underway, to ensure that there's a process of continuous feedback into the system to ensure that the program is meeting the needs and objectives of the participants. She also talked about the different types of evaluation. So really the intermediate outcome monitoring evaluation, where she specifically looked at the inputs and activities. If we are going to be putting those in place for our GBV programs, how do we ensure that we do the outcome monitoring, your medium-term outcomes that you want to achieve? But also more importantly, once we have effected the program and over a longer period of time, how do we ensure that we've made an impact? So we've put in a program, we've incorporated into our system. How do we make sure that we are still looking at the goals that we want to achieve, and it's still having an impact in society? And one thing which was really important, and I really liked it, around the dissemination of monitoring and evaluation information. At the start of your program, are you ensuring that you find the best communication strategy to keep the management teams updated, to keep the participants involved, the stakeholders, so that there's a continuous understanding of what the purpose of the program is, and also how it can be defined, or outcomes that may have recommendations. And she mentioned that there are the initial stages through the work that they've undergone, and they will continue to ensure that they will update this study and ensure that they will continue to do work in this area, and we wish them well in this engagement that they undertake. So at this stage, I'd like to open the floor for a few questions. Have we got the roaming mics available? Thank you. Can I ask for hands for questions? There's a gentleman over there. Any other hands? No, let's take that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. My question is just on the last statement you're making there. It's a little bit ambiguous to me. You say you say more in-depth analysis of other articles will be conducted. Are you not shooting yourself in the foot by saying, if you say more in-depth analysis of other articles will be conducted, are you saying that the articles that you had analyzed had not been done in-depth?
Yes, thank you. It was a conclusion statement. The reason we put that statement is because the study is still ongoing. So when we're doing the analysis, we only focus on the 5 that we chose, 2 reports and the publication. So the in-depth now, it will be a comparison with all the other publication that we intend to get, and then we do the entire study at the end. So that's the reason we say the in-depth analysis, because the indicators, if you can see from the entire presentation, the indicators are not involved, and the objectives are not involved. So that is why we say the in-depth analysis will be done collectively.
No, I think you don't understand. You say more in-depth analysis. So do you imply that the articles that the publications that you had
Can we have the mic, please?
analyzed?
They were done in depth, but we didn't include the indicators.
I still think that we don't understand each other. I say you might be shooting yourself in the foot by saying more in-depth analysis.
Okay.
Why don't you say in-depth analysis of more articles or more publications will be conducted as the study is?
Probably.
That's just a suggestion.
That was the writing, probably. But what we meant actually is like we're going to analyze more articles so that we can actually have the bigger picture of what is happening in the monitoring and evaluation of gender-based violence and programming. So probably it's the writing. Thank you so much for picking it up. Thank you so much, sir.
There's a question here. No, not a question. Oh, comment. You're welcome to comment. Can we have the mic here, please? Are there other questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing. Please go ahead, Mr. Matsane.
Thank you so much. Dr. Malega, the presentation is well articulated. That's what I want to say. And as this is an ongoing study, I think there are a number of gaps that have been identified. And I see that you have got different baselines that have been used. So for me, it's just of mostly important 2 key factors. Is the monitoring and evaluation. And we have talked about the funding or the support. And this is a challenge. It's not only within CPUT, but it's a national or the world type of, that when there are challenges, we also need to look at the type of support infrastructure that is existing so that most people or many of them can tap into that. And let's create incentives, let's get the support, let's make sure that all those are available in an easy method way of supporting such kind of programs and studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions before I hand over to our speaker to respond? Any other comments? Oh, there's a comment here. Sorry, I can't see you after shot. Please go ahead. Yeah, this is the problem, right? When you can't see over.
No, I just wanted to say thank you very much for that thought-provoking presentation. I think it's about time that when we have interventions, especially for women's program, that there is monitoring and evaluation that takes place. Because we hear everyone is saying we're doing something, but we don't actually measure. We don't know whether we are shifting, whether we are achieving what we want to achieve. And I think the focus profoundly, it's more quantitatively, where we actually say, no, we have 20 projects. Last year we had 30 projects. The issue is that what you are doing, is it having an impact or not? And I don't think in a context of South Africa we've reached that level. One of the many problems across South Africa also, monitoring and evaluation is very expensive, if I have to say that. And you find that the programs for women, we don't budget for research. So if you're saying you're going to do monitoring and evaluation, research should be budgeted for, should be taken. I think each and every program or project that is supposed to be done by any organization should also have a component of monitoring and evaluation. Otherwise, we're shooting ourselves on the feet to say we are having an impact, whereas it's more anecdotes of what we think is happening. So thank you very much. Looking forward to reading the final project.
Thank you. Can I hand over to our speaker? Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, colleagues, Mr. Matasane and Mr. Mangoloti and Sir. Thank you so much for the comments, and we are going to go back and look deeper, and also we have to acknowledge that monitoring and evaluation is complex. So it requires a collective effort from all of us, and it has to be done. When we are planning our projects, we must also, when we do a project plan, we must also have a monitoring and evaluation plan. And we must actually continue with monitoring so that we can be able to do the actual evaluation. And then that might lead us to do the realist evaluation where we can see the mechanisms of what actually makes our projects works. So thank you so much for the comments and inputs. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
From my side, I would really like to thank our speaker for her kind words and for the thoughts that she's put into the space. I would like to leave you with a parting thought. I was sitting here and thinking a little bit about the studies that our speaker had spoken about. We are higher education. We should be looking at the programs that we run across the sector. How are we creating our monitoring and evaluation framework for the GBV programs that we run at institutions? This could be something that we could do as contributing to the sector because our skill sets remain in those areas. But I thank you so much for your time, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Deputy VC Professor Rishi Balkaran, esteemed guests, colleagues, student leaders, and students. My name is Mandy Richards, and I'm a lecturer in the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. I also chair the Transformation Forum within the faculty. I feel extremely privileged to be part of this research Indaba, and as I look around the room, I see many people I've worked with, many activists at CPUT, the Disability Unit, my partners, the HIV/AIDS Unit, Student Affairs, Fundani, SRC I've worked with in the past and I will continue to work with because I do believe that student voices are important. I also see many external partners as I look around. I do know CGE is here, Higher Health, HERS, and I've worked with all of these partners, and I do believe, again, that within faculties, we need to make the connections with our external partners, and together we can contribute to change. GBV is a scourge which has to be eradicated, and the faculty, as well as the institution, has implemented various units on GBV. Within the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, gender-based violence is a mandatory unit for all first years within our program. And this unit really is to empower young women and men as to the role they play, their responsibility, and to ensure that they break the silence and that their voices are heard. I will be facilitating the session, GBV Interventions through Technology and Social Media. And before I call on the speakers, I was listening to a conversation on the way from the D6 campus this morning, and it focused on women. And one of the important issues they raised, and I feel I need to raise here, and I think it may have been commented on earlier from the Deputy Minister, the Honourable Deputy Minister, is marital rape. And there was a whole conversation as to the rights of women, that in the past we did not speak about it and women did not voice it because they thought that that is what is supposed to happen. It is not supposed to happen. There are avenues you can follow, and there are enough organizations to assist. So women and men, we need to speak out. Social media plays a pivotal role in creating cultural awareness online and engagement in the struggle against gender-based violence. We know that the world has changed and that the various platforms being used to create awareness as to the socio-economic challenges that are being experienced, they are there to assist. However, we are also aware of the realities of online environment and that gender-based violence is rampant online, ranging from harassment of women to partner stalking using apps which are built for purpose. So as much as we see that digital technology can be used to create awareness, it can also be used to aid and abet online sexual violence. Research from many of our colleagues and statistics have proven that virtual networks have become domains for gender-based violence against women, children, and the most vulnerable, and that gender-based violence online has increased. The neutral positions taken by social media organizations, by government departments, and the silence surrounding that also tends to make them supporters of gender inequality. This then raises the questions as to with whom the responsibility resides and how do we respond as institutions of learning to ensure that gender-based violence is not perpetuated and that we eradicate gender-based violence. Today we are privileged to have various speakers who will share their insights as to the various strategies and practices in basic education and higher education. If I may, if you have any questions, may I please ask that you keep them to the end of the session for engagement. Our very first speaker will be Professor Tembisa Nkondi, the Dean of the Faculty of Informatics and Design at CPUT. She will be presenting a paper co-authored with Mr. Nandi Williams of Walter Sisulu University and Dr. Hope Mauhau of the University of Mpumalanga. However, she will be presenting the paper as the co-authors are not here. Her topic is creating GBV awareness using research and digital skills in the basic education curriculum. Professor, if I may. Thank you.
So. Thank you for having me today. I'm really excited. Initially, I did not hope that I'll be able to be presenting because there was prior engagement of the university that I should have attended. But by the grace, the Vice Chancellor and the management decided to give us this opportunity to come and do a presentation. I must say, all protocols observed, but just want to greet my DVC, my line manager, Prof. Richie Bakaran, who's here with us, and my mentor in long ago, Brightness, who actually shaped us as women in academia by presenting a very fruitful program for women that are in leadership in higher education. And as indicated, all protocols observed. I must say my presentation, I'm just giving an overview of the case study that we are actually working on. This is not the first part of the study. We have already published, if I'm not mistaken, 3 articles on this study. The study we have started when I was still at University of Mpumalanga, and I've been working with the 2 colleagues, which is Ms. Williams and Dr. Mawua. And we're hoping that this particular study is actually going to continue to contribute to the national strategy, probably I would say African strategy, when it comes to embracing research and digital integration at the basic education. My presentation is actually captured as follows. Just looking at why the background and introduction of this case, because as indicated, this is a case study of the basic education, and looking at the purpose and the importance of this particular study, but for this particular one, why this topic, which is the integration of awareness for gender-based violence using research and digital integration in the basic education. The current GBV trends for children, which is actually what drives us to look into this study. What are the trends for children? We hear a lot for university students, we hear a lot for perpetrators, we hear a lot for victims, we hear a lot for programs that help the student, but the learners, but we don't hear much on how can we bring in awareness and prevention before there is a challenge when it comes to gender-based violence. Then the future engagement and actual recommendation of our study. What is actually the background and of the case study is we're looking into bridging the gap between basic education and higher education. The papers that we have presented, the 3 papers that we've already presented on this project, they look into the curriculum in the basic education, and we were actually strategic to choose the life orientation as a module because that curriculum for life orientation, it presents diverse or different life skills for learners at the basic education that can be effectively used to bridge the gap that has been there, or maybe the pointing of the fingers that the university is saying basic education you're doing well, and the basic education is saying higher education you're not producing good teachers. Then for us to be able to bridge that gap, then we need to do something. Hence, we decided to engage on this particular study. It's a case study. We had some schools that we were working with in Mpumalanga, and some schools that we were working with in Watersisulu, in the Western Cape. We had an ethical clearance for both Department of Basic Education for Mpumalanga, and at the very same time for the Eastern Cape. We engaged with the teachers, where we will have the session with the life orientation curriculum, looking into their activities and see how they develop them according to the curriculum outline. And the reports that we have presented, they were actually talking to where were the gaps when it comes to their teaching and their teaching activities compared to what the curriculum itself is intending to achieve. And we actually also want to integrate the digital skills and research to the basic education curriculum, whereby we want to present basic research skills whilst we are enabling the educators and scholars to be able to understand research and digital skills. We know that as I'm part of the NEMISA project, we're talking about the digital transformation. But in terms of us talking about digital transformation, how do we make sure that the digital transformation we're talking about, it actually addresses the needs or the skill set that will enable the learners at high school level to be able to do proper research, but at the very same time to have an awareness on how they use their their digital skills. But our other mandate is to observe that internationally, teachers in high school, they produce articles, they publish, but what are we doing with our teachers when it comes to in Africa or maybe South Africa when it comes to their teaching strategies? This is an overview of the case study of the project. And we look at as indicated, we had the curriculum, our current publications that we had on this project. But for this particular research, when we received this call, we found to have an opportunity to say, let us expand and extend our topic to integrate gender-based violence as an awareness. We have noted that we went through quite a number of articles and a number of strategies that talk to gender-based violence for children. We noted that what is covered there, they cover the part of cure instead of prevention. And we could not find anything, even in terms of this limited literature that talks about gender-based violence for children and integrating that into curriculum. And even in higher education itself, they're quite limited integration of gender-based violence when it comes to curriculum. Then what then we're looking at and we're working on is the integration of the activities of gender-based violence at the basic education level, where we work with teachers to come up with those exercises that will bring gender-based violence at the level of the learner. But our main focus when it comes to that is to make sure that learners at the basic education, they are able to air their concerns or their feelings about gender-based violence, because there is no platform that presents that to them. You know, I was shocked when my granddaughter came back home with a scratch. And then I asked her, I tell you, she's 3. She did not tell me what happened. I tried to get through her to give me, baby, what happened here? And then she said, the lion with sharp nails. You understand? But we need to bring an awareness that will enable them to air their real experience of gender-based violence. But we're not looking at the victims also. We're looking at how they can assist their parents that are going through gender-based violence at home. They are very eager to help their parents, but they do not know how they can do that. That is the actually main focus of our study, but we want to study it as early as at the basic education. This is a pilot for high school. The purpose for us to look at the high school level is because we know they've got digital tools that we can easily access, but our main is to go up to the primary and the play school, where we can bring the awareness for gender-based violence to our kids as early as possible. You can see even literature highlights the challenges of the integration of gender-based violence awareness at the basic school level. And it's quite a number of literature that is actually engaging and talking to that. That is our these are the current trends that are happening at the moment. But our utmost purpose and importance of this topic, as I was following the engagement, I've had brightness to say, as much as this is the Women's Month, International Women's Month, to look into gender-based violence, but we have to look into gender violence holistically. That was also echoed by the Vice Chancellor when he was doing his presentation, which really means that when we talk about gender-based violence, we need to actually go out of our cocoon to think that gender-based violence is for women. Gender-based violence cuts across. But what is important is that the emphasis now is for women. But our study is actually looking at addressing gender violence for boy child and also a gay child equally. We are actually aiming to create a gender-based violence for high school learners that will create an environment for prevention and gender-based crime cases. We don't want them to get to a stage or to a level whereby they are going to be victims. We want to prevent that. And we're also looking at developing the informed youth to mitigate GBV cases. Imagine if we start at that level, Then we are going to have youth that is actually going to be aware of gender-based violence, will be able to protect themselves and their peers and also their families. Create an engagement platform for GBV at a high school level, a continuous engagement, not a once-off activity, but also contribute to the body of knowledge through research output. As indicated, that we are actually aiming with the teachers that we're working with, that we co-author some of the work that we're doing so that we improve the knowledge, the information in the body of knowledge when it comes to this particular topic specifically for children. Empowering children to understand GBV instances and their rights in terms of reporting such cases. We could see that there are so many strategies, but there is no awareness that is actually going to assist these children to be able to understand what is gender-based. How can I identify the gender-based event or instance in my environment or in my life? Then definitely we want to integrate GBV awareness and prevention activities in the life orientation curriculum. And the future engagement, we have started working with teachers in co-creation of gender-based violence awareness and prevention activities. And we're actually looking forward to submit our full paper. We were worried when we were not going to come and present whether we'll be given an opportunity to submit our full paper in terms of this. We want to co-author and co-publish with the teachers on the findings of this study to improve research in our country. But we also want to contribute to the policy when it comes to the awareness and prevention of GBV deliberation in the country and Africa at large. And we also want to present an early awareness program for learners and the basic education for the activities on events of gender-based violence. But we also have already identified doctoral students who will champion the project and further develop an application for awareness and reporting such cases. And we can't wait. We're just looking forward for our doctoral candidate to defend the proposal on this project. And actually, our doctoral candidate is one of the co-authors, which is Ms. Williams. And then we want to create a community of engagement between the basic education and higher education, which is continuous, not just a once-off activity. And I thank you, Siyabulela Bayadanki.
Thank you very much, Prof. And as I mentioned, we're going to keep the questions to the end if that's in order. Okay, I'd like to call the next speakers, Dr. Sisanda Nukala and Dr. Blessing Makwambeni of CPUT, and their topic is Twitter as a Site for Deliberation on Gender-Based Violence, a case study of 3 South African universities. Are you next? Oh, okay. Teresa didn't update me that you're here. Okay. All right, apologies for that, an update. I just wasn't informed that the speakers are here, so my apologies. The next presentation will then be Mr. Sepesihle Hlopi of Durban University of Technology, development of a transformative Bachelor of Nursing curriculum to improve nursing practice in responding to victims of gender-based violence in the Western Cape. My apologies. Thank you.
Can I have the presentation?
Technician, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, just that I just wanted to present because I've been waiting. I'd like to greet everyone according to their position. I'm not going to mention names because I'm not going to be able to count everyone. But my topic for today is developing recommendations for Bachelor of Nursing curriculum in order to improve the nursing practice in responding and managing gender-based violence victims. So my name is Sipesi Sehlope. I'm a doctor of nursing at Durban University of Technology. I'm a student. So the presentation outline for today, we are going to look at what do we need to know about gender-based violence in terms of the study. So I just have to mention that this is an ongoing study. As I've said, that I'm a doctor of nursing student at Durban University of Technology. So this project is currently at the proposal stage. And also we look at the literature review for the study, and also we want to look at where is South Africa in terms of the nursing curriculum, in terms of including gender-based violence within the nursing curriculum, and also the research problem of this study, and also how about other countries in terms of introducing gender-based violence within the nursing curriculum in other countries, not only we look into South Africa. And also we look at the research problems, research aims and objectives, and also the target population for the study, and also the study method in terms of how the data will be collected, sample and sample size. And also we look at the inclusion and exclusion criteria in terms of this project. And also why is this topic significant or important. Okay, so gender-based violence is a global problem that affects human health. And also literature review has actually revealed that there's actually underreporting in South Africa when it comes to gender-based violence. And also that those victims that actually suffer from gender-based violence, when they are traumatized, they actually go to healthcare facilities for further management in the healthcare settings. And also, they access such departments as clinics or emergency departments for further management, and also to get some sort of assistance in order to be able to open investigation cases in case of rapes and so forth. So victims receive care from nurses due to limited on-site presence of physicians and also social workers, especially in the primary healthcare settings. So they end up taking the responsibilities of managing these victims. So they have an extended assignment in actually managing these victims once they are in the healthcare settings, because they cannot chase them away. So nurses must ensure when these victims are there, they must ensure that they actually refer them to a district hospital or a tertiary hospital accordingly, even if there is an absence of a doctor, physician, or psychologist. I really struggle to forward the presentation. I'm looking for the other slide. Okay. So we look at the literature review. The sustainable goal number 5, which suggests that there should be an elimination of gender-based violence against women, and that all countries should be free of gender-based violence by 2030. Nurses are often the first contact of gender-based violence victims when they seek medical help, as I have mentioned. Undergraduate education intervention related to gender-based violence are actually lacking. There's a global deficiency of domestic abuse and violence against women in the nursing curriculum. There is some sort of information that is being lectured within the nursing curriculum, but it's actually lacking and it's insufficient to train nurses to be able to handle the victims of gender-based violence. So undergraduate nursing students should be educated about gender-based violence victims, and also we have a national policy on nursing education and training that suggests that the production of students should be safe. They should produce safe and competent graduates that are going to make a meaningful contribution in terms of addressing gender-based violence. Nurses only have the basic gender-based violence knowledge, and they have a poor perceived understanding of managing gender-based violence, but somehow they are still expected to manage these victims when they get to the healthcare facility. As I've mentioned, once they are there, they need to be assisted. Nurses should be skilled, competent to recognize and also to be able to respond by managing gender-based violence, by providing quality of care to the survivors of victims. These skills can be collecting samples for investigation purposes and also documenting and for forensic evidence to present to the police or to present to the High Court if there's any cases that needs to go to court, and also just informing the victims of gender-based violence in terms of how to navigate the criminal justice system. Okay, so I don't want to assume we all know about nursing, so I'm just going to give a very brief layout in terms of where are we as South Africa, in terms of nursing curriculum. So then you'll get to understand why maybe I'm actually concerned on developing these recommendations for South African Nursing Council. So the Bachelor of Nursing undergraduate degree is a program that is accredited by the South African Nursing Council. This program, we actually have it here at CPUT. We have the old curriculum that is phasing out. We have the last group this year, and we also have the new program. So the program is 48 credits. The social science module only contains or comprises of 14 credits. So this is a module whereby it's the only module that touches or that has aspect of gender-based violence topics. So according with the nursing curriculum, one credit equals to 10 notional hours. The qualification is breakdown into theory and work integrated learning. So work integrated learning, they refer to it as WIL. So this is whereby you go to the lab and you practice the skills that you have been taught. Obviously, there will be a clinical mentor that will show you maybe how to collect a sample from the victim and whatsoever. The theory credits, this is just a breakdown of the whole project or the whole curriculum of nursing. Theory is 297 and work integrated is 183. 183 means that in terms of the theory part where the students will go to the lab to learn the skills in order to be able to manage the patients, they go to the skills for 1,830 hours. That could be work-based, clinical skills lab, and also other clinical experiences like going to the hospitals or clinic according to the allocation, which they need to work under supervision when they are still students. So this is where the problem starts. The social science module that I've mentioned earlier does not have work integrated learning. Surprisingly, this is the module that has gender-based violence within, but it doesn't have any practical component within. So you expect nurses to be competent in terms of managing the victims of gender-based violence, but there is no skills that are given to them. So it's just skills that they grasp along the way or they learn from the colleagues, which is not patient safety. Okay, I've mentioned. Okay, so the research problem, little is known about South African in terms of including gender-based violence content in the nursing curriculum, and also nurses have the basic gender-based violence knowledge. When I say basic, it's just to know the different types of gender-based violence, the factors or the risk factors, but not actually how to manage the victims of gender-based violence when they present into a consultation room. Because you'll always refer to a doctor, you'll call a social worker, but some clinics, especially in the rural areas, they don't have doctors or social workers. So in this case, you are the one that's expected to manage these victims. Nurses are still providing medical care to survivors of gender-based violence, who often seek medical legal care at the healthcare facilities. They are working outside their scope of practice and without necessary competence and training, which is a legal risk, and also it reduces patient safety. So we look at other countries in terms of what are they doing about the topic that I'm actually is my project. In other countries, what are they actually doing? So there is a recommendation by WHO that all the nursing curriculum, they need to be transformed, and also the curriculum itself, it needs to have a gender-based violence component in it in order to respond to gender-based violence. And also in Australia, they have made an implementation that their nursing education starts or begins with the undergraduate level. So they actually started the project in transforming their curriculum to include the management of gender-based violence within the curriculum in order to train the nurses so that when they go to clinical places, they know exactly what to do in terms of managing the victims of gender-based violence. In Mexico, they did one and the same thing. They included gender-based violence, although this country is reputed to have very low numbers of gender-based violence, but they also felt the need that this intervention is needed in including this gender-based violence within the curriculum. In India, they included the curriculum, they included gender-based violence within their curriculum in 2019. So what is the aim of the study? The proposed research is aimed to determine the preparedness for the nurses in the Western Cape region to recognize and respond to gender-based violence. So I'll be doing the study here in the Western Cape, and also the objectives. The objectives of this study is to establish the undergraduate nursing understanding of the knowledge of their gender-based violence, and also explore and describe the perspectives of nurse educators regarding the preparedness of nursing graduates in responding to gender-based violence. And also we want to explore and describe the experiences of victims of gender-based violence. And also at the end of the day, we want to develop the guidelines and also recommendations for the incorporation of gender-based violence into the nursing-related modules, which is the social science module within the nursing curriculum. It can be nursing curriculum or the nursing core curriculum, which is taught at the skills lab, where you give the skills to the nurses. Okay, so the target population. So the study will go into 3 phases. The first phase will be sample 1. The interviews will be on the nursing students, because we want to know their knowledge in terms of what do they know about gender-based violence and how do they expect, or how do they how are they going to manage the gender-based violence victims should they present to them, and also want to interview the nurse educators or the lecturers that are lecturing this module in terms of the content within the social science module. Do they feel that it's actually comprises of, is in terms of, is it more comprehensive to actually train someone that is going to be able at the end of the day to manage the victims, and also to find out if they any recommendations that they can give because they are the ones that are lecturing these modules. And also we want to interview the victims of gender-based violence because they are the ones that experience gender-based violence, and also they are the ones that goes to the clinic and then they receive these services from nurses. Some of them, maybe they might feel that the nurses are incompetent because maybe they are not trained. So this is a qualitative research, and then sampling will be, we'll use two sampling. There's purposive sampling for educators and students, convenient sampling for the victims. And also the population size will be according to data saturation. When we reach data saturation, then that will be the end phase of collecting data. The research setting will be 3 universities and NGO and NPOs working with home shelters that are actually catering for the victims of gender-based violence. And these interviews will be semi-structured in nature. They will last about 45 minutes, and the question will be open-ended. So we look at the inclusion and exclusion criteria. All nursing graduates, undergraduates from CPUT, Stellenbosch, and University of the Western Cape. CPUT having both the programs, the old curriculum and the new curriculum. That's why they are included in the study. Stellenbosch University is the first university to produce the group of graduates for the new curriculum. And University of the Western Cape is the biggest school of nursing in the country to produce nurses. They have an intake of 250. That's why they are included in the study. All nursing educators, that's a module in this institution that I've actually mentioned. And also the inclusion will be victims of gender-based violence with living in the home shelters within the Western Cape province. The exclusion criteria, nurse educators who are unavailable due to absence at work, and also nurse educators who are not directly involved in teaching or lecturing the social science module. And then those who are staying at home shelters, but they don't have experience in terms of gender-based violence will not be included in the study. Those who are staying in home shelters who experience gender-based violence, but did not access healthcare facilities because they don't have any experience with encountering the services at the healthcare facilities. They did not go to the nurses. And then victims of gender-based violence who are unavailable due to unwillingness to participate in the study. So why is this study actually important? So it will assist the curriculum planners of learning institutions in considering including gender-based violence in the learning outcomes in the nursing-related modules like social science, as I've mentioned. The nursing curriculum adequately trained healthcare practitioners that are able to respond, that are responsible for teaching and training gender-based violence. It will highlight the need for adequate and appropriate qualified persons to manage the survivors of gender-based violence within the healthcare as a module. It will assist with the development of guidelines and recommendations in order to incorporate gender-based violence within the related modules in the nursing undergraduate curriculum. So what is the take-home message from my presentation? So professional nurses are actually professional nurses with the correct training are at an excellent position in order to manage the victims of gender-based violence, better as they are often first line of contact when these gender-based violence victims actually come to the healthcare for medical attention. Nurses need to be equipped with necessary competencies and nursing skills that will prepare them to recognize and respond and assist victims of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shlopi. And again, we are going to reserve comments and questions to the end. May I please call Dr. Sisanda Nukala, and you are presenting on your own. All right, and the co-authors, Dr. Blessing Makwambeni, who will not be here today and presenting, and their topic is Twitter as a Site for Deliberation on Gender-Based Violence, a case study of 3 South African universities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is it on here? No, it's not. Okay. Will you just assist?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sisanda Nkwala. Thank you very much, Mandy, and thank you to the people that are sharing the panel on some very interesting work. As you can see, I'm doing the study alone. My co-author had other commitments. So I'm here looking for collaborators in case this interests you down the line. But before I start with the actual presentation, how many of you are on Twitter? And how many of you follow CPUT on Twitter? And how many of you have tweeted CPUT on Twitter? You've engaged with CPUT on Twitter. Okay, I'm asking so that if there's any misinformation, I'm not called out, but I'm kidding. I'm asking because the purpose of the presentation is to deliberate on what universities are doing with Twitter when it comes to gender-based violence. And I've done a case study of 3 universities, and I'll share which ones now. It was supposed to be all 26, but then Elon Musk took over Twitter and he shut down access for researchers. So at that time, I had only collected data for the 3. Well, there's a 4th one, which I haven't featured in the study. So it has ended up being a case study of these 3. My abstract is in your pack, but I thought it is worth highlighting here that today and in many other occasions is evidence of the fact that universities are grappling with issues related to gender-based violence, and there is a role that social media plays in the conversations they have, both with their students, with their staff, and with external stakeholders. And we've seen this with movements like the Me Too movements. So I've considered 3 universities and how they are addressing gender and gender-based violence. And I am using computational social science approaches, including a dictionary analysis, which is what you'll see today. And the end goal is really to map out strategies that universities can consider when it comes to deploying the power of social media in their quest to address gender-based violence. So I thought it worthwhile to just paint a picture of Twitter and how many people are on it, because sometimes, especially in the African context, we can overestimate the place of social media. So we've got just under 10 million South Africans that have access to the internet in our context. An estimated 10 million South Africans that are internet users actually use Twitter. And in this, though, out of the 60 million people in the country, only 38.2 people are online. So you can see that the numbers do not cover everyone. And when we talk about the place of social media, we need to bear in mind that there are critical voices that are excluded. But with one of the highest rates of violence against women in the world, I think the use of platforms such as Twitter for deliberations is important. The framework I use for my work is one that is rooted in rhetoric, which is my field of expertise, and that looks at language as symbolic action. So when I talk about language as symbolic action, there's a view that language is a tool that we use to do something with in the world. So if you can think of when you talk about something, it's not just empty words, it actually has an effect on the world around you. And hence, when higher education institutions use platforms like Twitter to talk about gender and talk about gender-based violence, they are performing a symbolic act. So with my study, it is mixed methods. There are qualitative aspects, computational aspects, but today I'm going to focus on the quantitative aspects. It's a multi-case study. And how I collected my data is when Twitter still had that, I think it was 10 million tweets that researchers could download. You know, I downloaded all of the tweets that the different institutions have tweeted since their accounts were opened. And from CPUT, I got 2,888. From Rhodes University, my other case study, I got 5,401. And then UCT, they had over 20,000 tweets. And there it gives you how long the institutions have had Twitter for, the number of followers. You can see which ones are more popular, I guess, than others, and the number of people that they are following. So that is what the landscape of the examples I looked at. After I got all of those tweets, I then searched for specific terms. Now, the terms that I used, I looked for men so that it would cover women as well, because men is in women, and there's male, which would cover female. I searched for GBV, and I also searched for violence, gender, and rape. This search is iterative, and as I uncover tweets that address gender-based violence but don't use these terms, they will be updated accordingly. But as a start, these were the terms that I searched for. After doing that, with CPUT, I found 93 tweets that were relevant. With Rhodes, I found 82 tweets, and with UCT, it was 542 tweets. I think what is significant here is that the percentage of the tweets related to gender and gender-based violence are sitting at no more than 3%, which tells us that perhaps we are not using the platforms to talk about gender as much as one would have expected. So that I thought was telling. And I also thought that it would be worthwhile to show the percentages, because when I show you the graphs, obviously because UCT's tweets to date are sitting in the 20,000s, it's going to seem like they're doing a lot because of the sheer volume. But if we look at it percentage-wise, I think we're pretty much all in the same kind of bracket. So when the point that this graph makes is it looks at the relevant tweets over time. And I want to draw your attention to the peaks, because I think those are quite significant. We see peaks in, predictably, August. So when I do my discussion, we'll obviously unpack why that is. We also see some smaller peaks across the institutions in March, which is, International Women's Month, so there's peaks there. With UCT, particularly in 2019, in around September, if you look there, that was the period where Uyinene was brutally murdered and raped, and so there was a lot of conversation from UCT. So you see a bit of a stretched peak around the 2019 period there. Otherwise, all of them have a similar pattern. So this basically just maps out the landscape, and this is over a period of 10 years, which is what I collected data for. Then I did a dictionary analysis to see the most frequently used words when tweeting about gender and gender-based violence. Now, obviously, for people who study qualitative or do qualitative research, it's quite controversial to count and infer meaning just by counting words. But I think it is a good start because we can begin to unpack what institutions are talking about when they talk around gender-based violence. So I excluded, obviously, my search terms because they would have been the highest, and I looked for other words that are used when talking about gender and gender-based violence. What we see from Rhodes really is sort of a mix of things. They talk about the SRC month, which probably links it to Women's Month, against, so it might be the 16 days of activism against violence or, speaking out against violence. There's the NRF, which suggests research and other aspects, survivors and sexual and professor. And then with CPUT, we see quite a considerable link between gender-based violence discussions with students. And we see another top word, we are CPUT, which is sort of our slogan on Twitter, staff, keep creating futures, another one of our slogans, campus, month, community, day, sciences, faculty, and prof. And then lastly, with UCT, we see sexual and then UCT for Women by Women, which is a campaign that they run where they fund projects related to people who are either women doing research or people who are researching issues related to gender. And we see professor, statement, research, Pakeng, VC, steps, etc. So you see the dynamics, and I think in my discussion, I'll unpack what my reading of those are. But these are the words sort of highlighted in a little bit more a concise way. So with CPUT's words around students, staff, community, and faculty, the initial reading is when we talk about gender-based violence, it is primarily from a bottom-up approach, where we're addressing students and staff, the community of the university broadly on these issues. Rhodes's words, there really were not any patterns that one observes, which either suggests that they are constantly talking about gender issues such that it's not linked to a particular campaign or directed at a particular segment, but I think that will be unpacked with the further the research. And then with UCT's ones, where we see that UCT for Women by Women really strongly directed by that initiative. The words linked to the former VC, Professor Pakeng VC, speaking, I think, primarily to how the initiatives were driven from the VC's office that featured quite prominently on Twitter. And I've alluded to some of these points, but I think they are worth repeating. Firstly, that discussions on gender and gender-based institutions are primarily within periods and not around the year, which is something we say, gender-based violence isn't just over the 16 days, and yet how we use Twitter to talk about it, we do sort of limit ourselves. Discussions on gender online are informed by initiatives related to gender offline. And here I've said the tail cannot wag the dog, so we cannot just tweet about gender-based violence. I think what works is when there is a on-the-ground initiative that drives it, and then it gains traction, as we see with that, the one example with UCT. And then finally, some institutions use their Twitter profiles to engage the public broadly on gender and gender-based violence. I didn't highlight this, but you see statement there with the UCT tweets, and that is because in several instances, when they tweet about gender and gender-based violence, it is normally, there's a statement attached where they address an issue. So it's not just the tweet, there's like a full statement which is then publicly disseminated. So we see them using Twitter, not just the actual platform, but as a means of disseminating, while other institutions are focused on the university community and, hence the reference to students, to staff, to language that the community on the campus understands. So this is a study in progress. The next step is to do deeper reading and undertake a sentiment analysis to see when we talk, because already what I'm picking up is when we talk about gender and gender-based violence, online, on Twitter particularly, there is a lot of positivity around. It's inspirational quotes by women, stories of women breaking barriers, and so we associate it with positivity. And then, I also would like to do a little bit of topic modeling. The collaboration that I'm specifically looking for is with people who are doing work in higher education and who can unpack the dynamics of the impact of talking about gender-based violence from a top-down approach. So how does it work and how is it received when it is an initiative driven by the highest office in the university, namely the VC's office, compared to how it's driven when it is a bottom-up approach, and which of those works in what context. We know that there's no one-size-fits-all, so the framework will hopefully allude to that. So I think that's the main area of collaboration that I'm looking for. And thank you very much. If you'd like to get in touch with me, you can use my Gmail, susanangwala@gmail.com. I welcome comments and questions when the facilitator allows.
Thank you very much, Sasanda, and I think that was extremely informative, and I definitely will be interested and will be emailing you. And I think the two perspectives, just, whether it's top-down or bottom-up and which one works. So extremely interesting for research as well, and then just also talks to brightness as to how we actually measure. The last speaker in this session will be Mr. Shitso Mosolodi of Snake Nation, and the topic is CPUT Snake Nation using arts and technology from students to fight GBV.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tito Musuludi. And let's see. My name is Tito Musuludi. I'm an African director for a company called Snake Nation. And And I think some of the things that we'll be covering is projects that we're doing with CPUT regarding GBV, working with both FID and DSA. Can you assist Kassan? Okay, sorry. Oh, it's muted. It was muted. Thank you. Next, unmute. Oh, yep. Sorry about that.
We are empowering creative rebels in film, a next-gen mobile entertainment network powered by creators globally. Headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, and Cape Town, South Africa, we are empowering creative rebels in film, art, fashion, tech, music, and dance to tell their own stories on their own terms. The world is ever-changing, every day more diverse, more connected, more complex, more vocal, where those that set the trends are running their own economy, and those that run the culture run the internet. A new day demands a new solution. Snake Nation helps diverse creators build their audience, distribute product, and monetize their work in the global creative economy. A unique machine built to manifest more opportunities and give rise to new voices and new narratives. M2 culture is pop culture. Multicultural millennials are media tastemakers, super social, the most diverse generation ever. We're culturally connected and mainstream influencers. M2 have massive buying power. Our diverse culture is not reflected in traditional media or technology. So our first focus will be the intersection of African and African American culture. We've identified the $2.2 trillion creative economy as our target. We aim to diversify and disrupt this highly lucrative and monopolized economy. We're working with brands, government, media, technology, and banks to connect and collaborate with the highly influential and hard to reach M2 market. Snake Nation empowers them to co-create through our campus societies, social studios, and online platforms.
Latch your back, wipe on me lap, push on me, now make it clap, grab on your cat, down on the tap, don't stop till we overflow the pot. Get latch your back, wipe on me lap, push on me, now make it clap, grab on your cat, down on the tap, don't stop till we overflow the pot.
Dash it for me till it make you feel like, dash it for me till it make you feel like, wine on the.
Yep. So that's basically the look and feel of the company. We are inside the culture.
Welcome to Snake Nation, a next-gen.
Tech is just showing me flames. I'll just unpack why Snake Nation. So Snake Nation, it's an honorary name. So the company was named after a neighborhood that was burned down in the States, where again you had young creatives who were using their creativity to fight the system. So we have also built a Web3 social media platform, which basically helps creatives to earn from the work that they're producing online. Again, this, I think we're all familiar with the power that lies in media. And the sad part is that people of color have no say on things that are happening online because we don't own the technology and we also don't own the company that are basically pushing all these narratives online. So And again, it's like looking at the music. The big question is, does music influence the society, or society is influenced by the music? And with most of the content that we're seeing online, with your substance abuse, we've seen that a lot in rap music. And then we've seen again with your expensive cars, your expensive clothes, which basically boils down to people trying to imitate that. Your gang violence as well as gang. And we've also seen with people just singing about vaccine, and all of a sudden we had COVID-19. Joking about that. So, but now, Snake Nation is using the 3P approach. We're using the fourth industrial to help young people to tap into the creative economy. PPP, so it's People, Places, Platform. So under the platform, we have built a Web3 social media platform which helps creative to earn. And again, using a long-tail technology. I'll explain that a bit later. And then under people, we have societies. We have partnered with FID, society, to basically get, again, students in that department to help in pushing out content. And through that partnership, we're also working with DSA to host events in Student Center. And again, you basically have content created by university students, and it's also consumed by university students, creating cool culture on campus. And the last P is places, and if you go to Student Center, you'll basically see the studio, where students are basically booking studio sessions using tokens that they've earned online, and just making sure that we're creating less and less barriers for young people to enter into the creative and digital economy. And again, with studios, we've got another big studio that we have created in Braamfontein, where again the play is basically making sure that you earn your venom, you come in, you book your session, you create content, and you distribute it using our platform. So whenever you use Snake Nation platform, you create content, you produce content, you distribute that content using your cell phone. And whenever people like or share your content online, you're getting paid. So with the resources or tokens that you have earned, you can basically see some of the things that you can do on campus. We're also using this to make sure that we're getting a greater participation of young people on universities. And I think we've seen with a lot of programs, it's students when they read posters of events, and that hasn't changed. It's bottom up. You basically start with the last line, refreshments will be served. If you don't have that tagline, you won't get the numbers, So we have basically now took that to the next level to make sure that we're also empowering students that wants to run businesses in the creative economy on campus. So these are basically the 3 Ps, and then from the content, again, that is generated by students, we basically now have licensing deals where we can basically push it out, again, to your likes of Vice. We're sitting with the deal of Vice, and then we're also in talks with Netflix and SABC Plus for distributing content created by university students. And you'll also see later the power that really comes from that content that is created by university students, because the best way of communicating to students is peer-to-peer. It's bottom-up strategy, and they're looking for cool posters on campus, and most of those posters, that'll be created by university students themselves. And we're also familiar with some of the things that are happening in the media space, and I know we have few mistakes, and I'll call them mistakes that we've seen from big agencies, really painting people of color with funny colors. So it's simply because we don't own anything in that space, and this is basically to show that in SA, I'm trying to find a politically correct way of putting this, but black agencies only own 2% of the market. So 98%, it's still in the hands of white-owned agencies. So that means now the messaging that you'll be getting from ads that are created is really things that are not speaking to us, And this is one of the things that we're trying to solve with the FID and by creating a student-owned marketing agency and as a way of getting young blacks into the industry. So those are some of the initiatives. So again, society, they basically host, and these are run by university students. They're hosting workshop, poetry sessions, and you, again, using tokens that you've earned by doing good to access those things on campus. So, and again, Snake Nation has a couple of clubs that we're pushing with FID and DSA. We have the Technopreneurship Society, Women in Tech, getting women in the space of technology. Creative and Digital Society, getting young people into the creative economy. And then we've also started Esports and Gaming Society, just making sure that we're also creating a good way for young blacks to tap into the creative economy. So these are some of the cool things that we're doing with CPUT, and again, just using creativity to solve those things. We're running contests, getting young people to create content, and that we can basically push it out. And again, just looking at GBV alone, you'll see some of the products that were created by students. And then we took it a step further to say, how do we then tackle, again, substance abuse, and using the very same thing. And our technology uses what we call long tail, which is blockchain. So we can basically track the interactions on platform and outside the platform. That means we can basically track what's happening to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook with the content that was created on our platform. So these are some of the things that came from, again, content that was created by university students, and you also have FID students who went on to showcase their work at the State Theatre for 10 days doing a solo expo. And again, the lady that you saw here, she was the winner of the poetry contest, which was also part of the competition that we ran. And again, looking at this, you'll see how you can basically earn, and you can download and check out the platform and see some of the content that was created by university students. And this is the type of quality that we're talking about, content created by university students. And most of these, you might even find that they're not even doing art-related courses, but they're passionate creatives who are like really trying to break through the industry.
From time to time I come across these things and I'm wondering why. I see the pain and the struggle all around me and I'm always asking myself why.
And you can get more on our platform. And then this is the substance abuse, very cool video. I don't think I'll be able to play that. And again, it's basically creating these cool spaces and allowing young people to create content and allowing young people to really influence each other. The biggest tech companies in the world, they were created by young people, university students. So what makes you think that they are not capable of basically changing how things look? Again, this is something that we have created here on campus. You can check out the studio and see the type of content that came from that. The guy who did Guguletu music video sitting with over 20 million views on YouTube, another student who was not even doing a film-related course. He's running a studio in Johannesburg. He has employed about 15 young people who are creating content with him. Again, fashion. You also have students in FID who are doing cool things. Why don't you allow students who are into fashion in Belleville campus to start using these tokens to start buying and supporting other students? Again, creating Venom stores, flea market, those are the things that Melanie Harry is running here on campus. It's really creating this cool environment on campus in universities, and once you do that, you'll see less and less numbers of students that are going out to Long Street and students that are seeking your daddy something. And then we're currently working on 4.0, rolling out these programs to over 100 universities starting next month, and I'm just going to fly through this. So we're using, again, gaming, music, tech, which is basically something that university students understand. We're launching Quantum Women, which is our version of Women in Tech, making sure that we're getting women in the center of creating solutions for problems that they're facing. They are capable. We're running hackathons, building cool technology with these young ladies. We also have Career Expo looking at Web3 and opportunities that really come with this industry. We are also a grantee of Interledger Protocol, which also opens new doors using technology to create the future of employment. We're also working with NBA in rolling out Gaming Society. We have less than 5% of people of color in this industry. Universities need to take a stand and make sure that we open up opportunities and open eyes to students to basically see what's happening out there. These are the countries. We're working with Zambia starting next month. And then we've got CPUT Stop, because this is where it all started. We have Swaziland. We're working with the biggest festival in the continent, which is the bushfire. And then after that, we have Rwanda. In Rwanda, we're working with the government as well as the AIC, Africa in Colors. And then we have those countries that will basically follow. And again, we're working with universities. These are some of the partners that we have locked, really companies that are trying to make a difference in university spaces. And I think this is a very important slide. We are insiders. And again, it's really getting a black agency that understands the needs, that really understand what's happening in our hoods, that really understand what's happening in black universities, and then to basically create solutions for what's happening in our societies. Again, you might say you guys don't understand what you're doing. This is another program that we ran in Burkina Faso, where we managed to change. And again, this is a Franco-first company. And then we managed to run a program. 2 months down the line, we managed to impact over 200,000 students in that small country. We understand and we know that media is powerful, but we tend not to invest more in that stream to solve what's happening. You know, you look at Channel O, we see how women are portrayed, but we stand and do nothing. And then I think what we're doing with CPUT Creative Society is really changing how things are and putting power back to black people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I don't know how I'm going to follow that presentation. Well done to all the speakers, and thank you very much for imparting your knowledge. And I think there's a common thread that runs through all of this, and I'm not going through for the sake of time. You know, we've heard their presentations, but I think there is a common thread. And so the skill sets that we impart to students from an early age needs to be improved. Taking from the very first speaker who spoke about at basic education, how we integrate those digital skills and how we engage with teachers, with children. And one of the things I think that also stood out for me was Tembisa's comment about her granddaughter who had a scratch and could not speak about it. How do we get our children at an early age to open up and to realize that what's happening to them is indeed a form of violence? With regards to the nursing as well, you know, what do we need to do within our curriculum to change the curriculum, but to integrate 4IR, and the last speaker also spoke about blockchain technology. So we do have all of this at our disposal. However, how do we use our resources to make a change and to make a difference? So to the presenters, thank you very much. I am going to allow for 3 questions only, if there are any questions, and just also because of the sake of time. So thank you very much, and if we can just give all of them a round of applause. Thank you very much. There are questions? Thank you. There's one question over there.
Thank you. My question is to Prof. You mentioned in your presentation creating GBV awareness using research and digital skills in the basic education curriculum. In a presentation, you mentioned that there are policies in place. I wanted to recall exactly what the full sentence was, but it says there are policies in place. My question, if there are policies in place, what is the research problem then?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, there are policies in place that talks about prevention. That talks about how perpetrators and how victims can be assisted in terms of coping and overcoming the challenge. But still, those policies are not implemented anywhere. The problem now is having a policy that is not implemented and integrated, that becomes a big problem.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? The gentleman over there, in that row, yes.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but it's a comment based on the four speakers that have presented very intensive information about interventions, knowledge, and skills transfers, and some of the programs that are ongoing. I just want to say to the students, even staff, academics, or even admin, social media is one of the intense programs that can actually put you at the heights. I'll give an example, not to talk about. You have got projects that you are working with, you need funding. You need some of them in the institution, there are exchange programs, there are mobility programs, there are funding programs, there are donations and sponsorships. And you, as the person doing with that project, if you can take, say you want to go to Europe, you take Erasmus Mundurus, or you take Bono, you take whoever it is. I'm not a musician person, but from my research perspectives, if I take IREX, or I take NIH, which is National Health Institute, or I take NFS, or I take RSU, because of the project that is related to that, it's a media awareness, it's more of attracting my profile. You are actually improving your academic or career profile with taking this, but in a positive manner of how do you want to reach out. By doing so, you're actually putting the university on the map. And that actually builds up, if you apply for that funding, they actually have a track record. And social media is one of the key. If you want to build your career positively, well, I'm not excluding the GVV, that program that we have. But that's just basically what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that comment. There was a third, Professor Balkaran.
Thank you. Just to say thank you to all the speakers. It was really, really thought-provoking. My question is to Prof. Nondi. I think, Prof, the trying to establish prevalence in adults around GBV is pretty challenging because even adults sometimes don't understand some of the violence that is inflicted on them. My question to you is that it must be pretty challenging to deal with this particular aspect with infants. And how would you invoke a response from a child about whether there's prevalence of GBV? That's one. Two is that if you try to get consent from parents, and of course if the victims or if the perpetrators are from the families, I would imagine that would be pretty challenging to get consent from them. But also the area around corporal punishment, and public is fairly divided on that. So there's a whole mixture of things. I just wanted to get your thoughts about what are some of those challenges in terms of trying to conduct that research, and then what are these hurdles like? Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Let me take the first one, which is how do we actually integrate or maybe present awareness for children. We're looking at, as I indicated, our study, we don't do a study with children. We focus on the curriculum and the activities that are attached to the curriculum that the teachers will be using for the learners, meaning that we're developing a tool of exercises. We did that deliberately so that we are not actually limited by parents' ethical clearance for us to be able to use their children for the study. Then we said, instead of using children, we use curriculum. But in curriculum, there are activities. Then we look into diverse activities that will be at the level of the learner. This is just, as indicated, it's a project. We're working on quite a number of projects. GBV is one of the projects. Financial management for non-financial people is one of the projects. We've got exercises that are integrated as life skills into curriculum itself. The teachers are allowed to teach the curriculum. Then we don't have to ask permission for the exercises to be used by the learners. Then after the teachers have given the student the activities, we review these activities and see how they make an impact in terms of bringing in awareness.
Thank you very much. I did say 3 questions, and we're going to stick to that because of the sake of time. But once again, to the presenters, thank you very much.
Sure. I think coming up after that session and being the last session requires some activities, right? So I'm assuming that most of us have been in conversation the whole day, and you know, there's so much that was said, and now your mind is buzzing. You're like, yo, what's next, right? But maybe before we do that, I'd like to say, Program Director, all protocol observed, assuming that everyone that was greeting today would have greeted everyone that is here. But I think it's no coincidence that the next session speaks exactly after the platforms that we introduced that can allow students to voice out their voice. I think it also created students to think deeply. You know, have I been participating? Have I been using it? But maybe before we actually even invite the speakers to speak, I must first do a noble thing in introducing myself, right? My name is Lolwethu Luthuli. I am a lecturer in the Faculty of Business and Management Science, and currently the acting IT coordinator for the faculty. But I think one of my most important titles that I like to carry on my head, seeing Prof. Ngondi here, is being the PhD student in the ICT, which would then say I'm a student for life, right? So I think the first thing I wanted us to do before I call the speakers up is actually because the topic that we're speaking about is gender-based violence and students' voice, which from my understanding, that is the first line of the discussions we're having today, because without students in higher education, there is no higher education to begin with. So the students makes up the huge stakeholders of the institution. But you know, with time, we tend to I like to say we tend to speak all together, but no one is actually really listening. If you would discover, everyone that has spoken today has identified one key problem, which is gender-based violence, right? So we have done quite a huge research, and we have produced articles, and we have went to conferences, went to strikes. But what is most important is taking a step back, and which is one of the speakers that spoke today about monitoring and looking at, have we really went back and look at the policies that we've created? Have we do evaluation of the discussions that we have heard as well? But most importantly, have we engaged the people that are facing this particular issues, right? So just a brief exercise while I'm calling up my amazing speakers. Funny enough, the speakers that are on the list are one of my colleagues, some of my colleagues in the peer ed educators. I'm a proud, what do you call it in English? You know, alumni, yes, of Peer Ed Forum. But maybe while I'm calling up Dumiso and Melanie to come up on stage, so that we can finish this session quickly. I'm sure some of us are already thinking traffic, right? Some of us are thinking tea break as well. But maybe let me just ask 3 questions to the people that are here. Please raise your hand if you ever felt any violence, if you ever felt like there was a gender violence portrayed against you. Okay. Please raise your hand if you have also watched it or seen it happening, maybe with social media. But please, okay, thank you. Lastly, please raise your hand if you also were involved in actually making sure someone else experienced it. You see what I'm trying to show us is that it's easier to see it from the outside, but when we have to look inside and look, what have I done, right? Am I part of the problem? Then we exclude ourselves. Everyone is a problem, but except me, right? We exclude ourselves from the fact that we have watched it and we said nothing. But we have watched it when someone is closer to us, we say something. When it's someone else, probably they're not saying the right thing, right? So I'm looking forward to invite up the following speaker, which is, okay, yes, there was a change in the program. So quickly, we will invite up Ms. Melanie, who will speak about gender-based violence, the reality faced by young women in higher education. Over to you, Ms. Melanie. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Can you see me? I'm on my toes already. Okay, so if somebody could just assist me with my flash drive. Okay, there we go. Let me see. All right, yes, I head the HIV unit, and I'm currently also acting HOD for Campus Health. I am a registered nurse of profession and currently busy with my doctoral studies in higher education management. So we've actually started a young woman empowerment program in 2017, and we've been running a number of conferences, annual conferences, the past few years. Obviously, the last 2 to 3 years, we basically focused on having webinars instead of actual conferences. So what we've done is, I will quickly start. I actually have a very long tongue, so I must try and keep it short and sweet. All right, yeah, so basically what we've done is when we held our conference in 2018, we decided to actually have roundtable discussions with the young women that participated in the conference. And they were women from CPUT, UCT, Stellenbosch University, UWC, and the TVET colleges, Boland College, College of Cape Town, Northlink College, and Falls Bay College. So what we've done was, we actually, if we're just going to quickly just rush through some of the important things that's been mentioned earlier today, is women in South Africa are disproportionately at the risk of becoming victims of gender-based violence, and many times the physical, mental, and social consequences remain hidden. And then the Deputy Minister Manamela mentioned earlier today that 10% of all reported rape cases happened at universities, at higher education institutions. And one of the studies that was conducted by MRC in 2012, they indicated that 1 woman is killed by an intimate partner every 8 hours. And that actually stats haven't slowed down. It's still the case. It's still happening. And then, of course, the power dynamics of men in relation to women play quite an important role in gender-based violence. And then, of course, factors contributing to vulnerability in women include poor socioeconomic circumstances, unemployment, the high teenage pregnancy, school dropout rate, and of course patriarchy that supports rape culture. All right, so this is just basically what we sometimes do when we do workshops with our students. It's basically a way how you can actually determine whether you are a potential victim of gender-based violence. I'll just quickly go through one in each little window. Like, for instance, do you feel afraid of your partner much of the time? Does your partner humiliate or yell at you? Your partner's violent behavior or threats, does he or she have a bad and unpredictable temper? hurt you or threaten to hurt you or kill you. Your partner's controlling behavior, does he or she act excessively jealous and possessive, control where you go or what you do, keep you from seeing your friends or family, limit your access to money, the phone or the car, constantly check up on you. And what we normally ask students when they see that they possibly fit some of these criteria, then we ask them to refer them to student counseling to see how they can actually be assisted in terms of that. All right, this is what we've done. What we've done was, with a roundtable discussion, the method that we used to assess young women's views on gender-based violence in higher education is we did a nominal group technique with a thematic analysis. It was a 2-day young women leadership conference of women ages 17 to 24, and the focus was on gender-based violence and personal empowerment. The conference evaluation forms were collected and data were used as conference findings, and we used the risk, need, responsivity practice model that was used by Bonta and Naidu. All right, what the risk need responsivity practice model require, there's 3 questions that we asked the young women. We asked them, what are the risks that young women face? What needs emerge in the relation to these risks, and what responses are desired from these needs? So what the young women actually said was there's 4 main risks that they believe women experience. The one is risk, vulnerability, discrimination, and gender-based violence. And as you can see, gender-based violence and vulnerability basically took the lead, and then of course followed by discrimination and rape. All right, what they said, the key areas that they believed should be addressed in the higher education institutions is better policing, safer campus residences. In other words, they would say please lit areas that are dark alleys as well, and also if they need to move from campus to maybe the library, if they could be accompanied by campus protection services. Yeah, and then of course what they also said is they would like social ills to be addressed within the curriculum, and I know Ms. Mandy Richards alluded to that as well. And then of course enhance personal and collective change. In other words, what they said is that if you need to take a taxi and you see it's evening and you see there's no other people in the taxi, don't take the risk by getting into the taxi. Rather wait until take another taxi where there's more people. If you see it's a taxi with only men in it, don't take that risk. Don't walk from Long Street alone to your residence. It's like, in other words, try to avoid risks that could potentially lead to your own risking your own safety. Then, of course, what did they say? What do they desire from the universities? And what they said is our personal safety is a human right. They asked that the universities review existing gender-based violence policies, take women and marginalized group safety seriously, inclusivity of women and marginalized groups in student structures. And I must say, I'm happy to see this year, I think it's the first time that we have so many women in our SRC structures. I've never seen it before. It's the very, very first time, and we can really be proud of ourselves. And then, of course, include gender-based violence high on the agenda. They wanted to be part of meeting agendas. They wanted to be not just by management, but also in the SRC structures, have gender-based violence on your agendas. Implement monitoring and evaluation tools in terms of gender-based violence policies and reported cases. And I know Dr. Maleka spoke about it as well. And then, of course, educate our male counterparts. They really emphasize this matter, and also do more related research. And today I can see we actually really starting to implement some of these concerns that the young women raised. And very, very important, something that they really highlighted is keep us as survivors informed of reported cases, and because they feel that in many, and it's not just at our institution, it was more than 7 institutions at that conference that said it happens where a matter is reported. I was the survivor, but I never get informed what happened. I hear, by the way, that the perpetrator was suspended, or he doesn't get suspended at all, and then I walk into this person and I never get informed. So that was something that really stood out from the young women. There you will see this little poster there. It was one of our silent protests that we had in 2019. And then, of course, what did CPUT implement? We've implemented a robust young women empowerment program. We will be having another conference this year in August month. It will be a collaboration between different departments as well. We have an Amajitas men's program, and I must thank Tumiso. Tumiso basically headed the Amajitas men's program, and this program is running. And the main key area of the program is to create socially responsible men. And they also, thanks to Miso as well, they actually wrote the male peer educators and to Miso, they wrote a men's pledge where they say there's a new man at CPUT, a man who takes responsibility for his actions. So it's really a pledge that our male students are starting to adopt. And then, of course, the university launched the position statement on the institutional response to gender-based violence. It was launched by the Vice-Chancellor, and I know Minister Buti Manamela was here as well, and a lot of us, of the people in the room here. That was launched in 2018. And then, of course, the university has developed the gender-based violence policy as well. And we held a silent protest to create awareness of gender-based violence. We had a purple ribbon campaign. I don't know how many of you remember all our trees that were wrapped with purple ribbons a few years ago. That was basically to create awareness of GBV. We had the Black Monday gender-based violence campaign as well. And then in 2019, and then of course the student leadership dialogue, where we had all student leadership representatives in one room, and we allowed them to engage on the topic of gender-based violence. And what they said was, we cannot control what happens outside the borders of our institution and our residences, but we can certainly control the scourge of gender-based violence. In other words, we do not want to hear that any of our students engage in gender-based violence. There you can also see the 24-hour helpline that the minister mentioned earlier today as well, and there's all our logos. And there you can see also some of the self-defense activities and the silent protest. There you can see the VC and Minister Manamela with a position statement on GBV, our silent protest and awareness. And then lastly, what they actually said is, what is it that we want moving forward from here is active promotion of the gender-based violence policy, increased awareness of existing programs such as the Amajitas, Safe Zone, Young Women Empowerment, the 24-hour helplines, and of course, as Brightness mentioned earlier, doing an impact analysis to determine all these interventions, is it making a difference? And of course, activate gender-based violence-related research, make it mandatory, conduct an annual survey on gender-based violence and personal safety, maintain our momentum on gender-based violence awareness and active monitoring and evaluation. And all of this feedback that I shared with you came from directly from the mouths of our young women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mel, for that. I think one key thing that Ms. Melanie spoke about is that women are saying in higher education, nothing for us without us, is that involve us in the policies that you are already having. Maybe let's review that the policies that are there, are they still speaking to us? Also, let us create safety space in terms of our residents. In fact, when you think about load shedding, there should not be any load shedding in residents, because that's the space where young students are. But this is also from the students' voice that they say, this is what we want. Instead of you creating those things, this is what we're proposing. So there's really nothing without us, for us without us. Thank you very much, Mel. And with that, I would like to call our second speaker, Mr. Bongani, who will speak on gender-based violence in tertiary institution in the Western Cape, South Africa. Mr. Bongani, over to you.
slides zakho ziphi? Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. You will notice that I'm one of those old traditioned people. I'm not so that much an expert in terms of the new technology that should be actually dealing with in our daily lives. My name is Bongani, the surname is Sonwenwe. And I thought that by not calling me, your intention was actually to allow me an opportunity to speak last. I am coming from a royal family, from a Chelsea clan. So whenever old people speak, you know you will only speak last because you must give a ruling or a decision. Without wasting any time, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to you all. I've picked up that as I was sitting around there, that the notion around gender-based violence at tertiary institutions has been misunderstood, mostly by men. Because as I was sitting, I've picked up, it does not need to escalate to a form of a physical abuse. The minute there is a potential harm against gender or sex, you are already committing a gender-based violence to that specific individual. So I'm one of the people that are actually very appreciative in terms of forming part of today's topics. We've been advocating these things without necessarily understanding the elements that leads to a gender-based violence. And Professor Nduna has spoken more around that, more special at workplace environment. There's quite a number of men that are actually doing without even not knowing that you are actually causing a form of a gender-based violence. My topic is gonna be solely talking about three things, but based on time, I think we've wasted a lot of time. I will only talking about the patterns as well as intervention based on a literature on gender-based violence. In terms of patterns of gender-based violence, you will notice that there is what we call cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is an email or a message that is intended to harm others. This is a common, actually, norm that we all know that if a person really wants to hurt you, he or she will write you a specific message, knowing it very well that should that message reaches you, it's going to hurt you, it's going to cause harm. And this is one of the most mechanisms that are actually used through technology to hurt each other. And the other one is cyber stalking. Cyber stalking, I think Honorable Minister has also spoken about that. Women leave their homes, which is the young students, come to the universities. They find themselves becoming husband and wives. He has spoken about that. Then now when a student, or let me say a female student, gets back to her residence, the person that is naturally acting to be a husband start now getting to the phone, trying to check all conversations that a student had during the day. That is called stalking. This went to an extent whereby if we're going to go to our daily lives, which means a husband and a wife will be actually given a car by a husband. The minute she leaves house, a husband starts tracking, where is she going? How long is she gonna be there, and so forth. This is being actually established that in most countries are using this. Uganda, Ghana, South Africa, there's quite a number of countries that are actually using this cyber stalking. Talking about now a trolling. A trolling, it is
a process whereby an individual posts an irritating comment with an intention to create an argument. We all know that, like, the minute you say all men are evil, definitely you've created an argument. And of course, you will get a support around that. There will be lots of responses because of what you've just posted. But on another side, you as a partner that is actually sending or posting that specific message, your partner does not take it very well. It's a harm to him. And the people that you'll actually be now getting in terms of supporting you are actually adding up the fire. We are not here to fight a fire by a fire. I think that is what also the Honorable Deputy Minister has alluded on. Getting on to digital dating. Digital dating, it is a process whereby that I can actually call in simple words as a scam. There was an example that was made by Dr. Nduna about foreign or international students. They will cause crime in South Africa, then vacate to their countries. Then what is this then happens? Remember, youngsters are very accurate and active in terms of the technology. They will meet these blind dates without knowing each other, but because they met each other on Facebook or any form of social media. The minute they start engaging, a perpetrator knows exactly what is his or her intentions. Even if it takes him 3 or 4 years to harm you, they don't matter. They're very patient. They're very passionate. So they act all along so that they can be in a position of gaining your trust. And the minute they gain your trust, they strike on a gender-based violence. And in this form of a technology, you will pick up that most victims are actually now even getting to a point of sacrificing, which is losing their finances, because a man that they met that acted to be a pastor or a saint tends to be now an animal. So this is our daily lives as well. Getting to the image-based abuse. An image-based abuse, it takes place whereby both now these two students that are partners, to be specific, they love each other and they agree to take pictures, they agree to take videos together because they're in love. But the moment now things turn sour, meaning that now a lady is no more interested to a man, or a man is no more interested to a lady, there are demands that comes up. Meaning that a man will tell you, sorry, you cannot break with me. Otherwise, if you break with me, I will post all these videos. I will post all these pictures that we've ever taken. Or failing which, you must see to it that you do some sort of revenge porns and so forth. So these are the things that actually happens. And the solely intention in terms of this one is actually to embarrass other party should he or she does not adhere to the demands of the perpetrator. Carrying on, there's casual factors, but trying to save time, I will not be talking in terms of these casual factors. I will only talk of the age, to be specific, which means between 18 and 23 years. We all know that the margin of our students at universities are between those age limits. Then what then happens in this instance, the university presents a first opportunity on them to be on their own, which poses a potential vulnerability to abuse based on the age as well as the level of experience. These people has been under the coaching of their parenting. Now they are no more with their parents. What then happens? The perpetrators take an advantage because they know they are not experienced. And the researchers has argued that most of the perpetrators, I think Minister was so open and frank around that. The politicians themselves are the main perpetrators of that. Celebrities, as well as people with academics, because they always got this belief that they can do away with any form of a gender-based violence, because this one is not really well experienced or equipped. So I was very taken back when I've actually learned that CPUT and some other institutions are actually up on their game. And I'll leave the rest for the sake of the time. In terms of the prevalence of gender-based violence in institutions, in most instances, it has been established that incidents are generally underreported. The reasoning behind that, it goes back in terms of the lack of experience, as well as the age, and even if they know where to report, you must get to understand that there is this thing or phenomenon of the institution that is perceived to be actually downplaying the scourge of gender-based violence because of a concern of their public image as well as their status. So, which means even if the students go forward and report these things, the institution the institution actually now sits down and asks themselves, if we've got so much cases that are being reported, what then does this say to the public out there? So now, instead of now saying that we've got so many students that have been actually insulted or raped in this financial year, let's rather say this is a portion, there's this certain percentage that we must report to avoid in terms of being perceived as an institution of the rapist, to be specific. So this is one of the reasons why we've got so underreported incidents or cases. In a political arena, there is something that says that the minute you are being accused, you are guilty as such. So I do not expect, for instance, if a student is asking a question here, and then there is a response that has been given in the same platform, I expect that specific student should have known if we were, as an institution, active enough in terms of a gender-based violence. They should know where to go. So we must try to be active. Institutional response to the gender-based violence. Some institutions have introduced policies to fight gender-based violence, which is true. We've all heard that. For instance, sexual harassment, it is a policy that involves staff and students. Disciplinary code, it is a policy that involves staff and students, as well as unfair discrimination. But the question that you should ask yourself, does these policies really address the issue of gender-based violence? The answer is no, because they are just being incorporated. So I was also pleased or appalled when I've actually, as I was listening, hearing that at least most of the institutions are getting to a notion of introducing new policies to address this social ill in our tertiary institutions. Combating gender-based violence at universities. It has been argued that a survivor-centered approach to technology should be one of the solutions in terms of dealing or addressing gender-based violence. Make it a point that these people are actually involved. They form part of your policies. They form part of any workshops that actually you will have that will be actually dealing or addressing issues of gender-based violence. Yes, of course, Ms. Lutul has alluded in terms of there is nothing about student without students. And also, we've got a gender-based violence which is now impacting a broader sense in terms of the rights of individuals. Yes, we would love to go and walk freely in our communities without even thinking twice. So this is a wish that we actually would love to see. This can only happen should all male or any people that are actually perceived to be the perpetrators of gender-based violence to understand precisely what is exactly the gender-based violence. And also, managers and academics are encouraged to take active part in combating gender-based violence, since policies cannot stop gender-based violence. We can have so nice policies, plenty of them, but if there is no active involvement in terms of addressing a gender-based violence. Some must forget in terms of really dealing or addressing the issues of gender-based violence. That is why it says this is everybody's problem. And we will also recall that it takes a real man to raise a boy to be a better man. In my conclusion, it has been argued that violence in society has become a real challenge, and that gender-based violence has reached a level where it cannot be tolerated. You will recall in year 2020, President Ramaphosa has declared a gender-based violence as a second pandemic in this country. Due to the care, which is a due care should be applied to organizations to take necessary precautions to combat this evil. Yes, indeed. We've got organizations, I'm told here, Mrs. just in front of me, she's part of those organizations that are actually advocating for this social ill in our communities. As said earlier, it has become everybody's responsibility to fight the scourge of gender-based violence. So, no individual, or it cannot be a problem of the victims as it is always perceived. Because whenever you hear individuals talking about gender-based violence, they will say it is only because it is, they've created this themselves, but it is not always the case. There is no individual that would love or wish to be actually victimized by an individual. And I thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Bongani. I think just maybe to speak about key things, he highlighted that it is everyone's problem. That means that we don't exclude ourselves from the problem, but we also become part of the solution founders by taking a step back and thinking firstly is the understanding of what gender-based violence. He alluded really much on the fact that when we speak about gender-based violence, we want to speak about the physical element of it, but it goes beyond that. So he's helping us to also understand that beyond just calling gender-based violence, we need to also really go back and educate people what really it means for one to say this is gender-based violence. I think one thing you also spoke about mostly is that we need to also look at the policies that we have, which is, I think, what Mel also highlighted, that does it speak to the current intake of students that we have? Does it speak to what is currently happening? I think also when he highlighted about the hashtags, it also provoked a thought that there's those students that are not maybe as active as the next speaker that will speak. But however, they try to get what? Support from other students to say, am I next? You know, no means no. Then what do you get? You get a group of core of people that come out and say, I've actually experienced the same thing, however, I was not able to have courage enough to come out. So I think the next speaker then is bringing us a different element in today's session, because we always say that the conversation about gender-based violence cannot exist without men, because we need to first understand how is men involvement in gender-based violence. Because if we can sit in a room full of ladies only, and then we speak about the people that we say that they actually infect us with those things, we need to involve them. But furthermore, to also understand how are they also impacted, because gender violence is not only a lady's problem. Like Mr. Bongani said, it's everyone's problem, which means men also go through that. So I think the next speaker then I will call up, which is Mr. Tumiso, who will speak about the evaluation of men program in eradicating gender-based violence in selected higher education institutions in South Africa. Mr. Tumiso, over to you.
One, two, okay, and now I'm going to greet you now, colleagues. It's just that as an organizer, sometimes it becomes tricky putting things together for colleagues. Someone close off this. I'm just going to get my presentation here. There was a slight change due to time, and I noticed that the program shifted a lot today. But I'll try and save your time and sort of stand on the protocol that's already observed by the program director earlier on today, and just continue with my presentation. I think I'll just touch base on a number of things. As you have heard, my name is Tumisho Mfisa. I'm the Transformation Coordinator within the Office of the Vice Chancellor. I'm in the Center of Diversity, Inclusivity, and Social Change. I'll be talking on various number of things, but I thought based on what I've heard today, throughout the day, not just today, but throughout the day and from the years I've been involved in men's program, is that there's never been a thorough evaluation of men's program. We just do the programs and it's a hit and run program. We always say the men are the problem, but we hardly identify what causes men to become a problem. So the influence of the entire topic was sort of, because I changed the topic in the last minute, and my colleagues were laughing, saying that, hey, being an organizer, you get those benefits. But it all comes with what I've sort of went through in the past 6-7 years being at TPUT, working with men and engaging men in various spaces, and it influenced the evaluation, and some would argue and say, let's rather say an evaluation of a men's program in eradicating gender-based violence in a selected higher education institution in South Africa. I've put it in this broad way and not sort of specific to a specific program, so that it can expand even when I continue with my master's, so that I'm able to explore other universities in a way. My presentation, you're looking at the intro and background, but I'll just speak on what I'm trying to say on my personal experience. I won't stick to this so that I save time. 5 minutes, 2 minutes is enough for me to just finish what I have to say, and I'm hoping that we can have offline engagements as colleagues on what I'm trying to do and achieve within this research paper. Being involved in men's program, from being as a participant within the HIV unit, as a peer-educator, as a he for she ambassador, as a men's ambassador within CPUT in he for she, advocating for men's development and also men's education around GBV and men's empowerment in its own right, in it not disregarding women's empowerment, but also ensuring that men's voices are heard. We sometimes overlook the view of men in certain circumstances and blame them on not partaking in such programs because of the lack of information. So being involved in those things sort of brought to me to say that let us then evaluate what has been done within the space of higher education on these men's programs. And I think in the intro, I just try and say that there are various number of aspects where you notice that men's interaction and involvement within these programs are limited to none in a way, because based on the evaluation received is that a few number of them partake because they are not fully informed prior to the certain activity or program. And that is a huge gap caused in many higher education institutions, because we do these programs, but there is never a continuous thing. I take evaluation from the Amajita Men's program, where various challenges were highlighted throughout the years. I think in its inception in 2018, it came with a number of issues already, because many people were trying to understand where is it going, how do we then make sure it's sustainable. And it's one of the things that made me to volunteer within that space and sort of want to ensure that we contribute to this through research. And that's why it influenced this. So this is a brief background that coming back from being an ambassador within that space and highlighting the issues raised, some were saying that the naming of it, hence I thought, let me rather mention it as a men's program. Men's program being in a broad spectrum rather than saying that it's a selected specific men's program that we are evaluating, but rather say, let us look at all the initiatives done for men. How are they benefiting the men and the university space? How are the men contributing towards it? Who is capturing this? Is there any way forward on that? And I noticed that there's a huge gap in that. I think the problem statement highlights it on its own, because there is an urgent need for extreme continuous responses that focus on teaching young men to become environmentally accountable participants through men's initiatives and programs. And number of things that came into part, there has been little analysis on the occurrence of GBV issues in higher education, together with uncertain scholars' articles on impact of GBV elimination intervention strategies on men's participation. So the critical part of the research is on the participation and what are then doing in ensuring that these programs are sort of sustainable and ensuring that they have a huge impact in that university space. So I take it with pride, because I pride myself as one person who advocates for men and also ensures that men's involvement within GBV programs is taken in the forefront in a way, because we are part of the problem and we cannot solve it alone. Hence, even if you have a space of women, involve men, involve everyone to be part of that discussion so that we have formulated solutions that will benefit everyone. So as the research aim shows, and also highlighting a number of things that I'm looking to do is to evaluate the involvement of men, as I've mentioned in the background, and also the objective is to identify possibilities and obstacles, which some are already there. Comes through the trend and patterns through the years of things that have happened within campuses, of identifying substance abuse as an excuse, that men rape because they were under the influence, that men rape because they thought it was a yes, and part of it involves consent even in those discussions. Those discussions came in through residence talks and various number of things, and it really showed that these will be used as suggestions to contribute towards research. I think we cannot take it as a definite thing, as a way forward, but more platforms need to be created, more Indabas need to be created within the higher education sector by identifying these strategies that will seek to benefit or sort of provide a solution within any selected higher education institution. So I'll look at the global context, I'll look at the regional context, even the South African context. I want us to then stick to the South African context because it gives us what we then need to do as South Africa before we look at the global context. I think the global context will rather give us the picture of where the world is, and then the regional aspect will give us where Africa is when it comes to GBV. And it really needs us as men to also partake through research and also contribute in various other aspects apart from research. And I think assessing men's involvement in GBV intervention and activities has brought on, because there are few initiatives happening. I think the most identifiable one is Takuwane Rime Men's Movement, which is also contributing towards the Men's Charter, which is one document that I think most voices of men needs to be part of that document. And as much as it's in parliament level, but we need more voices of men within communities, rural areas, which will form part of the South African context in a way, but also knowing that our focus is higher education. There are a number of GBV concepts which were mentioned throughout the day, which I will not repeat due to time, which is patriarchy, masculinity, toxic masculinity in a way, social norms, relationship between gender and power, which are some things that many people see that there is a huge gap in them because these themes or concepts are contributing towards how we conduct ourselves within higher education institutions. So I'm saying a lot of things, but through the research study, I think my abstract captures the research design very well, and I'm asking colleagues to really look into that so that I save time. Then in the conclusion, I think the most critical part on the entire research is to ensure that we mobilize men and ensure that through that mobilization, we bring them together in one space. They voice out their concern, they write these things down, we formulate a research paper which would contribute to this evaluation to say that after evaluating them, what were the issues, what were the obstacles, what are the positives, where can we advance men's participation within GBV programs. So I would then thank you colleagues for your time. Program Director.
I think we can give them a round of applause again. So as Dumisha was speaking today, I was realizing that there's a common trend among the speakers. They are saying that there is a lack of information, there's lack of access, and there's a lack of comprehension of the information that is there. My little sister always say that knowledge is power until you know how to use it. Until then, it's nothing. It's just knowledge that is there that you can't use it. So I think, because I like to speak a lot about data and collecting of data, is like, when do you sit down and analyze this data? And which is something that Dumisha also speak about, to say, we have this information, but when do we actually take a step back and evaluate? What has been the progress that has been made? Because, you know, it's simple to just say that there hasn't been progress, but if you actually look back and realize, even in this room today, we have few gentlemen that have been here the whole day, listening to these arguments, listening to us, actually reflecting, which that also means what? There is progress in engagement, in involving gentlemen, because there is also that the others that are leading. I think something also Dumesho spoke about was that gender-based violence cannot just be a by the way anymore. It needs to be in the table. It needs to be, when someone says introduction, minutes of the last meeting, they must start with gender-based violence because that's the only way we can get by. So thank you very much to the speakers that spoke about the voice of the students and understanding again, which is the common trend, is that there is nothing without students. There's nothing for students without students, and that students need to be involved. But furthermore, we need to also take a step back and see what progress have we made. And then this time, I would like to open up for a few questions. I know we're already beyond time, and some of us already thinking about the next day and what we're gonna wear tomorrow. Some of us are also thinking, I know for students, we are thinking about the hours of sleep that we have to take in order to be prepared for tomorrow. But before that, I think it would be unfair if we can perhaps leave this session without maybe having a round of questions from the floor, maybe suggestions as well, and maybe comments, because it's not only questions that we have, because we are here to draft a way forward, which I really would like to congratulate CPUT for actually bringing about the first research Indaba. So I'm going to give up to just 3 questions on the floor. Maybe we can start with the lady at the back. Yes. Sorry, can I call up my speakers to be on the floor so that we can quickly move when the questions are asked? So please come join me. Thank you. Yes, you can go.
Firstly, I'm very honored to be here. With regards to Ms. Melanie's presentation and that of Dumisho, it really shows that although we're not where we want to be, but we've made progress. I actually want to talk about, touch down on what Mr. Bongani spoke about, rather. He spoke about trends of gender-based violence, and he gave us very practical examples. He spoke about cyberbullying, which then goes to say, as a university, do we actually have a policy, a social media policy which guides us? For example, if I was to go and open a case against somebody who cyberbullies me, is there like a policy to say, in order for us to deal with this, in order for us to charge this person, these are the steps to follow. So I think we should adopt a social media policy as an institution, because social media plays a very vital role. But also, in terms of what Ms. Melanie spoke about, I think one aspect that we are lurking as a university is the channels. There are channels to open cases against people, somebody who violates you at campus or in a residence. But the reality of the matter is that those channels are not effective. You're told to go to campus security services. Those people are not trained to deal with gender-based violence, for starters. But secondary to that, Ms. Molini spoke about taking a survivor, a gender-based violence survivor, let's just say a rape survivor, to a Tutuzela care center. If I'm raped in a residence at 12 o'clock, a CPUT list residence, for example, one of those private ones, there's no campus security there. There is nobody from campus that can actually take me from that particular residence to a Tutuzela care center. So I think we should also look into opening campus clinic. Does campus clinic actually have nurses who can take a rep kit, for example? Because reality of the matter is, as much as we are making progress, we are very much backwards. We have a campus clinic where you can't just wake up and go there, you have to make an appointment. What if I'm raped now and I need to take samples now? What then happens? So as much as we've made progress, but there's still aspects that we need to look into in terms of policy, one being the social media policy, and actually the steps in which students need to follow in order to report cases of gender-based violence on and off campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I'm just going to take the hands and then the speakers can just combine the answers just to save time. I think it's the gentleman with yeah, this is the time where I realize my colors, I don't know, green t-shirt, and the gentleman on the floor, okay. On the brown, with the brown, yes.
Okay.
And the last one would be the gentleman there.
Okay,
In
thank
that
you
order.
so much. Thank you so much. My name is Kabelo Kenibaral. My pronouns are them, they. I'm not gentleman. My name is Kabelo. I think I'm partially captured by Katlego on some of the things, but I really wanted to bring to the house that before we speak about gender-based violence, we must understand power dynamics. I feel there's a writer she's a black writer called Andre Lude from America. She's an activist who was writing a lot of abstract poems that is speaking on power dynamics. I feel like if the house can go and read on more, can find aspects which led us to this place. I want to appeal to the university that they must redefine gender. I feel like there's a misconception between gender and sexuality. Gender is man, woman, gender non-binary, and gender queer. And also understand that sexuality is male, female, and that LGBTQIA+. The way South Africa has made it, they never defined gender on aspect, but as a university, I believe we can define it for ourselves. That's where we're going to get direction. Speaking on what Melanie was saying as well, on the research around young women, I feel like it should be extended on young women. There is trans women as well, and there is also lesbian women who face gender-based violence. But because there is perceptions that are of binary, meaning are of bahoya, men and women, not actually people who are in the relationships as woman to woman. We must also get to problematize from this research in Indaba that there are power dynamics in the relationships where we have same sexuality and I can be abused. That's my submission.
My comment is for Mr. Mfisa. There is sitting. Your proposal under the research objectives, they look very thin for me, very broad. And you know, the research objectives guide your study. It's your map, it's your roadmap. There's no criticism to it. I just want to invite you you can liaise with me by email, or we can make a time at Mzoli and we can discuss that.
Okay, thank you. I just wish that Melanie was actually still here. I think out of all the speakers that we had today, she's one, if not only one, that is mentioned that as long as we have not reached what we envisage to have, we need to create an awareness so that we don't set our own for failure. If you drive on the R300 on the billboards, you'll be told that do not stop around Delft because it's a high-risk area. But when it comes to CPUT, no one tells us you can't walk behind the postgrad at night because it's very dark. And you won't even have a patrol vehicle in that area to look at those things. I think in a way, the other speaker again is, I think, how do we as a university destigmatize the issue of putting statistics of how many people are or have been violated? Because as long as we stigmatize in terms of university, we're going to be labeled as a university, we won't find a way of responding, an effective way. Because if we know that there is, Belvin campus is a high risk, we should set response accordingly. Is there a practical response that the CPUT is actually having in place to look at those things? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will now give it to the speakers to tackle some of the questions. Maybe Mr. Bongani, you can tackle the first question.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think starting from the lady, she was actually emphasizing the importance of having these policies. Hence, we've got policies now. We need to, actually the institution needs to focus in terms of having this social media policy, whereby they will actually have an opportunity to actually address their concerns over social media. Instead of, I think she emphasized the fact that they must go to Zella, I mean, at night and so forth. Yet that incident, incident can actually report it right through away. Maybe they can even have like some form of, if they need pictures and so forth. Social media allows that. So I think that is what actually she means. So I will actually concur with her in terms of that. This is what needs to be actually taken forward. We are actually now, is it 4th or 5th digital generation? Which one now?
5th.
5th now. Yes, so we should not be actually having policies that are actually only handwritten. We need to have policies that should be achieved and accessible online. I think that is what she says. And the gentleman over there, he is 160% correct. We need to be honest to ourselves as an institution in order to, if we really mean to address the issue or scourge of gender-based violence. We're going to say CPUT. CPUT has got a vast number of branches. So you need to be specific so that if the perpetrators are mostly in Beverly campus, let us deal with Beverly campus specifically and put those remedies in terms of trying to challenge those issues. Then I thank you.
Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. I hope the mic is audible. I'm hoping, is it? In a way, it sort of is.
It is.
I'm panicking because of time, Colin. Otherwise, I'm trying to capture, but I thank Bongani for capturing it in a proper way. I think on the part that the students are mentioning, it's very critical to take note of them. And I think he has responded very well on that part, so I will leave the part of the police. I think it's one thing that is continuous within the platforms of CPUT. I will not sugarcoat anything, I'll just speak it as it is. In the part of the channels, I think we are working on it because there is a GBV rollout plan that is currently happening within CPUT. All securities are being trained. It is a phased-in approach. So it might be delaying because recently now with the Acting Dean of Students, there is a plan that has involved the private accommodation res parents in a way, or the private accommodation people to meetings of knowing what is currently happening. It makes reference to what has happened in the Eastern Cape and various other universities when it comes to GBV outside, but they say private accommodation spaces. So we have CPT have noted those parts and are currently doing those things. I think we sometimes miss the point in filtering the information to students on what we are currently doing in the upper level. I think it's one of the things that I will sort of work with when I collaborate with Dr. Sisanda, because she mentioned something there from different levels. And then I think I've captured that. So with securities, there is a continuous training on that one. And then the power dynamics, I think we also have what we call the diversity inclusivity rollout plan as well, which we are doing a TDCI. It's one thing that we have incorporated, which is done within various faculties. Many faculties are getting that thing, that training, that rollout plan, and we are trying by all means to filter it down to students. We have identified a number of students, so it's one of the things that I think the CBT Queer unicorns can sort of find a way of including themselves within that space. And I think Ukabelo knows that for sure, that we have called a meeting with them, and it's up to them to come to our office, and we have these discussions to find way forwards and address such issues. Also, then, I think to talk, Crony, I think that one we'll talk offline. That is ours to discuss. Otherwise, apart from that, I think the question you have captured very well on how the practical response can happen. I think the Institutional GBV Committee is one of the highest decision-making bodies when it comes to GBV, which is chaired by the VC. It's one of the platforms which will filter down everything within the various departments and faculty. So as CBT, we are zero tolerance when it comes to GBV, and we are trying to be practical by all means. It doesn't mean we are correct in doing it in the pace we are doing it, but we are trying by all means to address and fight the GBV scourge. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Tumiso, and thank you very much for speakers for that. And that brings to the end to my wonderful session that I have. But I think a takeaway home would be starting maybe by looking at the fact that most of people are just highlighting that we need to start looking at our policies, and we still need to also involve actually the stakeholders that are actually infected by the policies that exist. And lastly, remembering that there is never going to be anything for students without students. So it can be a beautiful policy, but as long as it's not implemented, it's not monitored, it's not evaluated, then we are shooting ourselves very low. Thank you so much to my speakers for wonderfully giving us insights in the voice of the students around the issue of gender-based violence. And now in course I will say, Ndizobizu Soteko to conclude the session for us. Thank you so much.
When the facilitator outsources her responsibilities. Colleagues, thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience. And from the morning until thus far, I think we have had some thought-provoking engagements. And we can actually see that as I'm listening, as you are engaging, I'm picking up, there is a need for interdisciplinary research. Because I think we're doing research in isolation, but we don't see or explore the intersection of different disciplines. So it's something that we need to explore. And I appreciate at the back the input that you have shared, especially echoing what Audre Lorde says, and also trying to begin to dissect and understand what is this gender issue. Because I know for sure a lot of people, when they think gender, they think women. And gender is broad, it's not just women. But also to take note that the reason why we are profoundly focusing on women, it's because it's International Women's Day today. But you must bear in mind that there were also other speakers that were not just focusing on women, but they were touching on other important issues. With that said, we've reached the end of our day session. We're now going to have our evening session. What's going to happen, we'll exit, there will be an exhibition outside. Please enjoy, look around, connect, collaborate. Sisanda said, I need collaborators. Look for opportunities to collaborate. And then exactly at 6 o'clock, we are going to convene at the sports hall. That is where we had lunch. And then that's where we're going to have a candle lighting in honor of GBV victim. Please be there, because this program cannot be fulfilled without you. Thank you and have a great evening.